happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us. The time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
I played on a lot of teams at this point, the majority of which I had to compete on instead of being a practice roster. And it's like, something that's really beneficial about this roster, about Derek and Steven especially, is that everybody's just really happy. Like, everybody like has a lot of trust for each other and a lot of love for each other. And obviously right now we're not like, you know, we don't have the formula making it work consistently, but I truly believe that when we win our first match together and we like experience that feeling of winning together and we like get to have that belief, you know, I think this team can be an Ascension contender. Like, Steven has some of the best mechanics I've ever seen in my life. Pulls rounds out that I've never seen ever, especially with like the Guardian single shotguns. And I think like generally speaking, when he's like playing loose and playing with like fun in mind, you know, like he's able to unlock the best version of himself, and like that's something that he's also consistently looking to do more often. And I think same with Derek. I've had messages like from them talking about how like they love the environment, they love practicing together, they love playing together with me, like, and as a team. And like for me, like that's what like playing VALORANT competitively is all about. If I don't enjoy my practice every single day, I don't enjoy coming in and like talking and laughing with my teammates, with my boys. Like I came from sports, right? Like I was never meant to be a professional esport player. Like I was meant to go through college and get a job and then like fuck off, you know what I mean, into corporate America. And like during COVID, I got the opportunity to do this, and like I obviously love it, right? And don't get me wrong, I've been trying to do it forever. I'm still trying to do it forever, right? But it's so huge to have like the personal relationships outside of the game and to be able to like truly enjoy practice and like laugh with your teammates. Because like we'll talk about stuff that has nothing to do with VALORANT, you know? And like that's cool. I'm a big fan of that.
Well, it's insanely different. The competition like rose triple. I feel like that we've only been together for like a month, and that's like as soon as Premier's like playoffs started, we won it, and we were just in Challengers, so we only had a month to prepare. Like the level of difficulty is a lot different. Like it's so much harder to get kills, and like the whole entire objective of the game changes. But our first week against M80, it was a lot harder, I would say, because it was nerves and everything. But our second week against Blue Water, I would say that it was a lot closer. And that short amount of span, I think we got a lot better. So this week against Ambrosia, we're hoping to turn that around. Key factors. So the key factors to the team's success is just not making any mistakes, but also just working together as a team and keeping our communications really good, because I feel like that's one of our most lackluster features as a team. But besides that, we just need to make less mistakes, and I think start winning these games. Well, you can expect from me. My name is Abu2 for some reason, but it was changed to Demi recently. You can expect from me that I'm gonna keep playing. Last week I had a really good game against Blue Water. I'm planning to keep riding momentum. I've had a change in my role a little bit, and then for the team, just don't count us out yet. We're getting a lot better every week, and against Ambrosia, we're hoping to win out because we got that much better in that short amount of time.
Oh, it's a big difference, because back in the day, I could say like 2-3 years ago, franchising I don't think was around, or was like in its just beginning times. So like lots of teams were still investing their money. They had lots of academy teams. The competition was a lot, like, I'd say, more fierce. Like in my group stages back then, like I was going against either signed teams or academy teams. I had like really passionate players, people that were still playing. A lot that have quit now. That's the big difference now, is like I don't see half of these tournaments being being played. A lot of teams are pulled out, and this tier 2 scene is kind of like the top of our talent. Instead of playing in all these other tournaments, we're only really seen in like these VCLs, or these tier 2 tournaments. And I think that's the biggest difference, is the competition is more, not scarce, but it's more like tightly knit. Like in these teams, like these 16 teams are like where all of tier 2 has ended up over the course of a couple of years. And that's the biggest difference I see. I don't think it was like that big of a difference. I played a lot of ranked for years. I competed before in a team environment. So like you kind of just need to understand how to work your role and how to work around other people. And if you have that down, you're like able to take criticism and learn. I think it's actually not very difficult. It's just, you just gotta drop the ego and grind. You know what I mean? You just gotta try and work around your teammates and try and work together. You're a team. No one's against each other. And I think with how my personality is, I think I meshed into most teams pretty well. And these guys liked me. They liked what I bring to the team. And I think it's not too difficult if, you know what I mean? If you just mesh well in any team, it's pretty easy to fit in. No, it's like they're a core 3 for like a good reason. Like Gimon keeps the energy. He's like, I don't want to say older, but he's like the big brother of the team. And then Seven and Sim are like, you know what I mean? Like initiator and duelist, right? They have that chemistry they built over a long time, right? It's like a good core 3 to have. You have the guy who keeps everyone in check and bounces emotions, and then the 2 people that are just insane fraggers mechanically. Like these are like the tier 2 gatekeepers, as some people would say. They're insane mechanically, and they're insanely good like when combined together, right? They can just open up rounds together easily, right? And I think they're a core for like a very good reason, because like, why would you give up these players, right? These players are literally like insane, and they work together so well. So there's no point of getting rid of them, right? I agree. As you said, if I remember correctly, we have like the strongest mechanical team. Like we have the highest skill ceiling. I think that if we're all feeling it, we all come to practice every day with the same amount of passion as we first did. I think we're gonna take down everybody in the Swiss stage, and even playoffs. And I think if we keep it up, I think we'll be perfectly fine. I think everyone on my team is amazing and extremely good in every possible way. And I think we'll clear the tier 2 scene pretty easily. What can you expect from us? I definitely think for sure we're gonna get to playoffs and make a good run. I really want to get to that LAN. So, and all of us included as well, have a lot of passion to get to that LAN. So I think I have a very good feeling we're gonna get to the LAN and try and make it through Ascension. That's the big goal, ascending to franchising. And yeah, just expect good teamwork, insane mechanical plays for my team. Everyone on my team is mechanically insane. And yeah, it's a good year overall.
and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America, where we're getting near the tail end of the regular Swiss stage of the competition, and this week is going to be so exciting. I'm Sarah Dawn, joined here by Roy and Ash. Ash, I mean, every week has been awesome so far. Let's be real, but this week we're getting down to the wire, final week before playoffs.
Yeah, that's what's really exciting about it, is that we're going to have like 2 elimination matches today, qualification matches coming up here as well. It's when everything is getting locked in this week, and the surprise of even who we're even going to see in day 3 on Wednesday at the last part of.
And I love this in comparison to how we've seen some, Ascension or some group stage kind of play out before, Roy, because every match matters when we're looking at this. 4 losses, you're out. 4 wins, you're into playoffs. So, I mean, it really all just comes down to this. Like you can't get better Valorant out of that.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the resolution. So Shakespeare is shaking in his grave somewhere, looking. He's like, all right, finally, we're seeing some resolution to this buildup that we've been seeing. But I mean, it's been amazing to see, and of course, we have had a week off as well with the conclusion of VCT. So I think a lot of these teams have been prepping. They've been practicing really hard. So I think the level of Valorant that we're going to be seeing for these final days here, going into playoffs, are going to be pretty good.
And looking back at the bracket and all of this, if it's a little confusing, if you haven't quite caught up to this after everything, we're looking at the wins. Of course, every time at the top a team gets 4, they are in. So looking at what we're going to be following today, it's going to be an elimination match to be starting off between SAD Esports and Nightblood Gaming. Then later on, Ash, that's going to be M80 going up against Shopify Rebellion Black to try and get qualified.
Yeah, so that's the big thing, right? Is the fact that we're starting off with an elimination matchup and then that qualification that's coming in too. And I don't want to get too far into the M80 versus Shopify Rebellion Black game that's coming up later, but that one I think is going to be super exciting with the changes that are coming in for both those teams. We got a little bit of the preview last week from Monty for SRB, but focusing
Spoilers,
back
dude.
in now. Yo, hey, is that really a spoiler? Is it really a spoiler? Come on.
I think a little spoiler, but you know what? That's fine. There's a lot of exciting stuff here, so I'm not going to blame you for getting ahead of yourself. But before we get ahead with the first matches that we have for today, before we have to talk about elimination and all of this stuff, we're going to play a little game on the desk, okay? A little Valo guesser. So I am... Right away, I just want to preface, I'm going to be absolutely dog water at this. As soon as we get into a map, I'm spinning my knife, and that's the only thing I look at. I don't look at my surroundings at all. But production's going to be showing us parts of the Valorant maps. We got to figure out where it is. Clear? Easy peasy?
Easy. That sounds easy enough.
All right.
I think Roy and I are feeling pretty confident.
Okay, you guys will have to carry me, please.
Let's go. We got you. Just keep fidgeting with your knife and the little squeeze, the little teddy bear squeeze. Oh, okay. I mean... Come on. If we can't get this one, let's wrap it up. This is baby door. This is breakable. We agree?
Agreed. Yeah. Lotus baby doors? Easy.
Yep.
Easy peasy. When Lotus came out and I called this baby door in a game, by the way, this is pretty new. I got made fun of for caster type callouts, which I think was crazy, by the way. They made fun of me for that, but yeah, that's
I like baby door.
It just makes sense, right?
I call it broken door.
Little broken door?
Yeah, I call it broken. Or just like ailing. All good.
Or vents.
That's boring.
Okay. I've heard it being called vents. Oh, okay.
This is easy. Okay.
Yep. Wait, the production's not even trying. They're making it so easy for us.
No, they told us it was going to be hard. This is the little shop on split.
Yep, this is spawn, defense spawn.
Yep. Defense spawn on the left side. Yep. Easy peasy. And chat, make sure you're joining along as well for any of these. And especially when they do get harder, we might need a little help. But yeah, I feel like this one's easy enough to go ahead and lock in. By the way, I want those figures, like all of those. Those are so cute.
They're cute, right?
I know. And nudge, nudge. Anyone at Riot listening?
Listen, I'll happily accept any gift you guys will send me. Yes, let's go, team.
We're on fire.
I feel
good.
Building.
I feel feeling good. Feeling good. Okay.
Yeah.
Sarah's feeling more confident.
Yeah. Oh, isn't it the back half of Heaven on Bind? No? Yes? No?
Is this Bind or Abyss? Wait.
Okay, wait. Hold on.
Wait.
No, because I know where this is. It's bothering me now.
Production wasn't lying.
Productions. But the worst part is that I know that I've seen this 1.5 million times. So it's like, that's the worst part. I don't know. There is some sort of thing in the background when you're looking at Bind off of the A Heaven at the back there.
Yeah, I know you're talking about A Heaven right now.
But I don't know if that's the
I don't
right
think
spot.
this is the coloring for that area.
I don't think
or
it's
are
there.
you right?
Oh, you were right.
Okay,
Production
fired.
was like, we're
Fired.
Oh
letting
my
you know.
god.
I'm so good. Let's go.
Oh my god, Sierra, you're cracked.
I think I got baited by the blue tones. Darius
Yeah,
is too
same.
Good, though. This is fractured.
Thank you. This
It
is
has to be fractured. Yeah. Okay. A little unanimous. Okay. Feeling confident.
Perfect. Is this whereabouts on this is the map? Is this like on the side when you go like over ropes? Is this just on like the sides there? Or is it the thing that is right in front of the little booth that has the voice call outs?
I want to say this is in north side, where like the sand side, like the sand crunch side.
Sand side? I agree. Like, so wait, not
North side, right? No?
Is that not south side? Or am
I don't know. I don't know my directions.
I feel like this is south side.
It might be south side. Oh god.
I feel like this is. Am I wrong?
Whoa,
Oh, we're both
what? B-sites.
Okay, that one was a
wall, we
little
got baited.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I think I led us down the wrong path there, talking about the ropes.
No,
I'm sorry.
No,
it's
okay.
no, it's a hard one. That was a hard
I
one.
saw the vision because it was like, I think we got baited by like the ledge portion where you can like pop up on that usually in spawn. But now.
This is Haven, has to be. But where in Haven? This is
Is it
garage? Outside garage?
Is it? I thought it was
on.
more
Mid?
so coming out from attacker spawn. I thought it was along kind of the wall there.
Okay. This
Like
is-
if you leave out, it's like where the wall would be, where on the other side is window. I thought. You could even be
Wait.
on the
Wait,
other
hold on.
side of that.
Yeah. Hold on. I think I'm trying to understand. Wait, hold on.
Wait.
It was a lot of it's on this side and then the other side of that
Okay,
window.
if-
And I
if
was
you-
like,
if you
girl,
look-
what?
If you look at the very bottom, you literally
Yes.
you walk out, like you see that square of like absolutely nothing right at the bottom. It's
Yeah,
on
spawn.
that. It's like on that wall. I'm pretty sure.
So and
I
it's
thought.
attacker spawn.
Yeah. Or
Okay.
like near attacker spawn or along that nothing wall.
I'm down for it. No!
No! All right.
I knew it. I had a feeling it was okay. I thought
did
this
you
was
say
outside garage, but no, I said outside garage. I would have been wrong
Oh.
anyway. This is actually in garage. But I think I play with my graphics low, so I never actually see that detail on the
No,
wall.
I also play with my graphics low. That's why I don't see this.
Oh my
this
god!
doesn't-
Wait.
The map looks familiar. This location looks wrong. Like I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's supposed to fit there, but
I'm feeling
You
a lot
didn't- you
less
weren't feeling
confident,
garage
guys.
on that. Okay.
Oh.
Maybe we have
All
to
right.
swap to high graphic, Roy.
Yeah.
We're
We're too performance based. We need to go back to the artiness of the game. Okay, we're way too performance incentives.
is that why I was like half okay at it because I have my graphics on high and that's also why I suck at the game? Am I?
Yeah,
Am I
no,
learning
Oh,
things
with,
today?
wait.
like, with like some decor details, they don't show up on low graphics. Like they
No, I
just
think
don't
what she's
exist.
saying is she has her graphics on high. That's why she sucks at the game. Honestly,
Oh.
Yeah. And Ash
that's
said
probably
yeah.
not why.
No. Hold on. I wasn't.
You just think you're just bad at the game.
Man.
That's not it. It's not it. It's not
that. All right, I'm gonna sit here and contemplate my field of quote unquote expertise here, but we got a match to start queuing up for today. Serious faces, guys, because this is serious stuff. We got Nightblood Gaming going up against that esports, both sitting at a 2-3 record, which means, Roy, this is elimination for these teams. Talking about SAD Esports then first, this is a team that, I mean, looking at it, there's been some up and downs, but it kind of seems crazy to talk about elimination for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think both of these teams are pretty in line in terms of like skill, in terms of like, you know, what overdog, underdog discussions. I think overall this is a pretty even matchup, but I think you're absolutely right. Like the fact that this is an elimination match, they're 2-3 record, by the way, for anyone watching. So if they lose this match, they're out, but if they win, they still do not qualify for playoffs yet. They'll have one more match to follow. But this roster that you see right here, a core that we've been talking about for the past few splits in VCL, of course, they've had some additions to the roster. That includes Zerona and Tuzi. But this roster is pretty formidable. They've shown a level of game that is consistent. They have an idea of how they want to approach the game. And I think in terms of rosters and in terms of players on this team, they have pretty outstanding players in specific roles. And I think overall, this is a solid team. And one more thing I would like to reiterate is the fact that they've had a week to practice, especially with VCT concluding. They've gotten a chance to kind of get inspiration from different strategies and different ideas of how to approach the maps. So I think overall, we should theoretically be seeing a higher level of VALORANT going into today.
I hope so, not just from this team, but all the teams in general, because I want to see all the teams at the peak performance going into playoffs, because of course that's going to be the most important, to be looking at those all-important ascension points. But not just talking about the team, but individuals on the team. Let's talk about Ferbza first, because Ferbza is someone who is at the top of the conversation every single time that we see this team, Ash. This is somebody who's always been able to step up, has been a really, really bright spot, and I mean, has to yet again step up today if we want to see this team be able to stay alive in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I think you look at Ferbza and you consider the match they had not last week because we had the break, but 2 weeks ago up against Blue Otter. Yeah, sad, ended up losing that 1-2. But the only reason, one of the few reasons, it was a really close matchup was just how electric Ferbza was in the server on that day. Of course, a lot of follow-up coming in from the initiation on SAD as well, with Dip and Zorona just always being that secondary presence along his side to set him up for the aggressive duelist playstyle that he likes.
And I think that my favorite part about Ferbza is the fact that he seems to have like no performance loss with any of the duelists that he chooses to play. He's very versatile in the role, especially in this current meta where you have to be able to play so many different agents, right? You have to be able to play the Yoru, and some teams are running into the ISO, the Jet, the Raze, right? He's able to play all of these roles, maintain a pretty high level of gameplay, and his openers have been very strong, 21% almost across the board. That is a very impressive thing. That's what you want from your duelist, and he's that guy for his team.
And then we're going to go from that transition of talking about the duelist, then talking about the Senti on the team, the one person that's supposed to, you know, really be able to hold things together. And Roy, that's going to be us talking about Benji, because yeah, there is an aggressive duelist on the other end. So I'm looking at Benji to be able to hold this down.
Yeah, Benji. I mean, this is the type of player you want on the Sentinel role, right? He's reliable, he's consistent, he'll always get his, and he's a force on the lurk. There's always a fear factor of, oh, this guy's going to open up the other side, off his team is pressure, and now they can pivot back to the other side. He's aggressive, he's pretty confident in the way he approaches the game, and I'm a big fan of Benji.
Yeah, I love the points that you're making there about, you know, especially I think the lurk timings there as well, just really being able to capitalize on all that chaos that Ferbza and the rest of the team are creating for him. We've seen some really cool like aggro deadlock plays coming out from him as well. And it's been really nice just to see how this genuine and like deep chemistry that they've built up on the side of SAD, just due to the core of them previously playing together on Northwood, or still playing together on Northwood with Dip, Ferbza, and Benji, just seeing how that kind of all comes together for the bigger picture.
Yeah, and that's the chemistry that really has to be seen today. But I definitely think that what this team and some of these games that this team's been able to do, I think has been really, really strong. It is, again, when I look through the notes and I'm looking at these losses and I look at everything else, it's like, surely not this team, because I feel like when we've gotten to see SAD Esports play, we've gotten to see a decent level that it seems crazy to talk about elimination. But going up against them today is a team that I also don't think should be up for elimination personally.
I know say the same line.
I know, like, going into this, like, y'all made fun of me for my predictions, but Nightblood Gaming, I've been a fan of them since seeing them here in Stage 3, and I think that they've only gotten better. And even looking back, if I thought things with SAD Esports was close, Nightblood Gaming has had some really, really close series up against some really strong teams here, Ash. Looking back at Shopify Rebellion Black, looking back at M80, this has been close. Like, this is a capable team.
I think that's a really important shout, is that when you look at the matchup history compared to SAD Esports, Nightblood Gaming have by far, I kind of want to say, had the harder matches, and they've been able to take it the distance each time. It hasn't been a clean series by their opponents by any means. They've consistently taken it to that third map. I think we've seen a lot of the experience that Boy brings to this as well, being one of the elder members, one of the most experienced members here too, and the value that he's able to bring on his.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and I feel like that is an under-discussed topic when it comes to this team, right? They have Huynh, they have Boy, two players that have been around at a very high level since pretty much beta of this game, and the fact that they're kind of balancing out the roster with these two sort of young guns between Kess, between Alim, and they're sort of tying it all together in such a nice way to watch. And of course, Fireball, who's been around as well, competing at a pretty high level within the Sentinel role as well, and Duelist. And I think overall they're a very good team. They're very well balanced, and they have a pretty well-founded approach and philosophy to how they want to approach the game.
Talking more one of those, young bloods on the team, wanted to talk about Alim first, because going into this season of Challengers, it has been this constant discussion of these different duelists. And I mean, it has been tough out here with who has been the kind of top duelist. But Roy, looking at Alim, like the impact that he's been able to make in these servers has been instrumental for this team.
Yeah, Alim has really impressed me with his debut duelist, I would say, right? I mean, overall, his stats just on an eye test are very good. He has a very good kill to death ratio. He's got very good damage per round. His opening percents are really good, sitting at 22%. I mean, there's really no downside to Alim. He's overall very good on almost every single duelist. I would say really the only concern for me has been like, how good is his Yoru in comparison to his Neon, which appears to be an insane pick for him, and he seems to make it work very well. But again, we are sort of leaning into this kind of Yoru heavy meta. Oh, my cat alarm. But this Yoru heavy meta, right, where like you need to be able to kind of leverage the Yoru, otherwise it's kind of hard or awkward to run Neon on so many different maps. That has been really the only con I can think of when I think of this player. But outside of that, in terms of mechanics, in terms of just passing the eye test when it comes to clips and just like his pop-off potential, I think Alim has very much impressed me, and I think he's sort of making his name in VCT or VCL, excuse me, as we go along.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool to see this test between him and Verbza as well. You were talking about how Alim's one of these newer players to the scene, getting to get a bit of experience on this roster from some players who are a bit more veteran to competitive Valorant. And then you're looking back towards like a Verbza who has been around for quite a while within the Valorant competitive scene, was one of like the initial like hot up and comers back in the day. So it's gonna be really cool to see them going head to head to today's matchup, and it's a rematch as well between Thad and NBG from stage 3.
Love that. We're getting the history there. So final person to talk about who we did get to see back in that stage 3 for that first time meeting, talking about Kess, initiator for the team, because Kess is someone on the team as well. It's hard when you go through this team, in my opinion, because Boy was also a really good shout out for someone to talk about going into this series. But when we are looking at this impact that Alim has been making, I mean, obviously you have to have a great initiator behind them, Roy. So I'm really looking at what Kess is able to do this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't get me wrong, I think Kess is a very good supportive player, but he's also like a menace in his own way. He's just an annoying initiator to play against. He's constantly abusing the Odin. He's constantly pressuring you with util. He's willing to be the guy that's getting baited for like this level of X factor that you get. I mean, just like guy has clips with Odin as his montage like that. That is crazy.
And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. It's just Odin all day. I remember being here during one of the series where it was just Odin all day, and Ash, people were losing it. But hey, if it's working, it's working it. If it's working, it's working.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? He's mostly going to be playing like that recon character, and he knows how to work the weapon really well. I feel like half the time we're on his point of view, he's just like walking around with that heavy gun in hand. And I'm just looking at him like, man, you kind of pissed me off a little bit. But you gotta respect it at the same time.
Yeah, and I think for me, like the kind of the final talking point for Kess to add on in here as well is the fact that he's had almost no issues integrating the Tejo into his rotation of initiators as well. He's in fact looked very comfortable on the role. His stats have been pretty. I think Tejo might actually be his highest like statistic player or agent, excuse me. And he's been performing very well, especially going into such a heavy Tejo breach meta. It's nice to have a player like Kess on your team who's able to play almost any initiator.
100%. But we got to start talking about the series that's ahead of us for today. Head over to the map picks and bans. And looking at the very first map that we get to see in the series with Nightblood Gaming, I was not surprised. The only time they didn't get to play this was when M80 went and banned it against them. But Alim, Neon here, Roy has just looked so clean. They've looked great here in general. So yeah, checks out.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're 3-1 on the map. They've overall looked, in my opinion, the most balanced in terms of their defense power as well as their offense power. A lot of teams seem to be struggling on their defense for whatever reason on this map. It seems like they're not really quite finding their footing, but this team is not really having that problem. They feel both effective on their attack sides and they're on their defense sides. And of course, LM gets to play his favorited Neon. His stats on that agent have looked very, very good. So it makes complete sense to me.
Yeah, I think what's interesting too is that you look at this map pool and maybe look to try and lean more towards like the NBG side. I think for especially the initial 2 maps, it gets a little bit interesting into the tail end of things when we look at Bind, because on paper you would think, okay, maybe SAD Esports, but they also have a lot of footage on them playing on Bind throughout DCL as well. So it's a little bit of that back and forth where we're seeing these maps that are strong for either side coming through, but also the ability within that last week that we had off to have gone back to some of that VOD review, some of that anti-stratting and that preparation going into today. So something that you'd normally expect either to be comfortable on might come to a surprise.
I mean, I see that map pool, I see the predictions, and I feel better than ever with my prediction for the week, but I am the only one going against the grain of the SAD Esports crew here. I mean, Ash, I think it's going to be a good series either way. I'm not going to lie, but y'all are against me.
I'm sorry. You know, I had to go with my heart on this one. I think with SAD Esports, I've always supported the Northwood players. They were always a fan favorite of mine to watch throughout collegiate, and to see this core of them stick together. And then also with these additions that have looked so good with Tuzi and Zerona filling in those last 2 spots, looking extremely well-rounded. I feel like this is a great litmus test too for SAD heading up against an NBG who has performed really well up against some of the top teams within.
I guess you got some good reasons. That checks out. But what all that matters is what happens in the server today. So let's head on over to the agent select, see what the series is going to be delivering. Of course, Nightblood Gaming, again, Roy, a lot of tape here. So it's going to be on SAD Esports. If there is going to be a change to try and counter that.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest thing that they need to pull out right here is figuring out how to deal with Alim's Neon. He just had so much consistent level of success. I feel like if SAD Esports want a chance on this map, they really just need to figure out a way to just shut down Alim. Don't let him get a lot of value. And of course, Kess, you know, you just pray he's having an off game and he's not really using Odin to piss you off. So besides that, I think overall it should be a pretty close match between these 2 teams. It really didn't feel, I mean, oh, actually, wait, we are seeing a bit of a comp swap here from the side of SAD. They've actually swapped off the Sentinel role. So they swapped from the Vice to the Cypher.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be pretty interesting. I feel like what we saw them struggle with a bit up against Qbert Academy was some of that mid control. And I feel like for SAD, this makes them feel a little bit more flexible, a bit more confident with their flank watch and whatnot, and just being able to manage a couple of those gaps that were open in their previous round.
A little bit of a switch up from SAD Esports. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough going up against the Pearl Demons of Nightblood Gaming. First map of the series. Time to head on over to our caster Marks and Shift to get this elimination match started.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have too many Canadians on this broadcast, I've decided. I'll Shift here with Marks, and yeah, the desk hit it on appropriately. This should be a map that Nightblood Gaming will be thrilled to see. SAD Esports looking to try to rebuild an identity after only playing it once so far in the state.
I mean, yeah, the whole story about like SAD Esports trying to change things up. Let's keep in mind that the only time we've seen them play Pearl in Split 1 so far was up against Qbert Academy, a team that just will run away with anything unless you're going up against the rankers, of course. But Qbert Academy was one of the higher echelon teams. And so coming into this, you know, seeing SAD swap over from the Vise back onto that Cypher pick, especially with how Benji likes to play, to me, feels a little bit more comfortable, feels a little bit more how he would want to play that specific agent. So I'm fairly confident that, you know, this should be a good one.
Yeah, and I won't say that like Benji's like a comfort pick Cypher, but I think in the matches that we have seen out of SAD Esports where they have prevailed, it has been a lot of lockdown agency coming out of Benji on Cypher. Like you saw a lot of that highlight reel that we saw kind of in the beginning of the pre-show. It was a lot of Cypher clips. He's really good at being trusted as kind of an island agent to lock down a site and then be trusted to call for reinforcements if he absolutely needs to. And I think the better part about this is he's going to get that support coming out of Doozy because Asher can play stars whenever and wherever. So there is a lot, I think, of agency when it comes down to Benji trying to play more of a lockdown agent in Cypher than necessarily trying to play more of a reactionary kind of counter initiation in Vice. So it definitely feels like a pick that makes sense. You got to keep in mind, it was like a month ago that they played Qbert Academy. So yeah, there's been a lot of time since we've seen SAD on this map. But the bigger story, and I think the general narrative here, is that for Nightblood Gaming, this map has been very good for them, and it continues to be a staple as we jump on into the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Nightblood Gaming, they've looked always really good on the defense compared to their offense. And already, we're just getting in the middle of it. Ferp's already down.
Yeah, just full on send it through mid. At least one counter trade will come through, but we've got ourselves an early 4v3. SAD Esports already making their way on towards the B side. Quick flank on the way from ALM around the back. That will be revealed by the trapwire, so there will be some knowledge here for SAD Esports setting up their post plant.
And this is interesting because they're all coming down different lanes, whereas SAD are more or less sticking together, so they should be able to win trades.
Oh, really good awareness here from Boy. Bosses the fragment to delay his trade. Full pop flash. He gets 3 off of it. Can't quite connect, though. Able to find one more that was a low HP on Benji. Alem just going to stop on and see if he can just hold for the spike defusal. Dip the next one in the way, and the shot initially lands. It's messy. Both players hanging for now. Haunt will come through. Dip elected to be aware of this, and Kess is just going to stick it. Oh, the balls.
Oh, the monkeys aren't dancing today. That was an exciting pistol round. Usually it's a little bit more just like, all right, let's take our time walking around, and okay, now we can finally go in onto the site. But, you know, SAD just full sending it right in. An immediate brawl happening there, and you can tell that this is going to be a little bit of a fiery match. And of course, too, like, Kess being the one to get the defuse, get the outplay there, after being highlighted on the desk for being so annoying and just so aware on that initiator role. Just an excellent job played by Nightblood Gaming to secure that first round. And now, Alum does have an outlaw. Of course, not going to be super effective because that's all the way onto the B site. Meanwhile, the rest of SAD Esports, they're moving over to this A site, but eyes are on this judge. This could be devastating as SAD Esports, they decide to back out of there.
I like it. I mean, you've got every form of weaponry on the table right now. Like you mentioned, the Outlaw just trusted to watch B long. You hear the Ares starting to spam over towards A short. And if you can funnel everyone into the judge, well, you know what's waiting around the corner when that starts to occur. But there's going to be some action here for Elim. He is going to be in a spot where, well, hit your shot, kid. That's what we're going to say about this one.
Well, here's going to be the first opportunity. Spotting one, but able to get one and back out.
Clean at least for now. That will stall things for a moment. As folks will be sent the direction of Aelin. Trying to find at least some sort of deterrence and just create some space. The knife will reveal. Does not catch Boy, who finds his way in towards the site, though. Ursa, good opportunity connects. A little more possibly on the way, but no. The weaponry is too superior. Boy will come away with 3, and it's all down to Benji in the middle of the map.
And at this point, not going to be able to get too much there. Left. On top of that, too, because SAD are the ones that have to plant the spike, you can't just really hang out and wait for that spike to detonate. But overall, you know, interesting ideas coming out of SAD just on this easy second round here. And of course, it always just comes down to Alim being able to find that first pick with the Outlaw. And it's terrifying, you know, if you're walking down long and you're like, oh no, I can just get shot once and I'm dead. It's a little bit of a hard prospect, especially against the duelist as good as Alum. And Boy cleans that one out. Nice little 4 kills to really, you know, get the momentum going behind Nightblood Gaming.
Yeah, boosting up the ultimate as well. Already has an ult command ready to go, which could be pivotal as we look at the weaponry coming into this one. A formidable bonus here, as we call it, just due to the fact that the Ares, the Judge, the Outlaw still going to be in play. Of course, the traditional rifles will be here in round 3 for the offense, but that ult command really could put a pause to things. I think it's just going to be really curious to see what is Boy going to do in terms of his positioning. You know, he's kind of been the second line of defense, at least for what they've set up to this point. And look, that may be the case again, is they're going to swap around the weapons. This time, the Neon of Alem will have the Judge looking to go quickly. Flash is already out. A follow-up is there.
Oh my
first shots, though, are messy, and SAD will find the first blood.
You at least have to give Nightblood Gaming points for creativity there. Just full send it, and a headshot takes Ferpsa down. Things just got a little bit more tough for SAD Esports, especially with the tip of their spear taken out of play completely. And so you see SAD, they're going to slow things down. Thankfully, they do have Tuzi starting to get a little bit of space over onto B, but this is far from an ideal scenario for their squad. They were really counting on applying additional pressure since they were able to get Alum basically for free, but now you can tell that they're recounting it and they're going to be backing off after sending a little bit of a fake owl drone just to try and make it seem like they're going on to A.
Now that does pull Boy back. That's actually pretty key here because Fireball, playing the solo defender on B, only has really his utility to play with because it's just a sheriff in his back pocket. And I think that little jumping peak will reveal that there is a hit on the way over towards B. Boy quickly trying to make his way back over. That null command going to be the biggest defensive threat as SAD try to get their way on towards site. And there it is, immediately pop. That's going to get Boy into sight. Zerona, though, able to get the shutdown, plus one more with the help of NG, and that will lead to a plant.
And on top of that, too, they're just going to wait this one out. They know that boy cannot be resurrected very easily. Kess up top does have that LMG, but Benji drops him immediately.
Last player standing.
Just down to win. Could still pack a bit of a punch here with the Outlaw, but you see the spy cam already on the corner for Benji. That will be the first defender here. Star just gets popped just to make life a little bit extra difficult for Win. And likely there will be not much of a climactic finish here. Ending, of course, how this exit starts to unfold. First shot, not quite there. Second one lands, but Tuzi, Zerona combined for the team shot, and Sad get on the board.
And honestly, good weaponry able to be taken away from that. Besides the fact that Ferbsa died super early on in that round, the rest of SAD Esports, they're able to survive and keep their weapons into this next one. And this is going to be the round where we get to see the two Rams bash their horns into one another. But I'm super curious to see how this matchup between these two duelists is going to unfold. One obviously onto the Jet, a little bit more of a classic Pearl style, whereas the other one on a Neon, which, well, if you've watched VCT, you know Neon is definitely still viable here, despite all of these nerfs that have happened, and they're going to be butting heads yet again.
Yeah, flash and dashes for both, and Ferbsa, the one that's initially found the trade, is immediately secured, though. Boy still playing on the corner. Pop flash coming out, but Zerona not quite able to follow up fully onto that. But still, Pinstripe goes to the kill feed, and we've got ourselves an early 3v3.
And this is something that I always like seeing SAD Esports do. They're extremely effective when it comes to those moments of teamwork. Obviously, just making sure they get their trades here. But if you watch a little bit closely, the way that they use their utility and coordinate off of one each other has been fantastic every single series.
Yeah.
Of course, now they are going to be moving in onto A, but Nightblood Gaming are setting themselves up to potentially defend this site while their Killjoy is starting to get on that flank.
That's going to opt to try to play the defense forward here. Had two Prowlers in the back pocket, but that's enough information for Dip to immediately pull the Hunter's Fury for the elimination. Win, trying to find timing on this post plant. And we'll find the first. Has good fire up. Follow up here for Fireball if they can get there, and no, just not there in time. Tuzi catches Win off guard. But quickly, trades through connector here at A-Link. Leads us to a 1v1. Star down, Tuzi. Down to 78 HP. Fireball's position 1,000,000% already known. Tuzi trying to slip right back underneath it. Goes into the astral form, pops a star down, and finds the angle for 4 in the round. Dad stringing them together.
A bit of a game of cat and mouse on that A side in that post plant there, but SAD are able to walk away with that one. Ooh, we're getting a nice little new overlay here as we get to see a little bit of experimentation at play. But no, fantastic round coming in from SAD. Once again, things are completely swinging back over. You can take a look at the weaponry of Nightblood Gaming. I'm very curious to see whether or not we're going to continuously just see those duelists immediately trade right off the bat. But once again, that isn't the worst case scenario for SAD, because I genuinely think that their core is extremely good at playing off each other.
Oh, what a shot from Alim! About to say, oh, okay, I was about to say, if he gets away with that, that would be unbelievable. But a little bit of blind fire through the fast lane does connect for Ferbsa. So again, both duelists finding each other early in the round, and we've got our 4v4, although orbs have been collected. Null Command and the Divide ready here for SAD Esports.
And keep in mind, too, they still have they still have another initiator alive, just because they did go for that double initiator comp. So thanks to Zerona, especially too with that Null Command, they should still have a pretty easy time engaging. I'm worried about this Bucky, though. Not necessarily a judge, but it still packs a punch, especially that close around corners.
Well, looks like the offensive SAD Esports will take a moment of pause, waiting for the rest of the team to join. Win, sticking into their Nebula. There's the Null Command. Win has to stick his ground, finds one, but that's going to be recoverable for the spike, plus also the revive onto Zerona. A couple of stray shots from Nightblood trying to connect. Don't fully land. Fireball over the corner. Has a decent look at Ferbsa, but can't lock down the shot. Then the follow-up elimination is also there as Tuzi provides it. So, again, relatively expensive. You get the Null Command pulled, but still it's a round win for SAD Esports.
And a round win is more than you can really ask for. I mean, the fact, too, that Zerona was the first person to walk into the smoke is just a little bit extra awareness, as you can tell, because, yeah, Null Command, we can just pick him right back afterwards. And so that way you can scout out whether or not there is the potential of, a shotgun around the corner. And the follow-up for SAD, just to jump on it immediately, it always looks so darn good. We're now seeing Nightblood Gaming maybe feeling the pressure, surmounted just a bit after 3 rounds in a row from SAD Esports. And so they're going to be calling their tactical timeout here, hopefully figuring out what they can do because, you know, they do have 2 of their ultimates online. And, well, Alem does have that overdrive online. And so especially comboed with that op, there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, I think the conversation here for Nightblood is, do we still want to throw as much investment into these first 5-second battles as we have in the last 3 rounds? Like, again, granted, you were on a bonus for one of them, and then you had a save round the last round, but the contact has still been very fast and very furious, and there's been a very high-level priority for both these 2 teams, spending flashes to try to get their duelists in early. Again, great opening shot there from Alem. Immediately, though, just threw smoke on both sides. And then you called this perfectly. Yeah, good heads-up play there from SAD, kind of covering their bases, making sure that the player that can be revived goes in first. So, good stuff, I think, for both sides. And, yeah, this has got to be a conversation for Nightblood of, do we want to keep doing this, or do we want to try to play for a little bit safer contact and then try to burst for maybe a contest to the spike plant rather than trying to hold on to these long angles early? And, well, it's going to be forced as the Cosmic Divide goes up, and here comes SAD Esports.
Very fast, very furious. Shorty out, and overdrive popped as well. Firps engaging.
All right through it. Oh, hi, how are you? 3 for 1, the exchange here over the top of the B point. Susie still hanging, Prowlers in. And yep, this is going to be an easy collection of weapons here as Alem will get a Vandal in hand. Now, an opportunity for Benji to possibly isolate a 1v1 in the middle of the map. The problem is Susie's about to get completely overwhelmed. Or is he? He could back out of this if he wants to, but the Cosmic Divide falls, and that's enough for Alem to find the trade.
And now Benji just going to be backing out here. I don't think that this round is necessarily going to be salvageable, but at least playing on the other side of the trip, maybe looking for an additional kill could be pretty good. And at this point, too, like they highlighted it on the desk, Benji, extremely good on that flank. Applies so much pressure, just takes so many people out, really keeps your opponent guessing, and right now is being pretty much foiled thanks to Fireball Ops. That Killjoy utility is doing a great job at just giving the heads up to Nightblood Gaming about where Benji might be, and it's denying so much space because, you know, if Benji just decides to walk in and an alarm bot goes off, then immediately all of that flanking potential that we know him to be good for just vanishes in a second.
Yeah, really good point. And you can kind of see, again, all the mollies down. It gives Alem just enough of an opportunity to stay alive with that shorty in hand behind the Cosmic Divide. And honestly speaking, this defense has been very formidable around this B point. Knives out quickly, though, for Verbza. Looking for some tempo through mid. Flash. That was actually friendly fire that came through right there. Didn't quite get around the corner. And keep in mind, there is a little bit of Killjoy utility here defensively if they decide to push down in towards Art.
And notably, too, ever since we've seen Alem pick up that operator, we're no longer seeing that, for lack of better terms, seeing the Neon just run down mid and immediately lose their life. It's a lot more cautious now, which is working out for Nightblood.
Almost a second opportunity, but dashing back right into the teeth of the Killjoy utility. It's enough for Fireball to get the trade. So that's a shutdown. Oh, caught with the flash out. Trades are decent here for SAD Esports, enough for the neural threat to be called. And you're going to know that Alem is playing around this long flank now. Still has just the operator Fireball, nearly able to find one. And you got to think this is going to be some sort of a lockdown retake 2v3.
Rayer's still in hand as well. And okay, now you hold on to that ultimate there. Excellent job from SAD just to keep on applying pressure there. And well, yeah, they walk away with that round winner, able to hold on to 3 of their Vandals into this next one. Ferbs obviously used the knives, found a pretty instrumental kill, but still, Nightblood Gaming, like you said, are doing a really good job on this defense. I've been keeping an eye on where they're spreading out around the map, and we've seen 3 different variations already of where they're setting up their agents, dependent on whether or not they've got that sniper rifle available, whether or not they've got certain pieces of utility or ultimates available. So you can tell there's been a lot of thought invested into this, and now Kess, only one with a Vandal in hand.
Kess is actually going to go on a little bit of a hero mission. I think Benji may have just seen the top of one of the defenders head through mid. That'll be enough for Fireball to actually back off of this. The defense was heavy stacked for a mid or A play. Nothing there. Good patience here from SAD Esports, taking their time.
At the same time, though, Nightblood Gaming, they gave up so much space onto this map. And so it's so weird when they have to re-clear it as the engagement kind of goes underway, but already you see a little bit of backing off.
Yeah.
Already, Alem not even able to get back onto that C-long watch just in case.
And Zerona just making sure that this weapon is not collectible. Fireball will still be able to pick up one of them. Contact through mid. That'll work out for one, but Fireball right in position. Denies the recon. And now it's just down to how much more do you want to force it? He wants it all. It only gets a little bit of dip. So just down to win. 1v2, but I would say clutchable. All it takes is 2 shots.
Yeah, on top of that too, if there's just 2 headshots, should be able to rescue a rifle along the ground. Is definitely looking for that opportunity. Does have it, just misses a little bit of timing. And sad, they're going to have more than enough time to get themselves ready for this crossfire. I just hope that they don't give themselves up to these weird 1v1 angles.
Well, Doozy, the healthiest one, very well maybe the first point of contact here. This could determine possibly the round.
Taking that back.
Nebula just for a quick moment to get into the site. Now here's the contact on the corner. Nope, does not check the corner correctly. Zerona will find the elimination, and it'll be a 5-3 tally for SAD Esports. It's been a heck of an offense for him.
Yeah, SAD are looking pretty good so far. And obviously, like, when we take a look at the kills, it's so even between the SAD Esports squad. We're used to seeing Ferbsa be like, oh my goodness, there goes Ferbsa, 30 kills in the lobby, that's crazy, here comes the Ferb. But this time around, like, Nightblood Gaming are doing an excellent job at keeping Ferbsa in check very early on in these rounds, and it's up to the rest of the team to really carry things through. And once again, I highlighted it rounds ago, but they're doing an excellent job off of playing off each other. Those fundamentals feel so well rehearsed, and so it's forcing Nightblood Gaming, even though they've got a good pulse on the map, to play in these uncomfortable situations because SAD are bringing that level of coordination through.
Oh, here we go. A little contact. Alim just going little by little on the corner. Tosses out the relay bolt. That's enough for Tuesday to give away the angle. So again, another advanced angle being held early by Alim. Prowler just to ensure that there's an opportunity to stay here. This will allow the defense to kind of stack their cards over towards B, but don't really get away on this because SAD Esports are looking to retake this position at A main.
And keep in mind too, Nightblood Gaming, they've got 3 ultimates in their pocket. And so I imagine SAD Esports as well are trying to play tactical, making sure that dip stays alive because that Hunter's Fury could disable one of them, but as soon as they say that, dip goes down.
Yep, and this is the run and gun neon playstyle that's been plaguing us for the last calendar year. Get a kill, run out of there. No command immediately popped out. This will suppress the entirety of the defense around the A site, but with all this pre-fire coming through, SAD Esports are going to hit the brakes. So nothing really develops off of the null command. Follow-up knife will give them the information that they need, and now SAD Esports are going to commit to this. And I just don't know if they had the vacancy to actually take this ground. Doozy's able to get one and get into sight, but Benji's really not a part of the play yet. Finally starts to join up, and Doozy may have saved the day. Nightfall comes through, and we got ourselves a 3v2 situation. We're able to find one more, and it's all down to Doozy.
Oh, such a hard play. Try and win that one back. I was going to say, the entire time, Kess was just hanging out at the back of the site, waiting to let the Nightfall go, playing so safe in the back lines, just simply because it was like, okay, well, this should be a winnable scenario for our defense. We can hold on to these ultimates, and everything's going to be great. And then Tuesday just decides to find a couple of kills on the side. It's like, okay, we're sweating a little bit. Let's just let the Nightfall rip, and then the rest of Nightblood Gaming can come and clean up the rest. Finally, the digression from Alim is looking perfect. They're able to get the kill, get out nice and easy, able to escape thanks to the neon tech, and then the rest of the round just plays out how Nightblood Gaming would want. They're even able to get a couple of ultimates out of SAD Esports' pocket.
They still have Hunter's Fury to SAD Esports. Aldrin has already revealed Fireball. Orb collected behind this play. No, it did not go to Tuesday, so no Cosmic Divide here. Kind of walking it up B-long at the pillar, kind of stuck behind this Nebula at the moment. Are SAD Esports, but with Doozy joining the party, looks like they're going to commit to this.
Yeah, the knife comes out, should spot out Fireball Ops, and now they know they can engage, but as soon as they say that, Nano Swarm's activate.
Behind this, though, it is kind of dicing and shredding up this defense, but they lose track of Fireball. The first defender is the one that finds almost everything. Boy, at the null command has been felled, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough of an opportunity to get a full follow-up here as you've got a long flank developing from Gwen, and Cass is just trying to hold their life up top towards tower.
Oh man, everyone is scattered all throughout the map. We're about to see a death match underway here. Who's gonna look first? Looks like it's gonna be Hyun first. Dip goes down, but now Benji in this 1v1 scenario up against Hyun. The spike's still on site, 30 seconds left. Shift.
And Lynn knows that the spike is down here. Trying to take the angle, and oh gosh. How many eliminations have we seen because someone's tossing utility right as contact comes through? It feels like that was at least the 18th. So 5-5 to count through 10. And we're going to get a really interesting kind of economical situation here for SAD. It looks like based off the early purchases, they're going to look to save.
That is so hard, but once again, at the same time, you can tell that Nightblood Gaming have done their homework there. Immediately when they get down to this weird 2v2 scenario, they're already checking for Benji on the flank. They know that they can't let Benji walk away with it, and sure, immediately falls down in the middle of that gunfight because Benji wins those, but still gives the information and makes sure that it still is possible. So excellent just read from Nightblood Gaming is enough to carry them across the ground. And now, not really good weaponry in the hands of SAD Esports. Immediately Kess finds them. No LMG needed this time.
This is one of those Wayne Gretzky, you miss all the shots you don't take type situations. May as well spam the smoke. Never know what you're going to come away with at the easy first blood. Benji would have to do something Reddit-worthy right here. Had an opportunity at it. Salem not to, whoa, was it not just going to let him get away, but still finds one. Not the worst news in the world as we go 3v4.
Okay, and like you said, not the worst scenario. They're at least able to find one. I don't necessarily think that that rifle is going to be an easy one to get. They're at least going to have to check all of their corners, but it looks like this A site might be where they can move in. Ferpsid no longer does have that dash, but 2 more kills, just 2 people on site. It'll be back, and suddenly that duelist can fly.
Yeah, that's good information right there, honestly, from Ferpsid, knowing someone's playing in a hit, but Win doesn't care. You know where I'm at. Still going to take this battle at my own turn. Nice opening shot there from Tuzi, and that's 2 for Tuzi. That's going to be fun to say all day long. And we've got ourselves a 1v2 situation, post-plant scenario with a weapon. Definitely doable here. It's going to be desperate with just 54 HP, but definitely doable.
Also, 2 Cosmic Divide online. I don't think that this is the round that you pop it. 4 bullets left in the gun.
That's also a bit menacing. Fireball just going on the outside of the smoke. Knife will reveal that, yep, he's on site somewhere. Can't be far, and boy, will find the easy peasy one. So there's an edge back to Nightblood Gaming after what was a very solid start to this half for SAD Esports. We're to get a very critical round 12 coming up.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this is going to be the last round in the half, so SAD should be able to buy up all the weaponry that they need into this one. But if we just take a look at the ultimate economy, this is so heavily favoring Nightblood Gaming. Keeping in mind, too, that Kess just needs 2 more ultimate orbs to be able to get Nightfall back online. But Fireball Ops, with the lockdown, we haven't even seen that lockdown get utilized, and this could be the round that it finally comes out there. That is such an extremely powerful tool, especially too, given the fact that SAD don't necessarily have anything to deal with it right away.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Shift, like, this is what we were expecting in this matchup here. Both of these teams very clearly in the middle seed. One of them has to be eliminated, both of them fighting for their lives, and already you can tell that they're just going blow for blow.
Yeah, it's really, there's no caution here for either of these 2 teams. This is trying to assert some alpha dominance, I feel like, because both teams really start this entire half off the first 5 rounds, flash and dashing at each other. And then eventually get a moment of pause, a little bit of calculation coming from Nightblood, and that has really worked out nicely for them. But you're right. I think that you're looking at this round, this time out, called by SAD Esports. If you're Nightblood, you know you have a divide, you know you have a lockdown. You should be trying, I think, to lean towards playing retake here, especially considering that you do have the ability to hit an overdrive through Tuzi's Cosmic Divide on the other side if you need it. So, yeah, it definitely feels like a round that you could just be playing a little bit more passive. And that may be the case here with a heavier stack in through mid, maybe a little bit of a double check initially here for Nightblood, and then they'll kind of back into sight.
Yeah, already a lot of pressure being applied through mid from both of these teams. We might see a brawl in mid.
Oh, overdrive already be called. Relay Bowl does get around the corner, but really good cage placement. Benji just triggers it at the exact right moment because, wow, they were in trouble. Neural Theft will be earned off of that, and now all the information goes to SAD Esports on this attack.
Still, they decide to move in onto this B. Cosmic Divide going to be activated, and so a lockdown comes out retaliatorily. But I think SAD Esports want to challenge this.
Just don't know if they can get up to the high ground to deal with it, though, is the issue. Yeah, they're going to back up all the way towards Pillar. You're going to have Benji still holding in through mid, and Dip has an angle. Oh, Cass just gets caught peeking. Follow-up from Fireball. Again, it's been really good on this island. Defensive Cosmic Divide going to be called. Big moment here for Benji on the timing of this pinch. Rips him from behind. And now it's just down to Win. 1v3 rotating from the middle of the map.
And at that point, it might have been just a little bit of hubris coming out from Nightblood Gaming being like, yes, we do have all these ultimates. We're going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. And then just not being able to play well off them. Win able to at least find one, making this winnable.
Problem is he's got no information on the last 2 members. Uzi still playing with stars. Quinn going to do the exact same thing. Can he find a way to get into the site? There's the opportunity. Burbza has not seen him yet, but is watching the perfect angle. How about a tied game? 6-6 through the first half. Both these two teams fighting for their lives.
Oh, and fight for their lives they will. And so it is really interesting now that we're going to be seeing Nightblood Gaming on the attack and SAD Esports on their defense, because talking about that historical match where SAD went up against Hubert on this specific map, Hubert just ran over their defense. Like, they just ran over their defense. But at the same time, that is Hubert Academy, which is known to be very strongly attacking favored. Going up against Nightblood, well, on this map, Nightblood Gaming traditionally have played better defensive halves. And so their offense leaves a little bit, well, wanting, for lack of better terms. And now that they're going up against the SAD defense, I think we're finally going to be able to see what SAD are capable of, and whether or not this Nightblood Gaming attack has been refined a bit more from previous matches.
And I think on top of that, this is the reason that you put Benji on towards a more traditional Sentinel for him instead of trying to play the Vice. Prowler out. Benji's going to the corner. He has to try to go to the classic. The right click's not going to land. Follow-up from Nightblood. Not able to find the response, but they get a little bit stuck up here. Balaam able to kind of break ankles. That's Neon Tech for you, friends. If you don't know, now you know. And apparently, Burbza knows, as he will catch the right click from Boy. Last one left is Dip. Nice headshot. Follow-up, though not as clean as Boy hops off from the initial spike attempt and finds the final shot.
Man, these pistol rounds have been like a cage match between these two teams. Like, between just like swapping weapons, right clicks going crazy, Neon sliding around, Jets dashing across the map. It's kind of unbelievable. But once again, it just shows the ferocity coming out from both these rosters. And so it's been such a fun, well, pistols rounds to watch between these two squads. And now Alim is going to be bringing in a Phantom onto this next one. And I'm wondering whether or not we're going to be seeing that very gung-ho Neon style, because that could put that weapon at jeopardy. Oh, yeah. And you don't want to give that over to SAD Esports.
Well, initially, they will get Quinn on the angle over towards A-Main. Counteracted by SAD, just pushing with pure force of numbers. And Quinn has found his battleground. This is his Alamo, and you never forget the Alamo. Susie, another double for them. That's not bad. The problem is these weapons are a little bit too far deep for him to be able to concern himself with, and Benji's also still playing an island with the classic. So still enough firepower here for Nightblood Gaming to get 3 rifles.
And once again, this is that classic thing where, well, you know, if SAD Esports are at least able to find one more kill, then Nightblood Gaming, their economy is not going to be great. You know, all of that type of stuff. But I think that this is still a very winnable scenario if SAD are able to find a timing onto Fireball Ops here, especially too as they seems like they will be going around on this very deep flank.
Yeah, they want these weapons, and the timing will work out for them to gain them, but they're going to have to be playing retake from the offensive side of the map, and there is an alarm bot in their way. Knife that gets tossed, obviously not revealing anything. Here comes the critical moment. The alarm bot in the way, and Fireball, and now the flash for Boy will take this challenge. Susie able to find himself the areas for his 3rd elimination, making this upcoming bonus pretty limited, but still, it is a bonus at all things told.
Yes, it is. And, well, once again, now the economy not looking great for Nightblood Gaming. They're going to try and scrape together something here, but I'm more interested on the other side right now. Tuzi has been really lighting up the kill feed, currently sitting at 17 kills, and you might be like, wow, Tuzi has been really popping off. But at the same time, Tuzi feels like they're a part of like the SAD mob that just completely rotates out, swings together, and it just happens to be that Tuzi is the one who is able to find those kills. Honestly, that core of SAD members just moving together has been an extremely effective tool at mitigating a lot of the stuff that Nightblood Gaming want to do.
A really deep prowler, but it doesn't clear the corner on A-Link, so now you've got the vacuum pull in over towards B. Fast lane is up. Dude's just got to find his battleground once again. Benji working with him, though. No utility, though, for Benji. Everything is placed a little bit closer towards Pillar. That's a brilliant first blood. Plus the reveal on one more. Tuzi's not done. Woo, my goodness. Benji's still working with them. Can't quite lock down the final shots onto Win, but a very deadly defense as Win is just down to essentially a bullet worth of health, and Zerona will take care of business. Getting SAD Esports back on the board. 8-7 will go.
I mean, that round was just gifted to Sad Esports because of Benji and Tuzi just anchoring that B site. I have to comment on just the awareness, too, that we're seeing from those two players because they see the flood in coming more from that middle side. Okay, yeah, we're hanging out inside of the smoke. Benji's just like, you know, let me just check long because maybe they're going to put their flanker over there and just has the timing on Fireball Ops, who could have been the linchpin in just completely running over the site. And then, of course, between Tuzi and Benji, they're able to line up the rest of the kills as soon as that smoke drops. And it just works out excellently for these two, making sure that it's such a winnable scenario for the rest of their team.
Clean stuff, but again, that was in the face of a bonus. Now we get to our full rifle round. And quick action as the Prowler gets to work clearing out B pillar. The defense of Tuzi, though, playing behind the Cypher utility with still an opportunity to trigger a star if they so choose to. And this is just a dissection of the B site that will really stop Nightblood from being able to scale deep in towards that back alleyway.
And it's ever so patient now. You can see Nightblood Gaming are just kind of dumping a couple of their bullets, a couple of their dollars in onto this B site, but are just trying to make it seem like they might be faking. Sad Esports, meanwhile, they're exploring a little bit outside of A, just using Ferpson to check consistently, and so that gives them a better idea that it is going to be this B-side hit.
Well, there's the star placements over towards mid. Wrath will be popped. Null command also being spent. Tuzi still getting the reveal and still connecting off of it. Tuzi's having himself a day. Follow up good as Zerona will clear out the rest of the site when lurking at mid. Catches 1v1. And everything from here will just go down to, well, just the 1v2 as Boy will... That's good. KO just appreciating KO tech right there, saying, you're not good enough, brother. You just stayed right there.
On top of that, too, given the fact that Sad have control of the spike, this makes it so much more difficult for a win.
Forever a player, though. You look to the veteran viewpoint. The problem is the clock is also an opponent, and the initial shot for Ferbsa eventually do land right onto the noggin. So a pivotal round right there for Sad Esports, getting themselves to not just the tie, but also forcing some economical concern here for Nightblood.
Yeah, I really have to say I'm loving the way that Benji is playing this Cypher right now on Pearl. I think it's so... Like, obviously, Cypher trips, they're global, that's fantastic, but you just, like, look at how some of these traps are set up, not even for Benji themselves, it's for the rest of the squad here. And so that Cypher can go elsewhere and support elsewhere with the cyber cages, whereas the trips and stuff like that are just going to be helpful for a completely different site. And honestly, they were capitalized on so brilliantly. Alum just wants to play the game, not going to happen according to Benji.
Yeah, maybe next round. Gaza Divide trying to be the vehicle for this flood. Ooh. And just gets his one and gets out of it. Oh, and also denies the Killjoy utility. Prowler does land, though. Doesn't make a difference because Tuzi is challing everything. 11 HP, a little double peek through the Cosmic Divide. Sure, the spike goes down, but it's going to be a flawless round for Sad Esports.
Tuzi. That was so bold to just, I've got 11 HP. Let me just go exploring. Walks out and finds all of Nightblood Gaming looking the other way. Just a little bit too focused on a different part of the site and gets 2 kills basically for free. And now that Cosmic Divide is still online for Tuzi. We're seeing a lot more ultimates starting to come online for Sad Esports. Well, Nightblood Gaming, they call another time out here. Or sorry, they call their first time out here because things are honestly really not going their way thus far. Sure, they get those first 2 rounds, but Sad's defense has been unbreakable on that B site.
It's been a problem, and for Nightblood, we really haven't seen any executes over towards A, and I'm wondering what the concern is. I think especially considering the fact that you've got a Neon that can essentially break down the entirety of the site. I understand, I mean, kind of going back to early days on this map when Neon was not fully as meta as she is now. You saw a lot of Neon on this map because you just throw the fast line, you get deep into halls, and you scale to a point where the defense has to try to retake from tower. But the fact of the matter is, you called it perfectly, Benji has not allowed anybody to get to back halls. So you're really dealing with kind of just a counteraction from one agent. And I think if you're Nightblood, you have to try something at A. And maybe they're listening to us because off the rip, there are all 5 members stacked up to the A barrier.
Yeah, the big like counter that's coming out right now is just the Cypher utility really keeping the Neon in check. And you know that Ilum is starting to feel that a little bit. There's a little bit more fear of just going in because consistently getting caught in trips and just getting sprayed down, it feels so bad, man.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, we're seeing the pressure be applied outside of this A. Immediately, Nightblood Gaming, they rotate themselves around. They want to pressure through Art instead. And the Dip just on the other side of here does get caught by the knife, but still hidden by the smoke.
Yeah, he's Dip is sitting here like, I want it. One of those games of chicken, like, I want it. I want you to see it. Not kept though. Burbs up, still holding deep over towards A main. A little bit of a convoy for the defense, making its way back over towards mid, and well, Burbs gets caught. That puts a lot of stress here onto SAD Esports defensively, but whoa, what in the heavens is that from Alim? Just throwing himself out like a decoy. And it works out perfectly for Nightblood Gaming, who now have themselves a 5v2.
That is so tough, but it's just such a smart play coming in between Boy and Alim to make sure that they secure that kill. Dip now caught in between a rock and a hard place, gets sprayed down, and suddenly it's all up to Benji. It feels like just off of that single timeout, they realized how difficult this B site is going to be. And quite frankly, I'm wondering whether or not after this round, SAD Esports, they decide to change where Benji is going to be setting up that material because, you know, you place the trips on the other side, can't do much if they go elsewhere.
And that's the thing, though, is like, I think at a certain point, like, I know what you're saying, like, because Benji's been so effective, but at the same rate, like, you can't linchpin your whole defensive success off of, do they go to where Benji is? Like, I think you have to continue to sit there and say, Benji's winning B, so the rest of us have to step up our stuff and stop plays like this from happening at mid. To be fair, that's just weird. I mean, Alim is rubber banding all over the place. Like, little wiggle, little wag, little slip, little slide. Are we playing Valorant or are we showing our Omni movement? Hard to say. We've got full guns now coming, though, into round number 19. Another pivotal one here for both squads. Flashes out. Alim overdrive. Going to take advantage for a first. Relay bolt behind it. Wants more, but Dip says not so fast. 2 kills for Dip. Changes the tide.
Yeah, just like that, like you can see Nightblood Gaming, they almost get neutered walking into that A site. They're so fearful now. And once again, this is another opportunity for that Cypher to really showcase its utility. Can you tell that I was a Cypher player? You can see that that B site is all set up and they can watch that one. And so they can put the pressure here onto this A site. They know they have the numbers advantage and they know that they should be able to win this out, but Wins opens up on Dip.
Benji, next one up for contact. Rona in the corner. Again, catching perfect timing on the boy. Trying to throw some utility. Win responds. Looking for one more over towards the backside at Flowers, but denied. Now it's just down to Fireball. He wants to play through Secret. It's bold. It's juicy. And it may work out. It's down to the timing on the peak. One dink is all Tuesday needs to take the follow-up fight. And SAD Esports break the tie. Goes up by 1.
And it's the dynamic duo, Tuesday and Benji, able to win that one out. But once again, just a good understanding of what to do. And you can see the protocols at play coming in from SAD Esports. Right off the rip, they lose Ferbsa, which is really annoying because, I mean, Ferbsa did have that big old sniper rifle in hand, but just anchoring things onto the back of the site, playing so smart, letting them flood in and just taking those one-off opportunities, peeking around those corners. It's very, like, hesitant, but at the same time effective without giving away too much to Nightblood Gaming. Of course, now they're going back onto B, at least pressuring down onto this B site. And so I'm curious to see whether or not they've got another solution to root out this Cypher.
Yeah, that Prowler doesn't even make contact with that first tripwire, though. That's
You should run.
Burbsa also dealing with some pressure over toward A main. Lockdown will be placed. Will there be a commitment behind this? Spike is not antsy to get forward as of yet. Cosmic Divide also going to support the offense, and Benji cannot do much. Does trap out one, but again, just doesn't make a difference. Kess will get the plant.
Okay, Hunter Fury coming out.
Wow, are you kidding?
Oh, now
Plant
Kess.
gets denied.
Yeah, we'll be able to get this, but Hwin on the back line. This one is going to be interesting because Rona has no idea. Ferbsa as well. This could be big.
Oh, look at this. Ferbsa's tracking backward. Like Seal Team 6, clearing hallways. Doesn't make a difference, though. Hwin still comes available for 2. Defensive Cosmic Divide is going to be spent here. Bold, to say the least. This is a crossfire right on both sides of tower. And Alim finally gets activated. Cass will find the final after the plant. And another bounce back round here as Nightblood Gaming keep us locked in at 10.
Yeah, that was a good round. I mean, of course, using the Cosmic Divide so that when they go into the kill trips, it's going to be all good, homie. Yeah, that's going to make sure that a lot of that utility gets absolutely zero value. And you might wonder, well, why was it such a heavy investment coming in from Nightblood Gaming here? And simply put, they needed to win that round to just punish the economy yet again of SAD Esports. On this next buy, SAD Esports are going to be down to that eco buy here. On top of that too, they were able to pull out some of those ultimates from SAD Esports pockets. Nightblood Gaming really were just thinking about the long game on that round, and now they're ready to cash in.
I like this early Prowler, keep Star over towards B-Link. We'll have defense pretty antsy about what's through mid, and the problem is it is just Sheriff. Trap wire gets deleted. That's going to alert Benji that he needs to keep that in a swivel. The problem is Alim has taken that head right off his shoulders. Dip looking for a shoulder peek. Not going to find what he wants. And now middle of the map completely compromised.
And it's so tough because I was just about to say Alim just holding things down. So SAD can't even begin to pressure it. And Dip is just on an island. No information at all on where they might be coming.
Yep. So this may be the last bastion of this defense at Esports as they're trying to re-clear out mid, not aware that Spike has made his way over towards A. You also got to keep in mind that there's a turret that is going to be deactivated on this pinch. So Wynn does have to kind of hold this position. Maybe an opportunity to 2v1 him, depending on the timing of the peak. And yeah, nice shot from Doozy. That'll be a weapon to work with.
Doozy, man. It's actually just been on fire this match.
Choosy says, you can have that rifle. I'm hidden head. But bullied out through secret. Dip will drop in. This post plant now is very deep along the backside of the site. You also have to clear out a main. Little to say if you can't take by the candor of my voice. The hope around this retake has gone pretty much out the window, but Alim is looking for an ace. Fireball, you are such a party pooper. Not quite a flawless round, but a big one for Nightblood, getting closer to 13.
It's always the Sentinel that grabs the last one away. And on top of that too, like, you know, we've been seeing a very subdued performance from both these duelists, and now starting to see Alim start to really heat things up a little bit more. No longer as afraid of Benji's utility as much. We're really starting to see some of this Neon play really come to fruition, and it's looking fantastic. It's distracting. They're hitting shots, not just kind of running in. You can tell that Nightblood Gaming are doing a lot more to support and play off of the Neon rather than just kind of running it down and just going for a cool little slide, but immediately getting punished from the members of SAD Esports. And so now SAD Esports, they're going to take a timeout because this is very quickly slipping away from them. As a reminder, this was Nightblood Gaming's map pick.
Yep. And again, just to kind of point the picture, what happens? You've got a timeout for Nightblood. They say, we got to find a way to hit A. And now all of a sudden, A is working. So on the flip side, SAD Esports need to figure out if they want to try to move around Benji, going into what is essentially the game here in this next round, is they're going to have full purchase. And then if they lose it, they will be on force buy. Or do you just trust that you can maybe get some sort of regression through A main? Like, I feel like they haven't shown that on this defensive side as much as they did from the attacking half, which is, I won't say like weird, but it is maybe just a little bit odd that they haven't really tried it simply due to how much they showed from the offensive side through A main. This time it's going to be an early knife double star placement. The knife doesn't reveal anything, so maybe an opportunity for Doozy to get a little bold behind these stars, but not going to happen. Instead, it's going to be a stack up where Benji's going to have some support from Perbs' knives, but nope, just kidding. Fireball finds the first blood once again.
Most importantly, that gives the information away of where that jet is going to be positioned, so they know that things might be a little bit more different. The trap wire gets triggered, is going to be able to get reactivated because nobody's going to be there to shoot it out. So at least they're able to stop the floodgates on this B site for a second. Nightblood Gaming, though, they're all amped up and they are ready to flood.
Yeah, Dip needs to be very cautious about the timing of his information, or just don't send it. Just go ahead and hit the heads. I'll drone to follow up. Is there a commitment here? Yes, there is. Now Benji looking primed and ready to take the battle. Follow up from the recon dart. Nope, it's going to be a shock dart instead. That will chip out Win. Oh, and Fireball is going to be revealed. And Nightblood are just full sending it still. A surprise to say the least. But the reveals continue to come through. Dip still finding damage, but can't convert on a kill. And Boy's going to have a chance to plant.
Now the flood from the defenders is coming in through. Keep in mind, this is a 4v3 scenario.
Indeed it is. Moments that like this, though, make it that much more punishing. Taking out the defense deeper over behind tower. Dip has been a hero so far in this round. He's found a ton of damage. And now it's going to have to just be the raw vanilla gun skill because the null command has been spent. Little pop flash from Boy actually kind of screws his teammate for a moment, and Dip will work his way out, find the final kills with Doozy, and Sad Esports somehow get that retake. What in the hell was that flashbang?
That was questionable at best. I think a little bit of miscoordination, a little bit of miscalling. And unfortunately, it breaks bad for Nightblood Gaming. Sad Esports, they get that round. And I'm not going to lie, Shift, when I was watching that round, I almost felt frustrated for Nightblood Gaming. They get this kill on the Furbza. Should be so easy to move in, but so much utility gets expended just to make it so annoying to move in onto the B site. And on top of that, too, Dip gets a couple of kills, making this back into contention. Like, that round should not have gone that way. Everything was stacked against Nightblood Gaming with how that round played out.
Absolutely miserable post plant. And huge reveal here. Relay bolt down. Follow up to the Prowler, but there's some counter utility to stop Alim from getting around the corner. But wow, you want to talk about a possibly game-winning round. It nearly comes into full contact here outside the A site, but all 10 players still alive and well.
Got scary for a second, and now everyone can hear just a pin drop in the server. So many sight lines just waiting for a little bit of aggression. The Cosmic Fight comes through. Alim finds the first.
But shotgun in the corner, able to only find one. Good counter trade coming through Doozy. Chip damage from the Nano Swarm. Boy, still holding on the side of the offensive Cosmic Divide. Right there. This is going to be a very difficult retake. Not just the fact that it's 3v4, but you've got Kessan and Odin who can just be a bullet hose.
Furbza gives the positioning away, activates the dash. Boy steps out here, not able to secure a kill.
But follow-up could be there. Fireball, good for one, better for two. Furbza also shut down, and Nightblood Gaming will get to map point in what has been an absolute barn burner, slobber knocker.
It's been a slugfest between these two teams. And once again, I have to say, great discipline coming in from Nightblood Gaming. They could have just went ahead with everything. Like, you could tell that the engine was revving. They're ready to push onto the site, but they immediately just back off as soon as a lot of that utility gets placed down from Sad Esports, just prevent the flood in. And doing that, giving them a couple of extra seconds, allowing their utility to still be available for them, allows that flood in to be that much more successful and really puts Sad into a tough spot. And now they are on this match point. A very scattered buy coming in from Sad Esports. The highest weapon are 2 Guardians and a Judge coming through. A lot of ultimates though, and they have to rely on that if they want to win this round.
Yeah, you need a first blood, or at least a counter in the first engagement to keep the numbers relatively level. Because the fact of the matter is, the Hunter's Fury has obviously kill potential, but most importantly, it has the ability to delay for a spike plant. And if you can stop the spike plant, re-engage after it fades with a Cosmic Divide, then you could be cooking, especially if Dorota can find elimination and follow up with Null Command. But this is all hypothetical. The problem is, it's going to have to be a reaction here over towards the site. Benji feel frisky enough to throw a shoulder. Nope, not the face of the fade utility. But Doozy does, and he gets punished. Hunter's Fury, how about that for one? Doesn't quite land on the second. Benji the next one up in line, and Benji provides a huge shot lands, but gets spammed down by the Odin, and Nightblood can continue to play forward.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, Furbza, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Gets over the
Spike
top.
planted.
Spike planted, Fireball holding right on top. Test still a bullet hose deeper over towards main. No flank on the way. You do not have the ultimate available to try to come back on in. Furbz is able to find one with the Guardian, but immediately traded. Prowler to follow up. Does not see Zerona as the Owl Drone will try to clear out the backside of Halls. Gwyn now trying to be bullied out. Follow-up utility trying to come through. Recon Bolt reveals, but Gwyn continues to throw shoulders. The longest reload in the world for Kess, but doesn't make a difference. He stayed out of the picture long enough to force this 1v1 with Dip. Trading on the weapons. Dip is going to try to go for the stick, but not going to happen. Nightblood Gaming take a nail biter. 13-11 in the opener.
Oh my goodness. Both these teams once again fighting for elimination here, or simply not being eliminated and finding their spot in the playoffs eventually. But Nightblood Gaming, they squeak by on this map. It was very close between these two teams, and you know that SAD Esports, they definitely wanted to be able to sweep that one up, but when it just came down to it, Nightblood Gaming just felt a little bit snappier when they were able to get the engagements that they wanted, when they were able to take those opportunities that they set themselves up for, when the wheels were clicking well. It felt like SAD didn't even have a foot in the door, no matter what they tried. Nightblood Gaming ran over them as long as those pieces fell into place.
It was just so odd, and I know the Jets is going to have a field day trying to break this one down. The first 6 rounds of this map is flash and dash, flash and dash, flash and dash. It's just utility over walls, people sliding, people flying all over the place. And then all of a sudden, it's none of that anymore. It's just all straight up execute and deciphering where exactly you can break down the defense or not break down the defense. But regardless of it, a tight one for map number 1. We're going to head over to a break. We come back a bit. Ooh, don't go far. We got more Valorant after this.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you have like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal warm-up. So I'll do a vocal warm-up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going in the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk, just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
A close first map in this elimination series, and it was so back and forth. We didn't know for the longest time who is going to be coming out on top, but in the end, Nightblood Gaming to be taking their map pick of Pearl 13-11. Roy, when we're talking about this back and forth, it was so close. Even at this half, it was the 6-6. As soon as one team gets a little ground, the other bounces back. Like, this is what I wanted from this series.
Yeah, I think Hold Shift kind of had it down right. He's like flash dash, flash dash, flash dash for the first 6 rounds, and then we go into completely sane Valorant for the rest of the game. So it was pretty interesting to see. And absolutely, I think overall this was a pretty close match. It came down to the absolute wire. So many situations just I mean, there's so many late round situations that could have gone either way that would have propelled this game in either direction, to be honest. But overall, it was a good display of both of these teams and the things that we've been discussing and the things that we have been highlighting with these players.
I think too, when you're looking at elimination and the fact that this has been such a staple map for Nightblood Gaming, Ash, I was really impressed with SAD Esports. Of course, a little swap going into this, how they're able to all play together. That makes me feel confident that this could be a 3-map series, because SAD Esports, like they were doing really well here.
They really were. I think the synergy was looking great from both teams, but sad. There were times, especially I think with like a lot of heroic plays that we saw coming out from the multi-kills coming out from players like Dip and Tuzi, where they really made you believe in the fact that maybe they would look to take this map and have an upset here for map 1. And the nice adjustments coming out as well. We touched a little bit on the change in Sentinel that we saw for Benji, pulling out the Cypher in favor of that instead of the Vice that we had seen previously. I'd be curious to even hear from SAD if that was more of like a hard counter pick specifically going up against Alim's Neon, or if that was something that they're actually looking to integrate overall for their approach.
And something here too, I mean, Nightblood Gaming so often, Alim's been very good with like the peek the angle, get the kill, but SAD Esports playing from that deficit so often here, Roy, really making it close. Looking across the board, I mean, they're great players. I didn't expect to see both controllers at top, but from the series, like the impact was crazy.
I mean, are we surprised though? Like truly? I mean, Tuesday, you said it, Tuesday. I mean, it is what it is. The guy's he's a pop-off player. He's a young star.
My joke. You stole my joke, Roy.
Listen, you were gonna choke it, so I was just gonna steal it from you. So you know what I mean?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Unbelievable.
But no, joking aside, I mean, it was a player that we really wanted to highlight. We really wanted to talk about him, but obviously there's only so much room. But now is a perfect opportunity for us to highlight the fact that he is that sort of star player controller. And Hwin, I mean, yeah, he has not been like the complete pop-off player, but I think in the last year that he's been playing the game, his stats have been like radically improved overall. Seems like he's sharper, he's able to make much better decisions, and overall it seems like he is performing much better.
I mean, we got to see some awesome player performances, but I actually want to go back and kind of highlight that difference in Valorant we got to see from the beginning to the end there and talk about this round 20, because when we're looking at this Nightblood Gaming here, Ash, and kind of this approach that we got to take, this round was quite cool.
Yeah, it was a nice roundup. I picked this one because I wanted to just do a little bit of a breakdown on how NBG were looking to play together really often on the attacking side. Of course, you have the fact that lockdown comes out, pushing all the players on SAD back. And it's also opening up kind of this opportunity for, with all the chaos that's happening on site, for Hwin to try and kind of worm his way through mid. You can see him waiting very diligently for that timing, knowing that there is going to be a point where the spike gets planted. SAD is eventually going to start flooding back on site, and that's when he begins his lockdown. And the coordination coming out from NBG for the call to actually turn into a B-Link front with these players actually on site to take advantage of this positioning as much.
This is really nice because this was at the crunch time of the game as well. So being able to see that this Nightblood Gaming squad, this is their map pick. There was quite a few times where they're kind of down that round. Being able to coordinate, keep that mental high, and be able to execute on these game plans was humongous. And we got to highlight that crunch player and go back to the conversation before these controllers of the series, because we get to see the good gameplay coming out, but also just this top performances between Hwin and Tuzi was incredible. Right, I know I was getting ahead of myself before trying to bring up these two, but this impact was crazy. Tuzi especially, that was going to be the biggest spoiler for Nightblood Gaming here if they ended up losing that series, because Tuzi was on one.
Yeah, and not to take anything away from SAD Esports, because I do genuinely feel like they played a very good game, but you have to look at the openers and wonder, okay, they got absolutely bodied on the openers, like I think double almost. And then you have Tuzi, who's going 28 and 15, the only positive KD player on the team, dropping 211 ADR. We have to have a conversation of like, okay, if Tuzi wasn't on this type of level in this first map, would this even have been a close map at all, right? So the fact that Tuzi was able to keep his team even in so many rounds that were disadvantageous from the get-go, I feel like we almost have to give him credit for that success of that map, right? Now, of course, Hwin, although he has performed extremely well, it's still a pretty even between him, Boy, and Alim, who all had their moments, as well as all having great first kills and first deaths. So I think overall, yes, we have to highlight the controllers. Tuzi getting a lot of the credit for the SAD side, but on Hwin, for the NBG side, yeah, Hwin played extremely well. But overall, I feel like it was a pretty good kind of contribution from the entire team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Everyone coming together for the end picture of things, right? But the impact was undeniable between both these. I think even Ferbs had a bit of a rough match here on Pearl, and Quinn was a big part of that. The 3 first bloods that Quinn was able to actually get was actually shutting down a lot of these initial engagements that Ferbs was looking for. And part of the reason why we also want to talk about those controllers a little bit too is heading into our second match in Abyss, we're going to see both these teams running kind of like the double controller setup. At least that's what they most recently were running. And it's actually going to be, I think it's, sorry, off the top of my head right now, I'm pretty sure Quinn's actually swapping off of the Astra. Boy's going to be taking that up, and he'll be back onto the Omen. And it'll be curious to see what those adjustments are going to look like here, because I feel like he does look really great on the Astra. Maybe a little bit more of a comfort, though, for Boy.
Yeah, I think kind of a difference in sort of the meta, which I'm sure we'll cover once we officially know what the agents will be. But I think overall the difference is one team is opting for the double orb controller, so they have the Astra Omen, that's NBG, and SAD Esports is opting more for the Astra/Viper combination. And I think that adds a slight different dynamic in how these teams are approaching it. But the one thing I do want to touch on, guys, is the fact that SAD Esports is 2-0 on this map. It has definitely looked like one of their best maps. They look quite drilled on it, and they seem to have a very clear idea of how they want to play it. But NBG, although yes, they're 50-50 on the map, they're 2-2, by the way, just for a reference. They've been comp swapping, and I feel like whenever you see teams constantly swapping comps, trying to figure out like, okay, what's working for us, it sort of is a signal that they're not ultra comfortable with the map flow, and they're not really ultra comfortable with the way they want to approach the map. So, but on that note, we have had a week off, so I imagine they're probably prepped on this map, and they've had a little bit more time to sort of iron things out. So I do expect to see a little bit more oomph coming in from the NBG side.
There have been comp swapping, but the last couple weeks in Challengers have been kind of sticking with the same. So we'll have to see as we head into the agent select if we're going to have another week of changing things up a little bit, or if it's upon approving what we know. What I'm looking at for Nightblood Gaming, especially now up 1 in the series with Alum as this duelist, is we've gotten to see before it's this Jet, which is sometimes a little hit or miss for him. On a good day, this Jet is crazy. Bad days, well, you know, it's a little rough. So going up now against the Yoru Ferbs Ash on SAD Esports end, I'm excited to see how this pairs up.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see this head-to-head, right? Very different play styles when you're looking at it. Alim is on that kind of like a go, go, go energy with a lot of those like gap closer agents. And Ferbs can be the same way, but you're going to see a bit of a different approach from both these teams. And I think that even though you're highlighting the duelist, that also does go back to that controller conversation that we're having. For an NBG, you have the Omen coming in because it's a lot easier. He's probably going to be one of the best tools to actually set a limb up with that paranoia to get in. So it allows that a bit more of like that aggression. Meanwhile, for SAD Esports, you're looking at more of that disruptive kind of play, a little bit more default piece, try and get the most use out of Zerona's Viper and those blur combos.
Yeah, and I think the final note that I want to touch on as well, building on what you just said, is the fact that it honestly, just like on a complete eye test, it does feel like SAD Esports has just a little bit more utility to work off of, having the extra 2 flashes with Yoru as well as the Yoru ult. That feels like it's a little bit more combative, whereas really the only tool that NBG does have, like you said, is the Omen flash, which is going to add a little bit of layers into how these teams will approach the executes and the defenses.
Well, it's time to see if that's going to be the difference maker, those extras. Tricks up their sleeves as we head into Abyss, as of course, SAD Esports fighting for the opportunity to take this to a 3rd map and try to avoid eliminations. Back over to your casters, Marks and Shifts. Take it away.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, and if the indications that we got from map 1 are going to persist throughout this series, buckle up, friends. Pop some of the corn and get ready to sit down and enjoy some nitty-gritty Valorant. I think the question will be tempo here. I mean, I don't assume we're going to get the same kind of level that we did from what we had at Pearl, simply due to the fact that we are running double controllers here. I think for a lot of people, me included, you kind of look at Viper more as kind of Sentinel-esque, just based on the fact that they're just dominating space by setting everything ahead of time. But I'm really, I think, interested to see what Ferbsa and what Ellen can get away with here and how much they're going to try to get away with. Maybe the better question mark.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at SAD Esports composition and how they like to play things, I mean, historically, they are extremely dominant on attack. And I think that, especially too, bringing a Viper in, which you don't see super often onto Abyss, to me, it says that we're just moving more into the distraction. But you know what? Already 3 members down. SAD Esports, this pistol round, Not like the rest.
Nope. You can keep talking on that previous point if you want. This round should be over. Well, it's nice to say that, but you've got a couple low HP pools. Could be opportunities that come through. Little opportunity here as Zerona, oh boy, just drops the wall right into the waiting arms of a number of defenders. Say the combination of a Gravity Vortex and a Shear is also a little deadly, especially for Razor behind his pick. Benji will be the last one left, so continue on your point.
Well, Benji's going to attempt to do something. Don't know how much Benji's going to be able to do, especially to the Flood out here. And once again, the big thing that I'm going to be taking a look at, usually the Teho is what you would expect to see, but it's all about the disruptive type of chaotic gameplay. SAD Esports' composition, you know, you're going to be dropping a lot of smokes, taking off a lot of sight lines, make things a little bit more closer, and then Ferps is going to be over here, maybe over there, who knows? All the while, a recon dart can be tossed out on top so you know where all your enemies are. This feels like a composition built mostly towards just the denial of information and being able to capitalize off of it since you're the ones who are controlling that. But of course, you know, you gotta keep a couple of members alive instead of them all getting gunned down on mid right at the start of the round for a lot of that to happen.
Great firing squad through middle. So a potent purchase here for NBG. Outlaw, 2 Bulldog, Spectre and a Sheriff. Other side, it's Plastic. Corona, we'll see if they can pop off with the 1 Sheriff for now. Wall's going to divide most of the entryway in towards, but Win just does not care. Like, you can pop that wall if you want to. Throws the dark cover, and this is going to be contact likely with Fireball behind, ready to go. Oh, nice opening shots from Win. Fireball, Razorvine giving him some space to work with, and now you've got Alum over the top. And this is likely going to come to a very anticlimactic finish, although I say that, and there's a little pop-off right for Fireball getting 3.
Can't do that one with the Stinger. That one's all out there for you Stinger gamers. And yeah, look, there's a little teaser for Vise. Wow, who would have seen that agent coming?
Well, if you've watched Champions, a lot of it.
Crazy. But no, once again, like Nightblood Gaming, it was hard for SAD Esports to really accomplish anything on that round there. But at the very least, they're able to scoop up the Ultimate Orb. Ferpsa now only 3 away from getting the Dimensional Drift online. And especially too, once again, with a lot of smokes being tossed up, the Dimensional Drift works excellently because you got the position of where they are. You can just kind of spray them down through the smokes. It's pretty easy that way. But right now, what I'm really taking a look at is Alum anchoring down that middle. The Duelist alone has been doing a fantastic job at making sure that no one from SAD can engage there.
Oh, nice contact. Ferpsa drops Zerona, able to follow up. So we stay 4v4 early. Alum trying to win middle of the map. Oh, just sees the top of the ponytail. It's a character model diff. But Dip, through the smoke, just kind of spamming away, takes down the final defender in B. Aldrone to try to clear a little bit more space to allow Zerona to play a little bit deeper, and simultaneously, Benji does clear out mid again. This will lead to a plan.
Spike planted.
Valorant timing at its finest. Suddenly, just down to a 1v3 as Benji closes it out onto Boy. And once again, we're talking about the power of Benji on these flanks, being flank watch, being so annoying for Nightblood Gaming. And that round was just an excellent demonstration of that.
Love it. Love to see it so far. Have not seen the Yoru have an impact as of yet, but plenty of valid play. I think in particular, this little pop-off, you thought that win was going to be a little late to the party. And then, yeah, just the top of the Astra ponytail shows. And then, yep, again, as Wayne Gretzky once said, you miss all the shots you don't take. May as well spam through the smoke. It works out nicely to kind of turn the tides, and now we get into our full gun round.
Yeah, and one thing, too, talking about that Yoru, like, Ferpsa has just been having a really tough match. We've talked a little bit about the impact that Ferpsa brings, just being in such an oppressive duelist at finding so many kills in these weird situations, but just simply hasn't been able to get online as of yet. And you know Nightblood Gaming are happy about that.
Oh, mercy. Verona just playing with a little bit of elevation, catch Salem over peaking as the battle for mid, based on just utility usage, was won by Nightblood. But Alum just kind of overstepped. Now all of a sudden, you've got SAD Esports on the precipice of trying to break into the B site with Win, still playing the same angle he had last round.
Yeah, and Quinn can just do an excellent job at spraying things, making it be under more or less controlled while Kess holds this off angle. That's a fake out, don't worry. Not seeing one of those just quite yet, but now Quinn in a bad spot.
That hurt. Down is the armor. Paranoid does get sent down. Defense is trying to pickle at it, but no. Benji through the smoke once again does connect. Kess has to commit forward, and there's just nowhere to go. So it'll be a 5v2 situation. Fireball now the last one left. Oh, they will find one for free, but Ferbsa, I don't know if we had his perspective. Must just broke his wrist with that flick.
Yeah, an excellent little headshot to get the Ferb back into the driving seat. Ferbsa definitely needs just a little bit more of that confidence to go online, but it's so funny, Shift. I was talking about how, yeah, you got a lot of stuff to play through your smokes. You get the location, you can just spray through. And these rounds, I mean, we're just seeing them just tap through the smoke, and somehow Nightblood Gaming players are on the other side and falling down. And so these smokes have really been the defining factor for SAD Esports. So far, at least.
Yeah.
As this time, we're actually seeing Benji try and contest middle a little bit more against Alim, who has traditionally been moving up pretty frequently here.
Not ready yet.
Trying to get reveal off the Rose. Not really much to be concerned with if you're Nightblood, and Alim's actually going to step up, take away a lot of space, will allow the defense to stack their resources a bit more, and they're going to choose, well, at least initially over towards B. Boy has 1 star to play off of. Currently placed at the choke point. Rotating over is Cat. Elim, the timing here is going to be everything. Oh, hi, how are you? Don't mind me, I'm part of your team, I totally swear. Ah! Classic things.
Wow.
Doc Dart does get bounced into Ferbsa though, so at least there are 2 eliminations to count.
That is such a heads-up play and great communication, great knowledge of what to do from Alim on that situation. Make sure that Kess gets the next one. You see a couple of headshots and then the shock bolt finishes it off. Zerona going to be on the other side of the shear.
Fireball, timing with Zerona. Oh my goodness, and oh my goodness. Just the smallest of angles. Zerona walks away with a double, and it's a wide open B site for the spike to rotate into.
Yeah, now they should be able to get that plant nice and easy. Plenty of time to get their post plant set up. Of course, though, we do have Kess and Boy coming in. We're seeing them go for this hard flank. Benji is already over there, so maybe watching the angle at the right time, but they're going to have to be careful about this one because these 2 players do have rifles in their hands.
Indeed they do. Viper's Pit was earned with that plant, but not being elected to use. Big first contact. And better from Benji. Woo! Yeah, Benji stepping up in a major way. 3-2, an early edge here for SAD Esports. Viper's Pit, again, also, as we mentioned, earned Steel Garden at the ready for both sides as well to keep tally up.
Just imagine that ultimate combination there. You get the Viper's Pit up, and then, you know, they're all coming in, and it's just like, all right, well, goodbye your primary weapons, I guess. So annoying, but once again, like, SAD Esports on this attack, things have been looking really good for them. We do have a little bit of a tech pause in front of us right now. But still, what a heads-up play that we're seeing on this replay there to allow the shock bolt just to fly off and finish off Ferbsa. And really, this has just been kind of Zerona doing a fantastic job at being at the right place at the right time and finding a couple of kills to make sure that SAD have a spot. Last map, we were really highlighting Tuzi as being that clutch up player for SAD, somehow able to find multi-kills after multi-kills. And thus far on this map, that has really just like that power from Tuzi has transferred over into Zerona. And Zerona has been doing an excellent job at keeping SAD in the running every single round.
And it is interesting because I think you hit it appropriately. It's not often we see Viper on this map. And I won't really say with like any definition that like the Viper utility is what's causing some of the success that Zerona's individually finding. Like, yeah, we've seen a snake bite or 2 land in good spots. The Viper's walls that have been popped up have allowed SAD Esports to kind of break down the sides to touch. It's just not in the way that I think I would have assumed it. Like, we're not seeing follow-up with Yoru with that, where like you drop out a wall on one side, you flash out another, and then you push into it. We're really not getting that type of combination. It's more just been, we're going to set the battleground the way we want to, and then we're just going to find contact. A lot of it happening kind of forward into the choke point. The opening rounds were determined by what was happening at mid, but a lot of these opening battles have been between like Quinn and Boy kind of like on opening corners, just trying to play shoulders. It hasn't really been like utility breakdown executes that have been necessary at SAD Esports.
Yeah, like the Viper wall is honestly reminding me of Lotus. Like, you know how everyone throws down that Viper wall? Oh, are they on the other side of there? I don't know. And that conditioning is still happening. And that's been allowing Zerota to be able to take so much space onto that A site and get into those kind of nifty positions there. This time, though, NBG, they're going fast outside of B.
Oh, but the paranoia doesn't land. And Ferbsa will find first blood revealed. The follow-up is good from Aelin, who does get a control over towards this top corner in nest, and Fireball is just teeing him up and letting him rip. That will shut down a lot of the play, leaving Zerona now the last one left, 1v2. Spike is recoverable.
Yeah, and Zerona does have that spike now. Fireball Ops definitely not done yet, playing off of this conditioning Viper wall, but going to be in a very awkward spot here, given Fireball on the other side.
Yep, big round from Fireball, a couple in a row now, all of a sudden, as Fireball has found 3. Get this tied up at 3, and they say good things come in 3. So we'll see what we get, as there will be full purchase still available for SAD Esports. The same will also occur for Aelin, as he will have knives with the shorty. And we still have the Dimensional Drift ready for Ferbsa. A bit odd, considering that you usually see yours, as soon as they earn it, we're going to use it, because you want to get as many as possible to essentially guarantee you free execute, but not the case yet.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, just how much of that SAD Esports were just not expecting that flood out there. We know that Nightblood Gaming, when they take that initiative, for lack of better terms, they usually come out on top. Oh, no, not the shorty.
They always say, don't bring knives to a gunfight. Doesn't make a difference if it's a shorty or not. Pinstripe kill feed, back and forth we go to a 3v3. Nice long-range shots initially from Cass, but Doozy responds. So it's just down to Boy. 1v2, the Dimensional Drift was popped. They obviously did not make much of a difference because it was aggression from NBG, but we'll see what we get here as Boy will slink his way up the flank.
And it still is 2v1, like you said. One more flash still, or sorry, not a flash, a gate crash still available for Ferbsa to just throw a little bit of confusion while Boy slowly makes his way up.
Together, though, on the corner. Re-wrap it back up top. Uzi has the ability to drop the star and use gravity vortex if they need it. Floppy Ferbsa. Boy's gonna try. There's the gravity vortex. Get off my spike, please. Gate crash. Thrown as a bit of a decoy. Second star gets pulled. There's the Nova Pulse. Thank you very much. It's just Asher things out of post plan. 4-3 to count, played stuff with that.
Yeah, the point that I was going to make was it felt like Nightblood Gaming, when they catch SAD Esports on the back foot, they're not expecting on what to do, that we just see them absolutely rip and tear them apart. But SAD Esports, I mean, you could tell that time they bought shorties. They're like, all right, do it again. I dare you. And that's exactly what happened. We see the Nightblood flood out and immediately just get punished on it. And honestly, just a great reaction coming out from SAD. When they're caught off guard, that's when you start to see a lot more holes in their strategy. And sure, just rushing out of that B site on your defense is a good way to try and exploit those kind of gaps in their attack. However, you can't consistently rely on that strategy if you want to be able to consistently win out these rounds. And so just Nightblood Gaming, they're taking a timeout now. I'm curious what they're talking about to continue to try and vary things up on SAD Esports, because you know, the definition of insanity is when you do the same thing and expect a different result.
Exactly. And there's going to be some level of conversation on what they want to do with their purchase here in this round, mostly because you've got, I think on the server, I think there's 9 ultimates that are ready going into this next round. I think the Dimensional Drift is the only thing that's not available. May have been another one that I missed because I'm old and my eyes aren't so good, but we'll see if that's going to be any part of the consideration. Like, can we possibly force buy with these ultimates, try to get this game a little bit more level? Looks like the answer is going to be no, just Sheriff. 1 Guardian, Outlaw, Bucky, so yeah, kind of. You've got those that can afford going into something, but it is just largely light armors. Nguyen's going to try to step up with this dark cover, not faked out whatsoever, and then steps in and whips his shot, an opportunity missed, and Ferbsa collapses onto 2.
And this is where SAD start to get dangerous. Ferbsa starting to come online a little bit more, and that's got to be scary if you're Nightblood Gaming, as Ferbsa finds 3.
Why even bother trying to peek that if you're Aelin, though? Like, you're stuck in a smoke. You've got no help anywhere nearby. We're just dry peeking into a 1v question. Again, not the biggest of deals, because this round was not one you thought would be winnable in the first place, unless there was hero plays from Win. And all that would be tallied is a single Outlaw shout from Boy. So SAD Esports, small edge here through 8, but full purchase on the way for NBG, and they, again, still are holding on to almost every single ultimate.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of visual clutter on this round shift. I'm going to be honest, because very much if you're Nightblood Gaming, this is the round that you need to win. This is going to help stabilize your economy, bring things back for you. This is the one that you want to invest those ultimates in. Make sure that you've got a better chance at surviving. And then on the flip side, if you're SAD Esports, we got to make sure that their economy is not going to be good. So let's use all of our ultimates to make sure that they can't go. I'm going to be expecting the entire barrel being tossed in on this round.
The order is going to be important here, as it will start with Dimensional Drift and the Steel Garden. Ferbs has to dodge his own teammates, Hunter's Fury, but it still works out for one. Win trying to hold his ground, shut down by Ferbs. And it's been absolutely perfect in terms of how an execute worked out. NBG may need to consider saving.
And look at that. They only need to really use 2 ultimates to make sure that it's going to be a win. Excellent play off of SAD. We get to see the Dimensional Drift just go for that scout out, so then Dip knows exactly where to aim the Hunter's Fury, guarantees a kill right off the bat, and then somehow Ferbsa, still alive with just a sliver of HP, finds 2 more defenders on that site. And it forces Nightblood Gaming's hand to just kind of hold back and chill. While SAD, I spend only 2 ultimates, and they've still got 3 moving into that next round.
Yeah, that's a really big, like, ultimate economy point. Like, this is going to be 6-3, likely 7-3, because the defense will just be holding on to 2 rifles. You would have to have some hero rifle moments with ultimate if there were to be some sort of cause for kind of a, I won't call it a full-on eco round, but an upset round is, wait a second, this is starting to get pretty punishing, but the chase down is more worthwhile for SAD. So back to the point, 6-3, likely to be 7-3, and most importantly is for NBG, that's just canceling out rounds where it's just like, well, we can't really use these ultimates unless we find kills in the first place. So it just delays the game a little bit longer for NBG.
Yeah, and I mean, what you were saying there too, where it's like, oh, this is becoming a lot more expensive for SAD. At that point, it's worth it, just simply because you want to slap any of those weapons out of the hands of any of those Nightblood Gaming players. You don't even want it, like you said, you need to find a couple of kills to make sure that those ultimates are going to be good. Those kills can come a lot cleaner if they've got rifles. So just an excellent chase down coming through from SAD as Alim already pushing so far with Sheriff.
I love this, though. You can keep focus towards where Quinn has been playing, which is on the other side of the ledge, and that works out absolutely beautiful. The sheer able to allow the isolation, and that changes the conversation nearly completely. I say nearly, though, because SAD Esports, we're really sending Zerona on a solo mission. Everything else is heading over towards B. Cosmic Divide to be part of this initial attempt. Gravity Vortex holding it off for a moment. The gate crash allows Ferbsa to get in, but only for so long. We gotta get to aim labs, boy! You gotta have that one. Tess trying to follow up. Hunter's Fury will connect onto one, but the spike gets planted.
I can't believe that those shots missed. That could have been instrumental in Nightblood being able to survive here. It's tough, but still Nightblood Gaming 4v4 here, as that's going to be all the primaries out of their hands.
Well, not fully all of them, because Aylin is around the back and has broken the timing. Win up top just worked with the Sheriff, and this has gone all awry for SAD Esports. So, yeah, I mean, it starts really with just the opener from Aylin, shuts down the rogue play going through B. Missed opportunity for Boy, but no further mistakes as Nightblood do secure the round.
And that's so interesting coming in from SAD Esports there. Understanding that your opponent still has those ultimates online, you would have expected them to spread themselves out a little bit more or try and take a little bit more space, make sure that the Steel Garden does not get as much value as it did. And yet they all just kind of hung out decisively. They do like playing off of one another, and so that's maybe why we saw that. But like sharks to a drop of blood in water, Nightblood Gaming, they completely swarm in onto the site and are able to find their kills, finding them that 4th round in this half.
I also know our replay operator sitting there curling his mustache going, showing all the missed Sheriff shots. Bad manners. But
you know, you gotta do it to them when they do that.
Oof. Good catch, Zerona. Good first blood. That puts a ton of stress on this defense, because a lot of them have committed forward, including Alim, just touch over towards the top side at mid. Fireball op is going to look to try to counteract any play through B by sitting deep through mid. Tuzi's in the neighborhood. Help on the way. Contact made, and Alim is going to back off.
Ooh. Oh, Fireball almost finds something there, too.
Oh my gosh, they're just not leaving there, Mards. They're not leaving. Alim's able to get himself another. Trades back and forth, but the numbers amount to a 2v2, and the spike is now down top side mid.
Yeah, and this is kind of tough. I mean, to be fair, Zerona's still alive, does have a Viper's Pit, but I'm more curious about what they're going to do to try and get that spike back, because it's just on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. I think we're going to be seeing Furbsa just go for the Dimensional Drift, grab it, teleport back, and suddenly they will be able to set up on B. Already, though, Kess is getting set up into B heaven.
And the other side of this is Boy is behind the play. So yes, the Dimensional Drift will work out to get on towards site. Cass surely saw that, and yeah, they know exactly where Furbsa is. You don't have to overchild this for Cass. Furbsa trying to force it. What a challenge from Furbsa. The clock now becoming a bit of an issue. Has to stick for the plant. Resets thing. But where is Boy? He's behind you. Furbsa, little ring around the rosy. They trade side. Who finds who first? Does he hear the jump up? Oh, now they've seen it. Boy has not the same information, and initially it's sloppy, but Furbs will catch 4 plus the 1v2 clutch.
Oh, man. Well, I was on the edge of my seat there. It could have gone either way, and honestly, just excellent recovery from SAD Esports. I mean, you talk about Nightblood Gaming just being so aggressive on their defense, pushing out, and I think really it was so that it would keep the attention of SAD, allowing the Omen, who had teleported all the way back behind them, to find a couple of excellent timings to make it so much more difficult. It was a nifty idea, and yet still Nightblood Gaming, they commit to that forward hold and catch SAD off guard. And so it's up to the heroics and honestly just brilliance coming in between the players on SAD Esports to clutch back that round. Furbsa is activated, and this is what you want to see if you're a SAD Esports fan.
Knives are in play early. Little pop flash coming out of Furbsa. Win playing off the elevation this time has a smoke for cover, and it gets popped immediately as he makes first contact. Furbsa has to kind of hold his ground just a touch. Smoke gets replaced, and the offense will have to hit pause button for the moment. Whoa, what a
That's
reveal.
so much information too. And I wonder too, like, does Furbsa just try and bait out the shear with the fake and hope that it, you know, that's going to be enough to be able to win out the round without that piece of utility? Dip has the spike and is plunking a lot of utility in there. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's just Astra's on the other side of the walls. No one really moving in to take any more additional space.
Yeah, nothing feels comfortable right now for SAD Esports on the map. You're hoping for some sort of a cheeky pick towards B. That's not allowed to happen. May get isolated contact here, Boy. Check the corner. Oh my goodness, Boy, not again! No! Someone didn't get his warm-ups in today. Shock dart, recon dart. Kess still holding the line for the defense to rotate behind this. Contact made. Furbsa finds the win. Alim not good on it as the Razor Vine will push him off, and this should lead to a plant.
And nice and easy now. It will be this 3v4 retake here. Alim not necessarily with the right weaponry in hand, but there definitely still is a chance. Not a lot of utility left after no expended.
Yeah, Standard is forcing the gunfight. And that's enough for Benji to come away with 2. Furbsa finds the 3rd and final in SAD Esports. A really solid offensive half, and it comes in a rather unorthodox way. Furbsa slow to get activated, but once he was, he hit 3-dimensional drifts in the back like 7 rounds. So 8 for the count here as he swaps the side.
Yeah, I was about to compliment SAD Esports on how they want to play with those dimensional drifts, and now it's all making sense. On that round 2, we saw out of all of the agents who were around, they let Furbsa be the one to take the orb. And that's because they're so comfortable on some of these executes. Honestly, Boy has been having a very tough map right now, and that feels like it is the opening door for SAD Esports to continue to thrive. But now we're going to be swapping sides here. Nightblood Gaming going to be on the attack while SAD Esports are on the defense. And looks like Nightblood Gaming, they're still very interested in mid. This time though, SAD Esports, they're not going to be clashing as hard on that previous pistol round.
It's important to know statistically for all of you nerds out there that both teams have preferred the offensive side in the history of them playing this map. Of course, with just one instance for SAD. 4 different playthroughs in this stage for Nightblood. Offense has been better for them pretty much characteristically throughout every single one of their matches, as we've got nice start here for Nightblood. Opening 2 picks go their way, and it's a very early 5v3.
Seems like Nightblood Gaming are just the kings of mid here. And I don't mean that in their ability to play just middle of the pack. I mean, they're really good at taking middle control. As soon as it left my mouth, I'm like, I need to clarify this one. Regardless, Zerona and Benji now moving up. Fireball ops find the timing, but Benji able to find the trade.
More QQ, a little less QQ coming through mid. but Spike will make its way safely on towards B. Post plant will be pretty dynamic as well, with Boyd playing deep. Got a double stack a little bit more safely on the site. Going to be a double swing here. Flashes out thanks to the Rose. Benji is able to convert onto that. Boyd didn't really stand a chance. But how do you get this breakdown? That's the big question here. You do have 1 star. That's going to be placed over towards the top. And yeah, you've got an easy crossfire setup here. Suzy tries to make his way over. Not going to be allowed to, as Alem is able to find 3.
Yeah, nice easy setup given the numbers already off the bat. Nightblood Gaming just so aggressive on mid, able to just shut down SAD Esports. And yeah, you can tell they're feeling nice and confident. Despite just that pistol round, we're going to be seeing 2 Vandals coming in here. If I did that in my ranked lobbies, I'd probably be told that I was throwing. But regardless, Nightblood Gaming, especially Alem, has really started to turn up the heat a bit more. And so I think that that level of confidence could be what start to bring Nightblood Gaming back into this map. This is still a very winnable scenario just with that 8-4 half.
Yeah, and I think the other part about this is, you know, every time we talk about Euro on defense, whoa, that's blessed. It really does come down to, like, as SAD Esports start to develop a defense with weapons, you need to get the information sooner rather than later. If Ferbs is going to be trying to play with, like, gate crashes off of spawn to know which site he has to be on, because let's be candid, it's not easy to rotate on this map, even if you are playing as Yoru. So there's going to be an opportunity here for NBG, as they will catch out Ferbsa. Again, the weapon range is superior, so you expect this result comes down to how cleanly can Nightblood make.
And you know what? Let's just take a moment to be like, hey, that was good, boy. You didn't miss that one. Able to find the kill onto Ferbsa, especially too going up against the duelist like Ferbsa, who is known for characteristically hitting a couple of heads. So an excellent job just shutting down that Yoru on the second round with that superior weaponry as, yeah, Tuzi just on the other side of this silencer, just fireball ops, running it down. You usually don't see the Sentinel doing that, but regardless, the spike is now down for Nightblood Gaming.
I will say Fireball has had a really good series to this point and really solid for NBG. Of course, we largely get our attention stolen by the duelist, and rightfully so, based on how the first map, early parts of this one have been determined. But Fireball's been good, Benji's been good, the Sentinels largely have won a handful of rounds. Oh my goodness. No words needed, but it's still a flawless round for Nightblood.
Just maybe a couple of head shakes there. And good thing we're not on camera, because otherwise you could have seen a couple of those. But regardless, you know, they close the door. That's what's important here. We're going to be moving on to this next one, where it's not looking pretty on both sides. Obviously, this is a little bit more of an impact on SAD, especially given the fact that this is going to be the supposed round where they should be able to light up their full weaponry. We're seeing quite a few of them come in here with their half shields. And that's not going to be fantastic, especially with the carryover that Nightblood Gaming can do. So it's a full bonus for them. And those weapons are still very effective against SAD.
The Razor going to be placed over through mid as Nightblood are going to try to get something through bottom. Recon dart that gets sent out maybe too deep. Oh, what a flash of Ferbsa. Does it make a difference? The team shots are just too good. And it ends up being an exchange that favors Nightblood. The Sheer tried to come out late. Doesn't make a difference. And you've got an early 4v2 just like that.
Wow, I thought the timing there, the pounce that SAD had was excellent. Yeah. I mean, it seemed like Nightblood Gaming, like a firing squad, all of them were just looking at the exact same target, and some of those bullets are definitely going to catch their targets, and just all the SAD members collapsed. Nightblood Gaming very solidly taking that mid presence yet again, while Tuzi goes down, so it's up to Benji in this very awkward scenario of a 1v4. This is not how you wanted your first rifling round to start if you're SAD Esports.
And I don't know if we can get a replay of that breakdown, but I thought initially with the recon bolt being sent out, plus the flash that comes out from the blind side of Ferbsa, it looked like Nightblood Gamer were getting caught by surprise, but they get all flashed and then just go, ah! And just hold on the trigger, and Ferbsa just gets melted. And then we shake off the status effect and you find the follow-up. I mean, it really did look like SAD Esports had the perfect read on that.
Shift, you got to give me a heads up when you're going to do that next time. That made me jump.
Well, that's what they did. They all was like, wow, he's there.
Oh my goodness, VALORANT. Oh, scary game. Whoa, jump scare. But yeah, I mean, all signs were really pointing that Sad should have been able to win that fight. And I think that this is going to be something that they're going to pay a little bit more attention to in these further rounds. The fact that Nightblood Gaming have been doing such a good job at capturing mid, now comes the question, we just tried to reinforce it with more of our agents. Do we just give mid up for free and really just try and pressure the two sides and hope that we can hold on to something there? Or are we going to invest more resources to deny Nightblood Gaming from getting what they so desperately want?
Yeah. It's a really difficult question to answer too, right? Because like, again, you feel like if you were to go back and rewatch that round, it's just like we hit utility perfectly. We just got threaded. So it's tough scenes, and it does pose like a mental taxation that you're gonna have to consider as we eventually get back to a gun round. The other thing to keep in mind here, because of how clean that Nightblood have been in these first 3 rounds, they are going to be up not just in their pockets, but they're also going to have ultimates a lot faster as well. And here it is. Yeah, this is a perfect look at it. Boof. Oh, I guess a lot of them do counter flash it. You didn't see it initially. All I saw was the giant flashing white spark above their heads, but a lot of them do kind of pull away from the flash, but still definitely a panic moment where you're whipping the mouse around.
And look at that. We see now Ferbsa just use a little bit more utility down middle and take all that space and immediately just back out of there just to fake that presence. So Nightblood Gaming are walking into the site and so many members of SAD Esports are on the other side.
Trying to get the Rose to hit, doesn't fully work out, and well, NBG just hit the firing range at range. Awkward mention. Benji able to find one. Down to 5 HP, making this a little bit more expensive and, more importantly, a little bit more winnable. Because he's going to have an exit available, but there's contact here. Win. Oh! Good timing. Able to take down 2Z, no reinforcements. Benji's down to 5 HP.
And this round should be done and dusted. Quinn just holding this angle outlawed hand. Yep, does it. And just like that, Nightblood Gaming, 4 rounds in a row now, are able to tie things up against SAD Esports. And, you know, like you said, both these teams tend to be a little bit more attacker favored, and we're seeing a little bit of a masterclass being put on by Nightblood Gaming. Very much so, SAD Esports are going to use their second timeout because they still have not found a solution. This is going to be their rifling round. They don't want it to just end, even though they played so extremely well, and you just push out and get shredded. Like, that is extremely demoralizing, like you said. And so they really have to just take this time to strategize and figure out what is going to work for them, because otherwise, like, you know, they're facing elimination. Nightblood Gaming are in a spot to just win out this map. And just like that, poof, there go all of SAD's hopes and dreams in this split.
The other really interesting thing, kind of getting back to our initial conversation from the agent select about the Viper, outside of the Viper wall cutting deep through mid, the defense at B really haven't been playing behind the Viper wall. Like, a couple of rounds, yes, but it's been odd, I think, to see them not, like, using that as a delay tactic. Like, NBG have been finding a lot of free executes towards B, mostly because there's been first blood contact in front of the wall or before the wall's even close to being triggered. Like, you could arc Rose behind the wall. You've got Razor Vines that could be placed as well to help stall things out. Like, B should not be this free. And I think that has to be something that SAD Esports need to talk about, because it feels like Ferbsa wants to play aggressively, and often he's taken somebody with him to play off the ledge, and then that means that that Viper's wall is essentially not even there.
Well, should be able to back out of this one. Alem, though, so aware.
Oh, saw one up top. Razorvine does get triggered, and this is much better coming through. Ferbsa able to get out of dodge. Boy still trying to hang around a little bit longer inside the smoke. But Dorona is fully healthy, and that little shoulder may have revealed that NBG are still sticking to this play. Flashes out, really good counterplay coming through, and SAD Esports will clean up and finally we get a stable defense around the B zone.
And you were talking about that wall, and I think that the wall kind of worked out this time, because you see the wall kind of come up, and Ferbsa ahead of the wall kind of catches people off guard. There's a little bit of a panic moment of Alem just dashing in so deep, but the rest of the squad not being able to follow up because they're scared of knowing what's going on. And then that's when you just see all of that Vi's utility just immediately get triggered, and Alem's in the middle of a meat grinder. So, like you said, SAD doing a good job that time around. You see Nightblood Gaming also feigning a little bit of presence on mid, trying to make Sad think that they are going to consistently hit mid. And this time, they might actually hit mid. So that is still one of the main points. Notice Sad have opted for the strategy of just ignoring mid. There's nobody there except a shear. And when that shear activates, that's good information. That is where Nightblood Gaming are going.
You also got to keep in mind that Sad Esports, yep, I was like, they can play passive behind this A side if they feel threatened, because Dimensional Drift would be good for retake better. You do collect onto Boy. So now the Cosmic Divide's off the table. Your ability to play Stars is off the table. And your only real initiation is largely going to be off of the back end of a Paranoia, because you really don't have the recon bolt at the moment. And the Owl Drone is going to be obviously very, very easy to read. As there's a little moment of contact here, top side A-Link, but ends in nothing, and it'll stay 5v4.
Dimensional Drift going to be activated from Ferbsa. At this point, you're just trying to look for a little bit more information. The crunch is coming onto this A site, but they're watching it. So aware of what's going on. Elim gets spotted.
Elim, missed opportunity there, so top side at A will be controlled for Sad Esports on this retake attempt. Garden out, timing here, not ideal, but what a shock dart, holy cow. And that's, wait a second, Kess get back out of the site here. Wynn's full HP and can try to hold. Hunter's Fury's at the ready to stop any defuse. This is still winnable. Can Wynn stop the chase down though? No. And so now it's just down to Kess. Good first shots. Flash, mostly countered, but Ferbs is holding the corner, and Zerona will hold for the defuse. No chance for that Hunter's Fury to be popped. A moment of pop-off for the shock dart, but the round goes to Sad.
And I cannot stress how impactful Zerona finding that kill was to make sure that Sad win that defense. If Zerona was not there and with the rest of the squad moving up onto Kess, then simply Quinn would have been able to just melt him. They had no idea that Omen was going to be there, and that would have just been a terrible way for that round to have ended. Honestly, Nightblood really wrestling back to try and win that round out, but Sad just a little bit better. An incredible shock bolt to be able to find 2 people, almost winning the map back. So great round coming in from Nightblood Gaming, but not enough to let them win out that round. Now we're seeing, once again, Cosmic Divide going to be utilized here. From the shadows gets popped as well. Scout out where these agents are hiding.
They get the reveal. Owl Drone mostly shut down. Nova Pulse also being spent here, but it doesn't really connect. Hunter's Fury, the last really effort to break down this defense, and Kess has come up empty. So the idea of trying to find a first blood by way of utility goes awry, and now there's a major advantage for the defense as Dip can rotate late over towards A. More importantly, they don't clear the site. The Razor Vine, so deadly. Tuzi comes away with 2.
That's so impactful. And now the spike is in such a hard position. Elim going to be the first one to move in.
Contact here leads to a little bit of damage, but no, not going to happen. The doors are shut on this play, and now Ferbsa is sniffing out your backside. What? Pause. Coming from behind. Pause. Just finding a way to hit the flank. And there he is.
Oh.
Reveals it easily. Just down now to Kess. He is stuck between every piece of this Sad defense puzzle. And mercy me, he is in the world of hurt. As well to catch 2, but nothing more.
Okay. Nice.
Excellent job from Kess, honestly. But once again, the hero of that round, Tuzi. Like you said, not cleared out of the site. You could tell the confidence that Nightblood Gaming were playing with. They've gone onto that A site, get that spike down. Things are looking great. And suddenly Tuzi just kind of 2 steps to the side and boom, headshot, and then spray down, denying the spike, making it an impossible position for Nightblood Gaming to be able to rescue that spike and get the plant down. You know, similar story on the other side now. 3 rounds in a row for Sad Esports. And Nightblood Gaming are going to be calling this time out. They will be able to buy up rifles into this next round, but the ultimate bank from Sad Esports is much more fortified. Things are starting to really turn around for Sad after their last time out. Let's see how Nightblood Gaming can respond.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you purchase into this one, this is the game coming up in this next round here for Nightblood Gaming. And it has been, I think, just really interesting to see how quickly the defense has come around. Some of it by way of ultimates, sure, but largely it's just by staying a little bit more passive, just not forcing these opening first blood engagements. Like, again, like in front of the Viper's wall, in front of things like the roads. Like, use the utility that your agents have. So, it's going to be 3 rifles. This is a interesting purchase because Boy could definitely buy, and I'm sure he will here in a second. Fireball may opt to get something small, and it's going to be purchased by Boy for a Guardian. So, yeah, this is essentially the game right here. Bank pockets are going to be low for Nightblood. This has got to have to be a win.
Flash placed.
And already you can see Nightblood Gaming, they go for the Arc Rose a little bit earlier on just to try and flash things out in case SAD Esports decide to go for a little bit more aggression. So they're doing a good job at responding. But they want that ultimate orb as flood out comes from the defense. SAD, they pressure them back, but nobody spots a single soul between these two squads.
Yeah, but it does get them over into the main. You have to pre-clear this, and yep, force the teleport back. So nothing gained, nothing lost for either side. Just a little bit of utility on both sides. But this has allowed, with that little bit of intel, Quinn can sneak a little bit deeper through mid. You can trigger the shear at mid. It may force the defense to be a little bit more cautious about what's happening right down Main Street.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how this reaction goes because we actually see Alem also taking a little bit of space closer towards A. The shear does go up, and yeah, responsibly, Benji going to be backing off to make sure to watch that angle. And I think at this point, Nightblood Gaming, they're aware that they just get mid for free, and it's going to be a crunch on one of these sites. That's what SAD are gambling on.
Now, if they can, this is everything right here. What happens as Benji eventually loses the cover of this smoke? Oh, the Guardian. No, mercy. That fortifies the B side completely. But look how deep NBG are going to get around the backside. Hey, may not make a difference, though, because Ferbsa holding forward has stopped the spike from being able to rotate, and now Toots is in your way. Oh, goodness gracious. Time is going to likely run out on this round. NBG able to at least kind of evenly trade, but you can't get the spike on site, and you're on map point now if you're SAD Esports.
Oh, that's so tough for Nightblood Gaming. I was wondering, like, okay, they see the Viper spit there. We already see Alem starting to take a little bit of space towards A. Why is the spike all the way onto B side? And the call happens a little bit too late. Just over 20 seconds into the round, despite the fact that SAD Esports had already pushed out of the A side, already taken all that space, and they just had to run at them, hoping that they can find the timing there. I think it was just a little bit of not paying attention to that clock that really just put them under that time crunch. And even though the Viper's ultimate didn't find any kills, it was super impactful in making sure that happened.
Yeah, it just stops any plays from happening at B, at least from front. Top flash coming through, 2Z for 1, but Hunter Series also in supply of support. Tags onto 1, but nothing more. So we got a 4v4. Health pool's a little bit low. Tess has an opportunity to possibly still play for this orb, but Ferbsa throws out one more blindside and says, not so fast.
Okay, things are kind of balanced here. 2 ultimates, though, taken off the board. SAD Esports really looking at getting that map number 3. Quinn just getting so much space for free, and it looks like the crunch this time leading towards A. The spike is already over here, so we're not going to have that post-round shenanigans at the end of the day as a Hunter Series comes through.
Teleporting away is Ferbsa, but again, look at the long lurk around the back. Alem just needs to keep the focus forward here. This should be free for win. He's on the corner. We don't have to force this gunfight. We don't have to force this gunfight. Wins there for free, but NBG still come away 2 for 1, and now the defense has to rotate from the other side of the map.
And keep in mind, too, Quinn being able to get that space onto mid allowed that flank to just be perfect. So even if the gunfight didn't win, SAD Esports, they had to take that one in. Oh my goodness me, the SWAT has arrived.
Now it's down just to win. He's going to take his battleground right here. First shot's good. Paranoia. Oh, it should land. Couple of spam shots are out. Teleports back across into the site. Benji has no utility left. It's all about the contact. Start cover out. We're trusting the shorty?
Oh, we trusted the shorty,
Are you kidding me? It's a 1v1 between shotguns. And Benji says, put that away, clown. I'll take the map. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. What a way for this second map to end. Unbelievable. Just down to the shorties inside of a smoke just beside the spike. Time ticking down. And you can't fault Quinn for trying that because it's a little bit more unconventional. Honestly, if you catch them by surprise, should be able to win that. But I really have to just shout out SAD Esports on this map. They're an adaptation on the defense for just getting absolutely dominated on mid from Nightblood Gaming, whether they were on the attack, whether or not they were on the defense. SAD Esports had an answer. and it worked out for them to be able to convert a lot more of these rounds. And honestly, when they just focus on the sites, do what they need to do, things looked perfect. And on top of that too, Furpsa was starting to come alive again. We got to see Furpsa turn it up a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
Which means that SAD Esports are going to be a lot more confident as we are looking at that map number 3 bind.
That's fun. Expect to see your Tejos coming through right over your right shoulder there, Mark. I think that's the facial expression most of us had at the end of that little shorty 1v1. Oh, goodness. What a matchup this has been. Heck of a way to reignite the final stretch here of VALORANT Challengers North America. Like I said, it's fine. You got to contest all. We'll step away for a break. Don't go anywhere. More VALORANT right after this.
I think I'm getting used to it. They are my team. Some of them I play with college or played in college with, so I know most of them. So it's getting easier to get used to the environment and just overall the competitive scene. I think the stakes feel a bit different, but the competition, honestly, I'm not too nervous really. I think I've always expected myself to play at this level, so I'm not that nervous at all. Key factor for us to keep winning, honestly, just keep improving. I think we've only been together for a week or two now, so every day matters. Every day we put in work, and as long as we keep improving, I know we'll definitely be one of the top teams in Challengers for sure.
Hope you guys are ready for a game 3 in the series, because I know Leon is. Hi, he is so happy. But yeah, a little bit of wholesome before we get down to the nitty-gritty. Elimination, game 3, bind on the horizon, SAD Esports. What a match number 2, Roy, to be able to bring us into another game. That was, I mean, they just had Abyss on lock, and they just kind of ran over Nightblood Gaming, especially looking at the one side of this map.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of how SAD Esports was approaching this map, right? They're using the Viper utility towards the B side of the map to isolate their targets, to sort of find their way around the maps. But yeah, I mean, but this is what the talking about that we were having, right? Is the fact that SAD Esports came into this map. It's one of their best maps. They've performed quite well on it. They have an idea of how they want to play it, and the roles fit so nicely into their approach. And it feels like they really found their win conditions, and they just kept abusing it over and over, and it just worked.
I mean, not even just worked, but it kind of seemed to get under Nightblood Gaming's skin a little bit. I mean, they started getting super aggressive back, and it kind of worked for one round, which was like, oh, okay, like we're gonna fight this out. This is gonna be scrappy. But then SAD Esports being able to recollect and just kind of keep on moving on, Ash. And then once we got into the side swap, it kind of looked interesting that, hey, Nightblood Gaming could maybe do the same back, but SAD had different ideas.
They did have different ideas. I think that, you know, there was a lot of that belief coming in, maybe a reverse sweep coming out from NBG, considering that we were down 4-8 for them initially, and then getting 4 rounds in a row once we swapped sides there. But I think you also look at, against like some of that post-plant success here as well. I think what SAD did really well was abusing their retake positionings. You have the fact that Ferbza on that Yoru, especially able to TP past the wall on the side of NBG, that Fireball's throwing up for that flank. And those sandwich retakes and fast floods that SAD were looking for were really effective.
Yeah, and I think that's the power of the Yoru, right? And that's why he's such a big talking point in the current meta. Is just his ability to bypass a lot of the stuff that most other agents are restricted by. But I do want to circle back to something that you were talking about, Ash, and it's that full round wins. And it's something that we actually have not mentioned on broadcast at all. But SAD Esports does have a coach. It's Sexy Christian. That's his name, by the way. It's not me flirting with him or anything. But yeah, he made a timeout call, and after that round, they pretty much went on a win streak. So I mean, he must have had some kind of read into how NBG was approaching their attack side, and it seems after that timeout, it seemed to work quite well.
And looking at just the overall performances coming out, I mean, we talked about kind of the controllers going into this, but Benji on the side of SAD Esports, his vice utility was so annoying.
Yep.
And then Ferbza, I mean, Roy, you had already called out like that Yoru difference, and Ferbza definitely played super clean.
Yeah, I really like the way they were approaching it, right? They had Benji with the vice util as well as Zerona. They're doubled up. They're pretty much running double Senti on the B side of the map. So I mean, they had that locked down at one point. And of course, having the aim to back it up is an amazing feat.
And I love that you make that shout out too, Sarah, because something that we didn't really talk about as much is like, we did talk about the Yoru versus the Jet, not really touching too much on the fact that with the clone for Ferbza, that ability to abuse the vice wall coming up and just being able to bait that out really early on versus Benji on that vice up against Alim on the Jet. I think what the Vice Vines does really well is just slowing down that entry potential, especially when you're defaulting it on like top box over on that site. It makes it really uncomfortable to actually try to take that space in the way that Jet is.
Something with this series as well. I mean, I feel like that was the weirdest series ever with just some of these timings that were coming out. That was, I mean, right. I feel like it was just, I don't know, unlucky at some points, honestly, for both teams.
I mean, it cancels out at some point, right? Like if both teams are getting unlucky, then someone is either balanced or someone is winning the coin flips. But yeah, I've literally never seen more timings in one game than I have in this match. And I wish we could somehow magically find these clips and post them later, because it would be really funny. But it was like, it felt like if you went to util form or you looked away for a split second, there's somebody just there and they're ready to kill you. And I was like, wow, what is going on? It's crazy.
Every time. But now we have to start talking about the implications in the rest of the series in this map 3 ahead. Looking over at Bind as the decider in the series. And this is where stuff starts to get actually pretty scary for Nightblood Gaming, because if you're looking back at the history of these teams, Ash, this one doesn't look quite as great.
No, it doesn't. I think you look at Bind, and without a doubt, it's SAD Esports' best map. I think that Ferbza's electric on this map. I love seeing him on the Raze here. And that's very daunting when you look towards NBG. Sure, they did have a close matchup against YFP, but that was a lot earlier on in the split during the first round. Before a lot of these teams are even leaning heavily into the current meta that we're seeing today too. And it's a very untraditional composition. I'm not really a big fan of what NBG was running beforehand. They're running that double controller Brimstone Viper. They also threw on the Deadlock Sentinel on top of that. And so there's not nearly as much assistance, I don't think, for Alim when he's actually trying to make that space on site, if we do see him on that.
I'm curious if we will get to see the same composition coming out, though, because in Challengers, at least, it's been over a month since we have gotten to see Nightblood Gaming play on this map. Whereas for SAD Esports, we know that is a strong map for them, but they definitely have that more reps on it. So I'd be intrigued if we do get to see a little bit of a change, Roy, or if it is just going to be Nightblood Gaming being like, hey, this is something we've ran before. We know we can elevate it. Maybe we didn't play our best, and we could try and take it down this time.
Yeah, and I mean, historically speaking, Nightblood Gaming is a type of team that is willing to swap comps. They're willing to jump ship whenever they feel like something isn't working. So I mean, I completely agree. I don't think it wouldn't be that surprising to see a swap here happening. But even if they don't make any swaps, even if they're comfortable with that fact, I mean, their last match against YFP wasn't really that bad. It was still a 13-10 to what we consider one of the best teams in the league at the moment, obviously. So I think it's not terrible. I think they're fine. But I do agree with Ash. I think it is slightly concerning, especially with just how many match reps SAD Esports has had, and they're undefeated. They're 4-0 on the map. It's undeniably one of their best maps. They have some of the most reps on that map, so it is not looking great. But the veto is just honestly very unfortunate for them. But overall, I do feel like it could go either way, but I am slightly leaning to the meta that SAD Esports is going with.
Yeah, and I think you can do even that comparison of, okay, they have so many reps on this map. There's a lot to look back on there for NBG to get a better read of the approach that SAD Esports are going to be taking. Granted, sometimes that approach is literally just Furbza go kill. He's definitely a big, yeah, for sure. Definitely a big win con from them, but that also doesn't take away at all from the teamwork that is coming in on the side of SAD Esports either. I think they have really cool combinations that they're able to throw with the Astra Grabwell and even like the net nade deadlock alongside those Tejo salvos, the missiles, and the nade out from the Rays there as well. I think it's going to be really interesting to see if these comps just carry forward for both sides.
I'm going to make sure to throw a little cope out there for anyone else for Nightblood Gaming side here, because I'm looking for my prediction here. But even with that close series up against YFB, I feel like it was an uncharacteristic series for some of the players on the team. Alam's been someone who we've highlighted a lot as a duelist, going negative on the Neon of all things.
His best agent.
Yeah, like that shouldn't be happening, you know. Boy last week had an exceptional series, unfortunately didn't get to do too much, and a lot of how this was close was Kess just putting on a performance on the sky. I think Kess is someone who can always put up a performance. I think if Alam starts to be a thorn in the side of SAD Esports, and if we get to see the step up where the team has shown they can do that on the other maps, Roy, this could be a little closer. So I'm not ready to throw in the towel quite yet on the side of Nightblood Gaming, just for that one challenger show.
Yeah, I think that it'll be pretty interesting. I feel like you look for the performance that you were talking about that Kess put on. I think Alam still did really well. He did his role as far as making that space, still went like 5 and 3 for those floods. And then you consider the fact that you look at their composition, aside from him being self-sufficient with those concusses, he only has Kess to rely on. The rest of the team comp is not an aggressive style team comp that can really assist him at all. And I feel like that is also what takes a little bit of a toll on his.
All right, I'm coughing on this copium over here. It's crazy, but
I'll take some, pass some.
Agent select. We see the switch. Cast it Tejo. Okay, let's go.
Yes, I like that. I like to see the swap to the Tejo. I think he's incredibly strong. Teams are starting to realize that. But the interesting part is they've actually kept the duelist. They're totally fine with the duelist. They just didn't really like the deadlock and the Viper, so they swapped off the second controller. They completely swapped their sentinel role, and they're opting for the more utility based with the breach to set up the Neon, and that's going to give them so much offensive power, especially on their attack side, and when it comes to defense, so many trap plays.
Yeah, it's going to be great for clearing out a lot of that space, but it still also gives that opportunity for, I think, some of the approach that NBG originally had here on Bind, where they were looking for a very post-plant heavy composition previously as well. And this still allows for some of those pieces to work together in that regard. But I love seeing them lean into this, the current meta of Valorant, like you were saying there, Roy. I'm really excited to see how they're able to better support LM now with this comp.
All right, well, it's the SAD Esports that have been proven on this map with this composition, and Nightblood Gaming that is switching it up and elimination on the line. Time to head to the third map of the series, and for the final time for this series, head back over to your casters, Shift and Marks.
It's going to be a spicy meet the ball. A little different complimented for Nightblood Gaming, and I like it. It is interesting, though. I mean, Deadlock has dominated this map for the last year.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, I think, compelling to see with the Neon how do they actually break through when they're on the offensive side and secure safe post plans? And maybe even more compelling that we can just immediately talk about here, Mark, defensively, how do you stop the deadlock from getting their utility down for the free post plants that we often see?
I mean, this is just going to be really an interesting question, if I'm being honest with you, because usually, like what we are expecting with these types of compositions, especially too with the deadlock coming in, you got the Tejo, all that type of stuff. There's a lot of like traps that get set up on defense. Whether or not you're locking someone in over here, locking someone in over there. Oh no, there goes those salvos, and kaboom, you explode. Nightblood Gaming simply does not have any of that available, and so have to try and bait a lot of that type of stuff out in order to really maximize what they're able to do. But SAD Esports, like the utility is based around just flooding in, and we're already seeing that happen.
Oh, okay, that worked out for Ursa. Fireball already out of the picture. Boy, thinking about this.
Spike planted.
Nebula, little shoulder. Oh, doesn't know who to shoot at, and now he's missed his window. Paint cells right into his face. What? Furbza, hello? Doesn't know what weapon to go to. Gets caught swapping between knives, and that will be enough to at least allow an opportunity for the defense to work, especially if Alem can come around the back and find an opportunity to open things up from mid, not B. Nice little follow-up flash coming through. Guiding Light does connect from Zerona to make dip life brutally easy, and it'll only be a single death for SAD Esports of the pistol.
And so, once again, talking about Nightblood Gaming's composition, especially too with that neon that we're going to be seeing flying around, especially on that defense. With the agents that they've picked, to me, that says that they're playing a lot of like supportive roles. So you're going to use the Tejo salvos to push someone out of the corner, and then the neon's going to zip across the screen and be able to find that kill. Little things like that, or you stun people up with a fault line, and then neon's able to swing across. But on a macro level, especially too on this defense, you know, it leaves something a little bit more to give. But I guess if you have enough guns shooting the right way, that'll do just fine.
And those are all classics with just one sheriff in the picture. This has gone wrong, but maybe an opportunity to try to trap a couple of members over towards well. Problem is, Spike is here, and the battleground has been set for round number 2. Little counter eco round possibly underway here, and sure will be really cleanly. That's 3 weapons collected, a little bit more than that if you count the pistol upgrade, but that shouldn't have happened as classics just beat rifles down B long.
I know they said on the desk, like, oh, sometimes SAD Esports are like, Furbza, go kill. But that time, it was just like the entirety of the Nightblood Gaming squad. All right, boys, let's move out and go kill them. And it was just like the speed and ferocity that you could tell that SAD Esports were not expecting. And that is something that we're seeing Nightblood Gaming do on these previous 2 maps leading up to this final 3rd map. When they are able to take the advantage into their thing and really dictate the speed of the gunfight, SAD Esports have a terrible time trying to respond to it. And so SAD need to make sure that they keep this measured, otherwise this neon's going out of control.
Yeah, so well done. You're not gonna freely touch orbs on this map. If you're looking at this from SAD Esports perspective, there's just too much through the wall utility that will allow Alem to do just that. Fault line, dip forward, slide up, find the free kill, and now you've got an early 5v4. I mean, this is what I'm kind of worried about, you know, for SAD Esports is, you know, they've played compositions that give you the intention of calculated layering of utility, but I won't lie, some of their executes have not shown much layering besides the first or second layer. And if Nightblood Gaming just draw out, say, we're just going to take gunfights, it could catch SAD Esports off guard.
Yeah, like it almost feels like Nightblood Gaming are trying to purposefully force those awkward positions going through. I talked about how a lot of this utility is simply just based around the fact that you want to just run at them and brawl and catch, like force people out of their positions, disrupt them, all of that type of stuff. And that really is the Achilles heel of SAD Esports. If Nightblood Gaming continue to find those opportunities, then they're just going to run over SAD. And if you're SAD Esports now, like you have to just collect yourselves a little bit, hold back, see what utility is going on, get a better sense of how this map is kind of unfolding, because you cannot consistently being caught in all of these traps that Nightblood Gaming are kind of going and giving up free kills like that one.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of this kind of conversationally, you know, SAD Esports will be telegraphing when they're executing, because you have to have doozy stars in play to break down these sites. There's no other way about it. And here we go again. It's just quick utility right through mid, completely catches Sad off guard. And it's just, I again, like, seeing the rosters on, or the compositions on paper, I think almost everybody who's been watching VCT would say the team with Raze is likely to win. But flat out, Sad have not impressed me to this point in this series on how they've layered their utility. And that is a must when it comes to playing this competition.
And like once the Nightblood Gaming train starts, it don't stop for nobody.
Yeah.
That's 3 rounds in a row now that they've just been running out, finding an early kill, and then sweeping up the rest of Sad Esports. And this is the rifling round coming in from Sad. Fireball off just on the other side here. Furbsa not even gonna get a chance. And they really just have to take that answer. I'm wondering whether or not you call an early timeout soon if you are Sad Esports, just to be like, hey, they're running at us with this Neon. We're uncomfortable. Let's set up some traps for them to push into us instead. They've got the utility to do that. Whether or not it is just to send the salvos out early to prevent that Neon from pushing forward. Get Nightblood Gaming to burn all their utility really early on while you just stay nice and safe. Something needs to change here for Sad.
The thing about it, I'm no mathematics scientist here, but you would think with Sad, with the ability to play stars and then freely pick them up, that you would be fine to allow Nightblood to show this force if they want to, because they can't stay like through mid. They can't stay through B long. They can't stay through hookah, just due to the fact that all it takes is a stealth drone and a star to re-win out position. And it looks like Sad Esports will take a bit of a pause here. Now, granted, this round is kind of not one that you mainly consider because it is just save round on Sheriff, but still, it's you would have to think that if NBG are going to keep doing this, Sad Esports have to allow it to happen and then play late rounds, kind of like old school T1 used to do.
And yeah, just excellent comboing of utility, but Fireball off still able to find Furbsa.
2 for 1, right clicks are chipping away with a little bit of damage. NG around the backside of the box and with the collect, but he's the last one standing, and I say that with hesitation. He's really more just the last one limping. He's on 15 HP. Flash will allow a peek, and everyone knows where he is. It's just making sure they do this the safe way, and the salvo will flush him out of the backside connector, and it'll be a 4-1 start very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds are over like in a blink of an eye, especially those initial ones. And Sad Esports, sure, they do have 2 of their ultimates online, the Armageddon as well as the Net. But yeah, okay, here's going to be the timeout now. They've got rifles in. We're seeing a different look come in from this Nightblood Gaming defense where they just really measured and took their time. And you could just tell that there was so much more hesitation from Sad. But like you said, that was just one of those save rounds. So Sad Esports, like, shake it off, get your head back into the game here. We still got quite a bit of Valorant to go. You can't get eliminated just by the speed and ferocity that Alim is flying at you with right now.
Yeah, and I think the other part about this, and again, just like showing how these 2 critical rounds have come through for Nightblood, it's been a fault line with a relabel and a slide out, and both of them. So like, you just have to be able to receive the fault line combination. You could, and I think the other part about it is like, I understand it could be difficult to deal with when you talk about the combination of Breach and Neon, but you can't be letting a Taeho and a Cypher run you down sand. Like,
yeah,
it's just that one's a little less excusable. I'll say that much. So critical round here to see if Sad Esports off the timeout can figure out what they want to do in the opening.
All right, let's see if they do it again. I mean, the Breach is onto the other side of the map. Alim does have that operator, so that to me that says that they're not going to be just running it down and sliding around. And Sad Esports, they've got their sights set onto this B site. I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot more of a measured execution, but speaking of execution, Furbsa already in the ground. Such an early pick and dip coming in from Alim.
That's so frustrating for Sad Esports. They're sitting here like, okay, no fault line, we're good. Just kidding. Operator in round 6. And that's the difference maker early. Still an opportunity, yeah, to drone this out. Try to put the pressure onto Alim here. You've got stars that can still be placed. Stealth drone on the other side denied. And now you've got to just show me what this layering looks like. Alim cannot be allowed to get another free shot off here.
And Nightblood Gaming on their defense are so aware. Armageddon now going to get called, but should be able to escape nice and easy.
That's going to step up into this. Wow. That's bold. Does get locked into place. But Dip does kind of trade out his life. Annihilation coming through, and a follow-up elimination behind that worked out nicely. So Alan will be the last one really standing, if you want to call it that, as he will eventually be eliminated out. And boy, well, you may want to give this a 1v3 go. He's got a ton of money, so why not give it a try?
Smoke. Yeah, and on top of that too, finds 1 kill, dies, does whatever, doesn't matter. We'll have Orbital Strike online. So if you're boy in this scenario, you want to slap those guns out of Sad Esports' hands and maybe get that ultimate online.
Oh, sees the barrel. Could be an isolated 1v1 here, but the corner does get double checked by Dip. Just takes a little bit of a wider peek, finds 3 in the round. So that one will work out after the first blood comes through quickly for Alum on the operator. But again, there's still plenty of money to go around if you're NBG.
And now that we have a moment to breathe, because this isn't just like, oh my goodness, it's popping off. Oh, the round's already over. With the Sad Esports composition, you want to let your utility do a lot of the talking for you. With how these compositions are built, you want to set up those traps, flush people out of these different areas. The Annihilation is an excellent example of this, but Kess, I think, is even a better example. You can see it's just like we cover and flood the site with our utility before they even show any of their bodies. That's how you want to be playing this a little bit more, but it's a fast flood coming in from Nightblood Gaming, this time not finding anything off of that initial utility.
Yeah, but again, the pressure 3B long is established. Corona cannot fall here. You just have to hold on to Hookah. I think you're actually going to hear a number of these footsteps retreating back over. Gives away the position with the shot. It does lock the defense and also pulls Aylin back. Here's the paint shells to try to open up the backside of U-Haul. Bycam seeing a ton though as your Fireball and, well, the Armageddon cuts down mid as well, so the spike is down. Showstopper doesn't even get to the backside of the site. Orbital Strike blows it up. It's fireworks. The Michael Bay film all over the top of the A site, and it's turning up all in favor of Nightblood.
Speaking about relying on your utility, relying on your ultimates just as effective that round. Ferbsa doesn't even find a kill with the Showstopper either. And now Zerona in an impossible scenario. Cass going for that one tap just around the corner. Everyone was talking about how this is going to be Sad's map, and yet Nightblood Gaming are simply running away with it.
And that's a good choice of words because it is just running. I mean, they are sprinting through this map at the moment. And it's just, again, this is where I think you really see the difference, and not to hark on this too much because it's still a lot of game to be played here, but this is where you see the difference between the teams that have already kind of qualified in for playoffs and those that are still fighting to stay alive and survive. Is like, again, the layering is just not here. And Ferbsa throws his Showstopper to nobody, essentially. There's no utility up top towards heaven. It's just, you have to wait for Tuesday's call saying my stars are in place, they're popped, we can flash and we can try to work our way in, but they have yet to really even see a site cleanly. And it's got to be really frustrating, I think, especially if you're Benji, who's sitting here like, guys, you got to clear the site so I can get my agent to do some work.
Yeah, I mean, also too, tossing in the grab net there, you're just hoping for something. Okay. Oh, Benji, can't do anything without utility, huh?
Neural theft comes through, Cyber Cage is out. Susie revealed. Does collect the rifle. Fault line will come up a bit short. Back through the octagon here over towards B. It's a short-sided defense, but Susie did not expect the fireball already pushed through it. Again, it's just a little bit of disrespect being shown now by Nightblood, just pushing their way through all of this.
Boy's sticking this one out, but the flood comes through. Ferbsa looking the wrong way. Boy's still alive.
Okay. Eventually find the elimination. That'll be another weapon collect. 2v3, but Kess on the flank. Oh, and they spam him out. Should be an easy trade here for Diff, but the Guardian does not land true, and Cass finds both. 6-2 through 8. Nightblood Gaming wiping the floor right now with Sad Esports.
This is just like unbelievable. Sad Esports, they look so scattered. Something that we talked about them being so strong and playing in a squad together. And it feels like they're just being fundamentally dismantled one by one. No longer able to play in that mob that so characteristically we're seeing on those last maps where they were so effectively trading off each other, playing off the utility brilliantly. Instead, Nightblood Gaming are just picking them off, controlling the map excellently. And already Cosmic Divide and Seekers get launched here, as we already see Kun ready to go with the vault line.
Fireball gets hit on by the Seekers, but able to retreat behind the Cosmic Divide. Spike has not made its way all that far forward. Tejo finally going to bring it in. Should be an opportunity to divide the site pretty nicely. Aftershock too late.
Try.
Got to find a way to clear the site first, though. That's the problem. It's got the U-Haul initially. Ferbsa holds the corner. Damaged up, though, by Huynh. NBG starting to stack for this retake. Benji, oh my goodness, just gets barrel stuffed by Fireball, who takes down 2. Unbelievable. Zerona stepping up, finds a double of their own. What's a little extra? 4 for Zerona, and SAD Esports able to stay alive in the first half.
Oh, that is an important round for them to be able to win out of. Of course, they did expend a couple of ultimates. It would have been even worse if they didn't win that one out, but just an excellent job of Zerona being the clutch that SAD Esports needed. We saw them turn up a little bit in that last map, and Ferbsa finding that kill, shutting down that overdrive. Fireball deciding to turn up as well. So much was going in onto this site. And I mean, you can describe this match as chaotic, and I think that that would just be a little bit of an under-explanation with how some of these rounds have been just playing out.
Wild scenes. This has been chaos from start all the way to where we are here, technically infinite. Unbelievable stuff.
What?
Okay. I mean, it's just, this is sheer chaos. There's no other way of putting it. Ferbsa around the backside of the site. Oh, wow. I mean, it's happening too fast to even catch the third moment. I'm not even going to lie to you guys.
Oh, and now, yeah, of course, barrier mesh going to be tossed up here.
Deep.
We see that SAD haven't really given up on the site yet. They're waiting for the smokes to expend and hopefully catch a couple of these members of Nightblood Gaming off as they kind of slip through the back here. Already just eyeing the teleporter, but keep in mind, Alem taking a lot of spades outside of B.
Good trust on the crossfire setup. Salvo going to be called in. Huynh still holding on to Showers, though. The spike still lingering outside mid. Yeah,
It's so awkward.
It's so awkward. And initially, I think it's like question marks to Benji. Like, why are we throwing the barrier that deep when we don't even have the site? So a missed
30
opportunity to
seconds left.
really establish this post plant. Spike will make its way on. Trailblazer just to re-clear out most of the side. Do they find Huynh? They do. They see the aftershock, or pardon me, the aftershock fault line being called in. Salvo will delay the plant a little bit longer. Pass on the corner with dip. Shoulders on both sides. Neither privy to take the battle. Good flash from Huynh. Wins his 1v1, and then Alem off the flank finally comes to be part of the picture. It's just down to dip. And what would have to be a 1v3 to hold the post plant? Fast lane goes up. Dip, though, taken down by Huynh, who never got dealt with that Showers. Unreal.
I was just about to say, like, you hear the flashpoint go off there, you hear Alem stick it. Absolute knowledge about where these two players are going to be. On top of that, too, you know that they're going to be coming in from Showers. Perfect timing. I was going to question Alem for a second there. Are you kidding? You throw something up. And of course, yeah, the fast lane goes up. The smokes are active, which allow the stomp through to come in from Huynh just to make Dip doubt for a second. And that's all the time that you needed. Unbelievable stuff coming in from both of these teams, and yet Nightblood Gaming are still coming out on top. They had a more than enough utility as well to play it, despite the fact that they were all split up. It just feels like when SAD, once again, are in these uncomfortable situations, things feel a little bit less like comfortable for them. It's awkward. We see Nightblood Gaming just truly reign. They're able to play more for themselves in those strange moments, and it's absolutely showing.
And again, it's just like, there's a level of this that SAD Esports have just not been allowed to play out of their own playbook. Largely because Nightblood Gaming just flipped the table over, knocked all the pieces on the floor, and said, we're just going to run at you. And I think that really shook SAD Esports initially. But the thing about it is, the game has stabilized in the last 5 rounds. It's just been the fact that SAD Esports are still playing with a level of panic and like anxiety that this does not feel as calculative as it needs to be when you're running a deadlock on offense. I mean, you have so many tools to get the information you need. Stealth drone, Trailblazer, guiding lights. You can place down stars to break off the site. We're just not seeing the typical smokes come through with the barrier afterwards, and NBG are going to run it down here again.
Yeah, run they will. Alem so deep already, and Dip actually punishes.
That's too much.
What?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a, that was a disrespect overheat. Trying to do a little bit of a heat check right there.
And you know what? Hey, if you're SAD Esports, you'll take this any day of the week. Able to recover some of those weaponries, and suddenly this is looking a lot more possible. Keep in mind, Benji also has that Annihilation online.
Huynh needs to find a shoulder to take off, though. Fireball, wait. It's a U-Haul for free. Oh, stop it. We can't be running away with 4v2s like this. The Annihilation puts him up in the air, but may not make a difference. Benji trying to hold. Does Quinn get out of this? No, he does not. So we'll go to an extended 1v1. Benji on the rotation back to B. The neural theft will confirm it.
Oh, just hops over the kill trips as well.
Is that the barrier is deep enough to hold, I think? Yeah, it is. Spycam is up somewhere. Benji doesn't know exactly where it is, though. Now, again, tagged. That allows Fireball to get to work on the barrier. Takes the battle. A couple of body tags come through. And now on to sight. Can he hit the headshot? Oh, my goodness! No freaking way! It's a 2v4 for NBG!
Wow. You know what? I figured it out. SAD Esports are like a bunch of straight A students. I think that's what's kind of going on here. They're playing Valorant like they're straight A students, meaning when they get their textbooks open, when they know their initiated strats, when they know exactly what they're doing and, oh, yes, this needs to land here, and then the flash will go off. They execute beautifully. But as soon as a single wrench gets thrown into the stack of dominoes, it all collapses like a house of cards. They're not able to adapt nearly as well as Nightblood Gaming. And sure, they had a protocol set for that early rush out and were able to find so many early kills because of that preparation. Yeah. And yet still they're not able to walk away with it just with a little bit of positioning from Nightblood Gaming.
I think we're all starting to develop small headache. Trailblazer connects on to 2. That is a big bite from that small dog. Make much of a difference, though. Defense can still hold on to be long, and an extra shoulder out of Huynh will confirm that no one is here, at least not through the smoke. Elim as well, just getting so aggressive through shower.
There.
And Tuzi, okay, at least he throws the little jump peek. They'll know that we can't go towards A anymore. This has to be a B execute.
Stealth drone will more or less confirm that. Trying to play a little bit hidden still, only did spot out that Sky, but the Sky's never the one who's going to be lurking. So at this point, Nightblood Gaming, they know what's going on.
Stealth drone out, reveal comes through, orbital strike, Armageddon just pinning him up inside the octagon. Oh no. 5v3. Dip still seeing if maybe Elim is over here, but they've backed off, and yep, no more mistakes for NBG. They're just going to play backside of sight here with the numbers.
And yeah, we're seeing the regroup from SAD Esports. Decide to go in on the state side. I'm worried about those trips. Not a lot of utility available, but they're still going to try and make it work.
Elim pushed off the angle, switches weapons late into this nebula. Oh, reveal again. It's just the reveals we've seen out of these ciphers has been so devastating. Great vault line through it. Elim will find the final 2. It'll be a 9-3 half for Nightblood Gaming on a map that you look at the numbers and it's a 4-0 tally. Arguably SAD Esports' best map, and they are getting rinsed.
They really are getting rinsed. Like, it feels like the rounds that are Nightblood Gaming's rounds, they happen in an instant. They happen in a snap. Like, it's like, oh, and immediately, yeah, okay, this is going to be in the one round. And it feels like every single round that SAD Esports has won, they're fighting tooth and nail to the very end, down to the wire, to try and make those ones work. Unfortunately, not the exact statistic that you would want to see coming out of this half. As now we're going to be seeing the swap come through. SAD Esports are going to be on this defense. Arguably their weaker half based on how they've been playing things. So Nightblood Gaming have a real opportunity to send SAD Esports home for split 1.
Yeah, this is not a must-win pistol, but wow, you would love to have it. See if it comes through. No, oh, golly. I mean, I just don't know why we're even throwing shoulders. If you already cleared the angle, hold the angle if you want it. I don't know.
All I'm saying, Sierra's copium was, if Elim turns up, this is going to be a map for Nightblood Gaming, and it appears that Elim is turning up.
Indeed, he may have. Salvo pushes off the playthrough head. Fireball and U-Haul catches Dip out with utility, and a follow-up from Elim will work out as well. So Nightblood Gaming, with numbers, get the plant, and this rotation is not going to be comfortable for SAD Esports coming through connector.
Yeah, it's just going to be this 2v5 scenario. At least the barrier mesh available here, but going to be asking for a lot.
Well, he gets a couple of players crouched down. That'll be good for 2 on the corner almost. Win nearly gets stuck. But Benji has done his job. Now it's on to Zerona. 2 more to grab. Cass just taking the time. Win. Not going to get baited out. The salvo gets re-earned. delays the clock even further. You got to take damage to jump on, and there's just no way, no how. It's double-digit rounds for Nightblood Gaming.
Out of all of the 2 agents that could still be alive, of course, it's the most annoying ones that you have to be so careful and not making sure that you're just getting binged up by all the utility flying at you. And, you know, this just became an even more difficult task for SAD Esports. To be fair, SAD did win the very first pistol round, and we saw Nightblood Gaming absolutely run them down. So maybe something like that can happen here. SAD Esports thing got to make something happen, because otherwise this is just going to very quickly slip away from them.
It's just way different team comp play styles, though. I mean, I don't think there's a such thing as a rundown with SAD Esports with this composition, unless they try to just pull a firing line down B long with Guiding Light, grab that. Alem trying to force utility with all this noise. Doesn't happen. Good patience here from SAD. Do they get the right timing on this execute? And nope, doesn't make a difference. The flash is out though, and Wall, the grab net actually does land. But the follow-up from Fireball. What you guys looking at? Easy pinch through Hookah, and it's going to be just down to Doozy.
Hey, for what it's worth, the execute coming in from SAD Esports with all of that utility was perfect. You see the salvos go in, you see the stun happen, everything is perfect. But you know who else was perfect? Fireball Ops. Just as soon as they hear, oh, that's what's going on, runs it right back down and just hoses them from the back line. And now Tuzi has to come up with a miracle if SAD want to win this one. Otherwise, Nightblood Gaming going to be at 11. Shift, this is not looking good for SAD.
No, it is not.
Spike planted.
Classic 1-star Doozy. Made back into this, but no, Fireball's right there with him, and it will be 11-3. Will not be a significant bonus here, but you do have at least the Phantom retained. So an opportunity here for SAD Esports to come through, but they need to win like essentially about a flawless round here. Get the pocket filled up because their lifeline is very, very, very small.
I was about to say, yeah, you start with a flawless round, and yeah, look at this execute. It's so beautiful. It's so nice, and yet still, I mean, it's just the spray down from Fireball Ops, not even stopping to aim, really. Just completely running at them, left mouse button glued down, and finds all the kills necessary in Nightblood Gaming. They're ready to pack up their bags at this point. Alem running in, already finds one.
And the salvo also lands on the dip, and that is just the epitome of what this map has looked like in a nutshell. Doozy nearly able to stop the spike, but just a bit off on where he was centered up at. Rona, Trailblazer, trying to make his way into Shower. Doozy would love to pinch this, but stopped by Alem on the cross. Flash in the corner, mostly shrugged off as Swin can just play around with Cass. Decent shots, though, from Zerona. Benji also making a bit of a move inside the site, but no! Doesn't matter on the health pool. It doesn't matter on the angle. Fireball continues to run and gun, and it's all Nightblood Gaming through 15.
Match point.
Here we go. This is going to be the round that could potentially eliminate SAD Esports. Like we talked about on that last one, that was honestly their best chance, economically speaking, to make sure that they've got something online. Benji went away from getting Annihilation. But on the other side, like the Overdrive already ready to go. Fireball Ops one away from the Neural Theft. Like Nightblood Gaming, they're buying up as well. Like, sure, bonus, yeah, we could do that, I guess. Or we could just buy up the rifles, so we get a nice, easy time and, you know, just get home afterwards and everything is nice and comfortable.
Here we go. It's going to be backs against the wall for the next, well, possibly 9 rounds here for SAD Esports. And Nightblood have already found some damage into the defense over towards B. Stars are placed late. Stealth drone denied. Rapnet at the ready. Spam shots continue to come through, but Nightblood Gaming have not committed to this hit yet. They can still teleport out if they want to.
And thankfully not all the utility gets expended for SAD Esports, so they still have some stuff that they can rely on. Trailblazer is just going to confirm that some of the members are still going to be there. As Benji goes a little bit more aggro, and they're flooding in.
Oh, and that works out nicely, okay, but still holding on the corner is Fireball. What? Why are we going in 1-by-1 like this? Here comes the pinch through Hookah. The Overdrive is part of it. Burpsa shut down. And it's going to be down to Tuzi with the Stinger, the last bastion for SAD Esports.
Should be able to at least rescue a rifle off the bodies that were clunched there. Once again, excellent just execution of SAD Esports onto the trap, but it's that bounce back that they're just not used to from Nightblood Gaming. Now Tuzi does have this Vandal in hand. Alim down to very low HP. Boy's still full. Just missing the timing.
Yeah, he gets tucked to the corner. Now this flank has a little bit extra time. Yep, back off. See if you can just wait for Alim to get a part of this play. They're going to completely trap up Doozy. Has a start to play off of, but there's Alim through mid. A 13-3 BTA beatdown, and map number 3 has Nightblood Gaming surviving. And unfortunately for SAD Esports, they will find their 4th loss and be eliminated from this stage.
Yeah, big congratulations from Nightblood Gaming. Everyone was a little bit nervous for them coming into this bind map, especially then going in and seeing their unconventional composition, to say it lightly. But honestly, they played to their strengths beautifully against SAD Esports. And you could just tell SAD Esports, they had some of those executes planned. They had a lot of strategy prepared. And quite frankly, Nightblood Gaming barely gave them a chance to showcase any of the homework that they had done previously. Nightblood Gaming deserve a big congratulations for that. And they still somehow make Neon viable on bind, despite all the nerfs, despite everything that's going on. So Nightblood Gaming now need only one more matchup before they're able to qualify for playoffs.
A heck of a showing and a new threat, I think, established now in what their map pool looked like. A really fun series. I guess fun is one word for it. It was chaos. It was mixy. It was unreal from start to finish, but it is Nightblood Gaming with the win. We're going to have just a brief break, have the desk break things down, and we still have one more full series of Valorant you're not going to want to miss. So don't go far. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, the team's been great. I've been with them officially about 2.5 weeks now. So we haven't had much time together, but I think we are progressing at a really fast rate, you know, exceeding my expectations, honestly. Everyone's learning very fast. We're getting on very well. Our chemistry's looking good in game. We all get along. So I think I have nothing but, you know, high hopes for this team. And I at least want to be able to express my experience with this team. So obviously I think me and Hwin are probably the most, like, the veterans of the team. So I think our experience is going to be able to lead these new players. You know, hopefully we can win the whole thing, right? So, and I think we can do that. Like, I think this team looks very promising. It's been very, very good. I actually don't really feel like there's that much of a difference between challengers and the tier 1 side, because I mean, I think the skill level is, if you look at it like a range or like a scale, they're not that far off. And I think the only difference is like how much time they're willing to put in, because of, you know, in challengers, you know, there's that much backing support right now. So I think that's really the only difference in gap, but I think the skill level is pretty even, honestly. So yeah, that's all I really have to say about that. So we gotta set our goals, you know, like kind of, you know, one step at a time. Right now we're just looking to think of like playoffs right now, like, since we are somewhat of a new team. But, you know, obviously we want to be able to win the whole thing, make it to Ascension, win Ascension, and then, you know, we make it back in the league, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's everybody's goal. But, you know, also, like, we got to take it one step at a time, not get complacent, and just make sure that we get our job done, you know, because we want to make sure, like I said, we make the most of it. So I think that's the way we got to approach it.
A lot of expectations were led up to this final map, and I feel like completely just 180. This script completely changed, and in the end, it's going to be Nightblood Gaming to stay alive, an astonishing 13-3 victory. I mean, Ash, going into this is not the game that we thought was going to happen.
I think that we expected it to be close, but definitely not what we expected as far as a massive stomp coming out from NBG. You cannot take that away from them. Like 9-3 half and just closing things out 4 rounds in a row in that second half there as well was insane. They came in with a plan. You could see that they had completely, obviously, you know, composition, but also changed their approach to find here as well. And Sad really struggled to adjust a bit.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm just going to go ahead and just want to mention something real quick. But the fact that NBG started off this map with complete tempo control from the beginning of the game, although they did lose the pistol, they were completely just in full control. They had a game plan. They're executing it well. And even by the end of the game, you can completely see that the first kill, first death success in this entire map was completely in favor of NBG.
And it was an NBG that, even if there was a couple of different ideas coming into this map, you still got to see a lot of the core of how they play as a team. You got to see that aggression. Ash, you said that after that round 2 was that power of friendship as they take that aggression to instantly get that thrifty. And is a team that is not afraid to peek. They're not afraid, but then getting later into the game, I felt like they had some really solid fundamentals with this composition to get this result.
They really did. And you talking about that power friendship round in that second round, that even goes back to Roy's point about them just being able to control the tempo right off the gate on an eco round there as well. And it was a lot of those set plays where we're seeing Alim being set up for success. Something that we were talking about was a bit of the missing piece in their previous composition. And these adjustments look beautiful as far as the combinations that we're able to see, not just for setting him up, but even with like the Teho breach utility. Even Boy on that brim had really impactful moments and a lot of that zoning there as well. Everything came together very perfectly in Nightblade.
Yeah, I absolutely love the pivot for NBG as well. Like they're not really conforming to the generalized meta. They're kind of sort of twisting it and turning it into their own favor, capitalizing on their own team's strengths. I feel like that is, I mean, if we've learned anything from VCT, it's the fact that there is really the best meta is the meta that works for your team. And it seems like NBG pivoted to something that has worked for them. They keep the Neon, they keep a limb on the comfortable agent, and they're backing it up with very good support players like Quinn, very good support players like Boy, and of course Zerona, who's sorry, not Zerona, excuse me, Kess, who is doing really well on Teho as well. And I mean, overall, it seemed like the style that they were going for, the pace that they were trying to play at, seemed to fit them extremely well, and they're very disruptive, and it worked out extremely well. So shout out to them.
It wasn't copium going into this third map. It was the script, guys. I'm telling you. Something that was laid out was last time, because we've not really gotten to see too much of Bind coming out from Nightblood Gaming here in Challengers. And last time, Alim, not necessarily the greatest performance. Fireball up a little bit more absent. It was a lot on the hands of Kez to be able to get this result. But being able to see Alim set up for success this time around, fantastic performance with that aggression. And Fireball ops, this is someone that back in stage 3 was impressed with being able to step up in this series, Roy. It was definitely a very different look for Nightblood Gaming, and hopefully a momentum now that they can go forward with, because they're not eliminated, but they're not in the playoffs yet. They still need to win another series.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the 3-3. That's it. The next match dictates everything. It's either you're making it into playoffs or you're getting eliminated. So yes, absolutely. I think this is a really good match for them. SAD Esports is definitely not an easy pushover team. They're definitely challenged on many points throughout the series. But I think overall they're looking pretty good. And this win should hopefully propel them with a little momentum going into their next match.
So definitely that is the type of result that you want to get on that map 3 when there was the elimination, the odds were stacked against you. So it's time to get a couple of words from Nightblood Gaming now and head over to our post-match interview with none other than Huynh. So let's head on over to that. I'm excited to get a couple of more words coming on out from this IGL as production works their magic behind the scenes. I think I did the toss a little early, but Huynh, congratulations. What a series. What a set. I want to talk about this Bind first, because this was a map that extremely different composition from the last time we saw you guys. So I want to know like the ideas going behind it as well. You on the breach instead of a controller.
Yes. Hi. We just decided that Teho Breach is too good right now not to be played, especially Teho. And also, I have been playing a lot of Breach for my collegiate team, so swapping the comp was kind of easy. And I know Boy is also a very, very good controller player, so it wasn't hard at all. I just thought it'd be easier to be involved in the fights and I don't know, just be more involved, be more proactive. If you put me on Breach, and Boy can do his own thing, you know?
I mean, it worked out beautifully because we were a little bit worried for Nightblood Gaming going into this map 3, seeing the last result from week 1, going up against, you know, what SAT Esports had, which is a lot of results on here. So when we got to see the map veto and this was the remaining map, was there a little bit of worry from you or the team once this was the decider, or were you confident with these changes that you pull this out?
No, we were really confident. Bind is a good map for us. We're not worried at all. We weren't worried at all. And all the scrims we did with this comp went really well. So we were actually really excited for it to be Bind.
I love that insight because we definitely were like, we were dooming a little bit for you guys for a moment. So that's great to hear. So now you're 3-3 in the league. This was a potential elimination match. Of course, now you have one more ahead to try and get into playoffs. I want to know how you're feeling about the team going ahead into that. And like, are these elimination matches nerve-wracking at all, knowing that there's playoffs on the other end?
I don't really think so. We got a lot of people with experience on the team. So I think we can, I don't know, we can pull it out for sure. I don't think we're that nervous. I think maybe like the first game of the split, maybe we were a little nervous because it's been a while since we haven't played. But now I think we got all the nerves out and we're looking good. So we're just excited to play the next game, I guess.
I mean, we're definitely excited to watch it. And thank you so much for the words. Congratulations on this win. Best of luck with your next match, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, so that is going to be a team avoiding elimination and another opportunity to try and make it into the playoffs. But up next, we have 2 teams that are ready. Only one will make it to the playoffs, though. Shopify Rebellion Black going up against M80 after the break. Stay tuned. All right, a quick break, but welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America. One fantastic series already on the day and one more ahead. As, of course, we're trying to figure out the last couple of teams to get their way into playoffs. Up next, Shopify Rebellion Black going up against M80. Roy, when we started off the season, especially with these names behind, like these team names, there was a lot of expectations, but one has the opportunity to make their way to playoffs now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think both of these teams are looking pretty good. Obviously, they've had their hiccups and they've had their ups and downs, but I think overall, the direction of the team, it seems to be coming together quite nicely. And I mean, they took a chance, right? They try to bring up some sort of unknown quantities in the scene. Obviously, if you're an active competitor, you might know them, but if you're kind of just a casual viewer, you're new to these players, and it was a risk, and there was a lot of expectations placed on them. And I think overall they've beaten those allegations and they've surpassed expectations. And I think now we're just in a state where we're questioning what is the ceiling for these teams, right? What is really happening within the dynamic, and how far along are they going to be?
And this is especially interesting talking about these teams going into this week and the expectations, because first talking about this M80 roster, we're at round 6. We're in week 5. We're not necessarily seeing the most changes coming out from squads, but M80, of course, Sato waiting on visa stuff. We haven't gotten to see Sato play with this team yet. Instead, it was Weeded that was slotted in. So, Ash, this is going to be Sato competing to Challengers now, finally. But for anyone not familiar, Sato is a phenomenal player.
Yeah, I think this is a really exciting prospect for M80, which is almost crazy in a way because I feel like they've looked so good this split already. And now working Sato in where he's coming over from the Brazilian scene and Challengers. And over there, he was electric in the server. And it's kind of crazy to think that like this is a player where with this swap coming in, obviously he's been on, you know, the roster from the very beginning. But now the expectation is for M80 to look even better with him in.
Yeah, anyone who did not get to see Ascension Americas, this Glorious team was a team that was so heavily talked about heading into the tournament. And Sato was a huge reason for that. So being able to finally see how he slots into this roster now, Roy, we know that he's a top tier player. How does this team look with finally the whole group together?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the big question because there's no doubt this player is an absolute star. He looked phenomenal in Ascensions. He was one of the best performing players. He's an absolute hot commodity right now. Any team is lucky to have him in the duelist role. But this begs the questions, right, of things that are happening within the team, specifically around the role swaps happening, right, with Oki performing so well for M80 in the duelist role, now having to sort of shift over into an entirely different role, right? Picking up the Weeded's position. Weeded being obviously moved back out into the bench. He was always a substitute from the get-go. Shout out to him. He did a phenomenal job. But now we're sort of left questioning, like, how is this team going to perform with the swap from Oki from duelist into initiator and Sato coming in as well? And how many reps have they had as a squad to sort of fit and mesh well and trying to balance a 7 map pool?
I mean, looking at specifically Oki going up against Weeded in a little head-to-head here. Obviously, Weeded stepping out, but it's going to be Okeanos that's now fulfilling that flex role. So it was something that me and Oki had talked about early on. This should be really exciting, but like we're looking at super sub position here when we're talking about Weeded here, Roy. Weeded definitely was really big force to the team. So even if Okeanos is such a great player with that role swap, that is still huge shoes to fill.
Absolutely. And I've been saying it for quite a while. Oki's not new to these other roles. He's been playing a lot of off roles during the off season, and he's been practicing in terms of his flexibility as a role and in terms of his flexibility as a player. He has been practicing. So I don't think we're going to see a massive drop off in performance per se, like not statistically anyway, but there are some intangibles in regards to swapping from a duelist to an initiator, right? With the level of communication and team play that comes with that role swap.
Not even just that, I think even considering, okay, how are they splitting their scrim time, their prac time, outside of officials there as well, where you're looking to work alongside Weeded, and then also then on the flip side, having half that time maybe split up between Oki being on those flex roles that you were talking about there as well, and the difference in dynamic that's going to create for the team too, especially considering that you can't expect like the exact same type of playstyle from Oki as a duelist compared to that too.
I mean, even looking back and calling back to that interview, Oki had talked about that Sato was just an absolute superstar, but that Oki was a hard worker. So things like these lineups, things like everything with this role is something that he should be able to get. So I definitely do not think that this will go badly whatsoever. So I'm really, really excited to finally see this full M80 squad come together. And on the opposing end, Shopify, Rebellion, Black. Again, we've got two teams that have slightly different looks. Of course, this is a look that we did get to see the last time they played here, Ash, but not here on the main broadcast. It's Monsi stepping in after Brock got that call up. And huge congratulations to Brock, but also big step ups for Monsi. A phenomenal player. Trusted Plug's definitely going to miss him.
Yeah, I think it's going to be definitely interesting to see how SRB are looking with Monsi in the server now. It was crazy seeing Brock obviously, move up into tier 1, now being with NRG and whatnot. So big shoes to fill in that regard. But Monty's has great prospects. I think as an IGL, I'm loving this pickup for SRB, and I'm excited to see how this even changes maybe the identity that SRB are approaching these maps.
And I think the one thing that will kind of go under discussed that I would like to point out is the level of stress that you have as an IGL and moving into a secondary caller, right? Like BCJ, he was taking on the complete IGL role previously. obviously there are a lot of local players on the team that have been helping out. But now that we bring in Monty in a true, I mean, he's a full-bred IGL. He's been IGLing pretty much his whole career. He's still young. He's a young leader, but he's sort of in the same position that Valen was in. But now you're moving on to this role, and you're relieving BCJ from having to like constantly overload himself mentally, which opens him up to be able to be vocal in times where it matters the most, which is like mid rounding, late rounding, and sort of just relieving his mental load, allowing him to just give the most value that he could provide to this roster. So I think the pivot to a full-bred IGL was a really smart one by Shopify.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how exactly this goes in the server with more and more time, considering the stacked talent on the squad. So I want to start talking about said stacked talent and first talk about Paint, because Paint was someone that, I mean, there's a lot of hype about going into the season, and the last match they played, especially on the Rays, Roy, I mean, goodness, top tier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how much we can say. He had a lot of expectations placed on him. He's completely matched those expectations. He's been one of the most consistent performers for this roster, despite all the pressure from the community. And in terms of pop-off potential, he's shown that. In terms of consistency, he's also shown that. So, I mean, and he's flexible in all the duelists. So, like, what more could you really want from Paint?
I don't know what else you could really more ask on to answer your question there, Roy. But being able to see Paint, someone that, of course, they're being able to bring into this roster, I think has been really, really nice. So it's someone that, Ash, I've been looking at that more and more development. I say development like Paint already isn't fantastic. but like when we're talking about like next top tier duelists, like Paint definitely has so much of that potential, which I think is so exciting. I always love watching him play.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. And I think now being able to have Monty in as IGL as well alongside him, where he's going to be playing usually some more of those roles that are a bit more supportive. I know him and BCJ like swap off some of those flash roles here and there, map dependent. But I think having that vocalness and that set plan that's going to come up Monty in support of Paint looking to go and frag out is going to look really good for this.
And again, cannot understate the last like that split performance coming out from Paint last round was insane. But someone else who also had a really big step up in that series, we got to talk about Spaz, because Spaz, another one of those names that if somebody wasn't necessarily the most familiar with going into this split, I feel Ash, they got acquainted with real quickly. This controller player is crazy. When he steps up, he really steps up, and this is just a huge point for the team.
No, for sure. This is what you would love to see out of a controller player as well, right? When you're a controller, biggest thing is also survivability. So you see like the number of clutches that he has there being 6, having nice success in that, very low first blood percentage there as well. Just telling you about the fact that he's playing a little bit safer, guaranteeing that his util is going to be up for those dire scenarios, but also doing just so well to use his utility to support himself in those engagements.
And that's exactly what you want from these players, right? Is like there's something that you can't teach in this game, and it's killer instinct. Like yes, you can be a duelist and you have that naturally, right? You're developing it constantly, but when you're in a role like controller, where sometimes you need to be safe, but other times you need to be very risky, having a player that can maneuver that sort of mental calculation of like when should I aggress, when should I not aggress, when should I make this hero play, right? And trying to balance that sort of internal confidence just so effortlessly is such an invaluable tool to have, and Spaz is that player for this team.
And these are two teams, yet again, that going into this split, even if some of the names on the team are a little bit different, these org names, the amount of time and effort they put into these players, definitely knew that these were teams to expect a lot out of. So now, opportunity, one series away from making playoffs, and let's talk about that series. Map, picks, and bans. I'm excited for this one because we're starting off on one of my favorite maps. It's going to be M80 here, Ash, picking up Fracture.
Yeah, I think that you look towards how they've looked on Fracture previously, and sure, it wasn't necessarily the craziest. Well, okay, it was pretty crazy in the sense of like, yes, it was that 14-16. They lost it up against TSM. I thought that map was insane util-wise, and now we're gonna have to see Oki trying to reprise that Teho role that we had so much impact on, which is I think where a lot of our eyes draw. But they have a great plan on this map. I like seeing this come out as their first pick to see if they can make a difference in being able to make it a solid map that they're able to take home instead of having it go to that OT and unfortunately fizzling out in that match.
Following up here, Pearl picked by Shopify Rebellion Black, Haven for Decider. Roy, in terms of this whole map pick, bans, vetoes, etc., how we feel as an overall note?
I think this is a good map pool for both of these teams. I genuinely don't. I can't look at any of these maps and be like, oh, this is an easy win for this team. This is an easy loss for this team, or like this team is favored. Like, yes, there's going to be obviously some plus or minuses here and there, but overall, I really do feel like this is as close to a 50-50 as you can get in terms of map vetoes, right? Like they're both teams have shown propensity on all of these maps. They've had successes, they've had their losses, yes, but overall I feel like this is an amazing map pool for these teams to take us into a qualification match.
I mean, our elimination match was it's like a 3-map banger, so I'm really do hope that for this series we get to see the same here, especially with these changes and being able to kind of rediscover a little bit about these teams. But talked about the map pool being more of a 50-50. Let's look at our predictions to see if that's lining up roughly around the same way. For myself and for everyone else, it seems. It's a clean M80 sweep here.
Yo.
Ash,
yes.
What are we thinking? What are we thinking here? One of us needs to swap on the spot right now. We need to do this for the culture.
For the culture? I don't know, man. I don't know if I feel like everyone picked M80 because everyone's honestly so excited to see Sato in the server. This is no shade towards SRB at all. I think it's great. They're a great team and whatnot. I'm just really excited to see the additional firepower that's being brought to M80. I don't know. I don't want people to get the wrong idea from this Destiny sweep, guys.
Right? I feel like this doesn't illustrate what we've been talking about with how closely matched these two teams can be. This was a tough choice. I know, Roy, you like to kind of like flip the coin. Is that how you went for the method this week, or do you actually think M80, they're taking this?
No, I genuinely feel like this is a 50-50. And I kind of agree with what Ash was saying, was that we're all just really excited to have Sato in our region. It's exciting to have a new duelist and a star player enter the region and have this sort of different philosophy and sort of bring in different approaches and different ideas into our region and sort of just kind of change things up and add a little flavor to how teams are approaching the maps. So I think that's part of the reason to why a lot of us are leaning towards M80. Maybe it's just not, we don't really have any idea what's going to happen. We really don't know. Anyone saying they know is just lying to you. So this team could either become an insane powerhouse, or they could, there's some things they need to work out, because building a team takes time, and so does synergy.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing about, I guess, the general storyline for even this matchup. Like, yes, it is that qualification match into playoff here from the Swiss stage, but then it's also the fact that for the first time on the mainstream, at the very least, we're seeing the potential identity shift of two powerhouse teams within VCL NA, with Sato coming in, Oki being thrown onto a new role. And although he does have rep, it's not the fact that, we're definitely not doubting his abilities in that sense.
Exactly.
It's more of a question of, okay, what does this now mean for M80's new identity as a team? How is this going to shift? And then the parallel for that, looking towards SRB as well, when you have a new main caller coming into the fray. BCJ, like you're saying, Roy is now able to focus in on his role and more mid-rounding there as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how these two teams now cement the new face that we're expecting to see from them from here on out.
I mean, we're talking about new identities, so I'm curious if within the server, when we're looking at our agent select, which is ready, by the way, so let's head on over to that. I'm curious if there's going to be any impact or change here, because looking back at Fracture and looking at the compositions that they had here, Roy, these seem strong, they seem standard, so I wouldn't maybe anticipate one. We got a lot of strong choices here.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much in line with what we were expecting, honestly. I don't see any changes unless I am blind. I think this looks completely identical. Now, again, it's really just going to come down to, one, how is Shopify Rebellion approaching, and how are they integrating Monty into their new lineup? And as well for M80, how are they going to be utilizing Sato? And is there going to be a difference in how they play and sort of how they accomplish things on the map?
Yeah, I think while the compositions are the same on both sides, the main thing will be BCJ and Monty swapping there, because BCJ was previously the one playing the breach, actually. But I think it makes sense to have your main caller on that breach alongside Paint, where you're looking to call a lot more of those set plays, where BCJ is more going to be like following up on that, doing a little bit more of that recon. So while it's a different agent for BCJ, I think this changes.
All right, a smidge of a different look with how the teams are formed. The agents are going to be the same, and I know that, as per usual, we're ahead for some great Valorant. It's time to head over to the Fracture, first map of the series, and back over to your casters. Their couple name, by the way, I hold marks. Take it away, you two.
That's so creative. I have the easiest couple name in the history of esports. You just take I hold and throw your name on it. It's always right there, Marks, but I love you anyways. I will hold you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Tenderly and gingerly, because I think we might need a little bit of moral support here, because let's be honest, these two teams are about to do some battle.
Oh, yeah, battle is an easy way to say that, but there are so many questions coming into this one. And I really want to reiterate Roy's point that it's so difficult to predict how this is going to be shaking out, given all of the different variables that are factoring into that.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm expecting M80 to run away with it. I think that they're going to be coming in here. I do think that this is going to be a really good fit for Sato. And I think, you know, with the M80 structure, with how everything should be going at that organization, I think there should have been enough time to iron out some of those weird mishaps and miscommunications to really smoothen out the experience. And I think that a lot of that new ideas and tempo that is going to be injected into the team is really going to help M80 stand out.
Man, saying it's going to be beat down easy is bold, but I'm here for it. Well, I'm not here for it. I want to see some good Valorant. Let's find out what we get here. Is it's going to be a push down the south side of the map. And, well, the defense will clear everything out and now get to work trying to essentially retake B, because it is wide open for the taken. Offense played on the north side, defense played on the south side. We'll get a 5v5 here over the top of B.
And this is going to be an interesting flood out, because you see Shopify Rebellion running out.
Opening from BCJ, battle not done yet, as Kane's able to follow up. He had an incredible final performance in their most recent match. Salvo also going to get called here, as M80 are just limping back, trying to fight for this retake. Bow on the corner. Good for one. Should be traded, and is. Sokianos does well to catch one of his own, but there's still 3 more to find, plus time ticking away on this defuse. Salvo once again takes him off from any possible progress to be made. Right clicks work out for the elimination, but the round will go the way of Shopify.
Yeah, it's just going to be cleaning up here now. Okeanos still good for 3 at the minimum, but will finally fall down there. BCJ going as well. And yeah, I mean, they completely had the entire round just pulled out underneath of them. You could tell that M80, they tried to be aggressive, tried to try some stuff out, and they just simply didn't run into Shopify Rebellion. And so it was a very easy site take, and the rest was pretty much history. A nice little call right here for that little bit more aggression. And this is something that I've been noticing Shopify doing a little bit more. They like to be a little bit different, stand out from the rest of the pack with some of their mid-rounding strategies. So hoping that we just get to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, me too. And I think the thing about that is that's an aggressive take through B tower all the way down through free. So again, just not being happy with the ground they get for free, forcing the fight on their terms. Now we'll play this again in towards the B site. Celtron to reveal, and it will reveal onto Bow. He has to back up in towards Canteen on the short side of B, while the fast lane divides it and allows the spike to make way.
Yeah, just another easy plant. This time, 4 members going to be coming back here. Spaz has that rifle, calling for backup immediately. This is going to be bloody.
Yep, and whoa, okay, nice follow-up shot from Q. Spaz not able to lock things down, but Monzi's there in the crossfire. Reduces this play to essentially nothing. Bow now, the last one left, and he's found immediately by Paint. So a quick follow-up round, maybe a little bit more punishing than we would have expected, but all things told, still pretty comfortable for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Monsi stepping in and stepping up on that round specifically. 4 kills already. As we find ourselves into that pivotal round number 3. Already, Okeanos does have the Armageddon, though, which is an extremely early ultimate in this game. And that's going to be a lot of rifles coming in for this M80 squad. They're going to be ready to frag out. Let's see how Shopify Rebellion finally changing up their strategy, by the way. They hit the exact same side both times, but this time swapping around with Paint probably just doing a little bit of fake noise.
Indeed the case. Does pop the shears. That will make this setup around B a little bit softer. Not really too much to worry about, though, for Bow. But you're right, Shopify Rebellion making their way over towards drop at A. The defense largely playing inside of halls. Salvo going to be queued up as the possible execution green light. And that's indeed the case. Fast lane a part of the fault line combination as well. Spike will make its way on. You over towards ropes, though. Does he find an angle as soon as all of the smoke starts to dissipate? Armageddon called out immediately. You also have the molly behind this, but BCJ can still hang on the site and commit for the plant.
Spike planted.
Excellent bit of utility being tossed out there. Paint line Sato.
That's not what you want early for Sato. Follow-up is decent, though, for M80. They go for 3 for 1. 2v3 situation, just Bulldogs remaining. Pancake should have a freebie. Oh, it was less than free, tell you that much. The 2v2 we go. Monzi up top. A toggle comes through. Clean on the first, not quite the second. Now just down to the 1v1, and B-Dog, more HP. Cleans it up nicely to get M80 on the board.
Yeah, and that's going to be a necessary round for them. Unfortunately, losing quite a few of their members there, so economy not going to be great. But I really just want to shout out Monsi on that last round. When the Armageddon comes through, you see that the crunch comes as well. M80 are ready to pounce on those players. Teo's utility, specifically, great at repositioning people and making it almost impossible for them to play safe. And the response, just toss out a Rolling Thunder. Make sure that the rest of M80 can't do anything, allowing Shopify Rebellion a much easier time with that plant. So excellent reactions coming out there, which I think made a big difference on that round. Now, as we look towards this next one, it's going to be the rifles coming through from Shopify Rebellion. And meanwhile, Val's got a Bucky in hand. So that gives you an idea on how the economy is for M80.
Yeah, it was a really punishing bonus round for Shopify without question. Some of their break off here in towards an execute at B, and I have to pause because it's not a full execute at B. Baz in a little bit of trouble, just playing right over the top of the zip line. Sato shakes off the stun. Nice opening shot, but SR has the angle locked down for the rest of that defensive playthrough. So Spike will drop, but the numbers held with the offensive Shopify.
Yeah, and honestly, that was just a good read from Shopify Rebellion. This is going to be the round that they try to be a little bit aggressive. Let's just make sure to hold our ground very far back. We know we've got a weapon differential, and so let's make sure to get the maximum value out of it. And so sure, they lose BCJ, the Armageddon, no longer a tool available in this round. They should be able to move up fairly easily. B-Dog going to be on the other side, but already the lurk from Pancakes is being set up.
If B-Dog can get one on this cross to stay alive, it'd be great, but Smoke will deter that from happening. B-Dog actually going to push up into this. The playthrough tower is critical in the timing with Bao, especially if he does have that buck. Spike will be planted. Quick on the rotation to Sato, but it's a little bit on the late side. The right click from the Bucky, not really chunking, and B-Dog will also drop. And now Sato, I mean, he's at the Guardian 1v4. You don't really want to save this, but maybe you can sneak up, get one of these rifles, and get away. Another smoke gets placed in paint. Wow. Woo! Clean shot right before it embellishes the causeway, and that's enough for 3-1 tally.
And Paint's been looking good so far onto this one. We talk about just like the duelist running in there, being able to get value, causing a distraction. Paint's been doing exactly what you need him to. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sato, you see there's a lot of aggression from M80. They want to take that fight. They want to pounce on their opponents early. And more or less, like, they're either finding nothing or they run right into a firing line set up by Shopify Rebellion. It feels like Shopify are doing an excellent job at just reading what the round-to-round play from M80 is, whether or not they like to. And it's making this very difficult for this Fracture defense.
Yeah, I think in particular, it's the same break-off in towards tree. It's just the salvo flash or salvo fault line that just the defense can't hold in that position. And when Paint can get up close to B ramp like this, the fault line or fast lane just gives you free entryway. Like, you really can't challenge it from just tower. Like, this defense for M80 really does want to try to play this from the middle of the map, and it's just not being allowed to. And that's going to be a major issue for M80. They may, I imagine a timeout will be coming after this to try to break that down.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, look at the map right now. Shopify Rebellion are just going to be walking in and making that A site their home. Very little resistance to be found. Bao just on the other side of the satellite, but at that point, I don't even know if you try and play your life there. A 3-man flank coming behind, but Pancake's aware.
Able to line them all up. Oh, no. I mean, again, it is just pistols, but still, that is a punishing mental affair that comes through. A little bit of salt in the wounds as a flawless round is tallied here in the 5th. 4-1 for Shopify. And again, these opening break-offs towards B are a major issue and need to be talked about for M80.
Yeah, they really do. And like, I mean, even with you just look at this like screen in front of you, you can see how one-sided this is looking for Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, even here, Paint more or less just gets it for free. They walk into Pancakes there, no utility really being expended at all. A lot of these just very simple strategies are being set up by Shopify Rebellion Black, and M80 are still struggling to really find any footing on their ground.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about this B breakoff is, a couple of rounds prior, pause on that, we'll talk about this in a moment as we may get some contact here on the top side. That need not to be. Armageddon going to flush out some of the space over towards Arcade. Here will drop. Salvos will go in towards Tower, but the Vice is not there this time. So the defense may get what they want, trying to play from mid this time around.
It's nice and slow. Pancake's just on the other side. The stealth bot goes out, but nobody going to be found. So this should give an ample opportunity for M80 to go in. Okay, first found.
That's on to Paint, who has been critical in a lot of these face-up gunfights. Fault line, aftershock called in. Okay, Sato getting active. Now you've got the opportunity to try to break down this site. Utility still being littered to the backside, but this play over towards Tower, yeah, just a little too one-dimensional. Everything flushed out of the main part of the actual platform itself, and that'll be enough for M80 to get a critical round on the board.
Yeah, an excellent one, too, to help stabilize them. I know you talked about the potential of a timeout coming through, but I think after a round like that, hopefully things can start to sort themselves out again. M80 that time doing an excellent job just disengaging off that site. Say, okay, we know what's about to happen here. What if we just stayed alive instead? Completely just backed out of there and then made sure that they were executing together at the right amount of time. You can see that they were just like buddied up walking in onto the site, and that way they covered every single sight line that they needed. So just an excellent call coming in from M80 to give up that site and then just reflood. An excellent retake.
Not much loss, though, for Shopify. And kind of going back to the point that I kind of had to pause on for a moment, we're seeing subtle variations around these B executes. That time it comes from the north side of the map for the first time, but this is the same setup. The salvo, the sprint forward, Paint clears out tree, you get it for free. The thing that I was trying to talk about prior, though, was that M80 don't really have the option of countering aggression with aggression of their own through A because of the fake that happened from like 3 rounds ago, where they showed the same break off and then came back and shut down the flank. So again, the mind games currently are trending towards what Shopify have done. And again, similar situation. You're feeling out the stealth drone as Paint is on for a bit of a different timing through this backside at Arcade.
Yeah, and to be fair, though, this is a different look from M80. We've seen them consistently flooding out of the sites, but this time around, they're just kind of digging their heels into the ground, standing their ground and just holding these deep angles. And you can see Shopify Rebellion. They're not too sure where they want to be going yet. Right there. Based on how much space they're able to take here with Paint, that could be a good indication.
Oh, there we go again. There's that fault line, fast lane combination. It forces out the showstopper plus the razor wires to go through. So again, value there in terms of utility for utility. And now the flood over towards the direction of Okeanos. Again, new roll form. Rolling Thunder going to get called immediately for the defense. And it's time to perfection. Woo-hoo-hoo. Absolute devastation on the execution from SR trying to get through A-Halls.
And that was an excellent trap that just got set up there. As soon as they hear the Neon fly in, the Rolling Thunder comes through, knocks them all up, and then Okeanos can just, well, hop out there and find a couple of kills nice and easy. Let the salvos deal with the rest. You trap them in the rage cage, and you completely hose them down with your bullets.
And Monzi going to be spammed out behind the box. Nowhere to go as he was affected by the fault line. And this round will come to a conclusion by the clock. Baz, one more piece of contact, at least able to keep the weapon, but the economy starts to finally turn here, and you're absolutely right. The subtle adjustments for M80 have worked out nicely.
Yeah, and you know, especially too with that big question with the duelist coming in here, and maybe things are going to be changing around. Oh no, Okeanos no longer going to be that duelist. I think that round was a good example, honestly, that they are still playing comfortably around each other, and there's still good communication happening between these teams. I mean, even the showstopper being popped that round with a lot of that Vi's utility immediately going off on A is just a very good indication that they're communicating to each other about where these potential site hits are happening.
And this execution, if it does end up being one where it's applicable different, because Paint is not a part of the picture. And ooh, take a route over towards the top side at A instead. At least for a moment, that hit the zip line, and now we can get to work on what is the usual break-off, but it looks like they are setting up for that. I mean, you've got a little bit of a feel out for Pancakes right now. Neural touch is ready. Stealth drone just gets some attention back over it. Actually, again, it's going to be followed up by an Armageddon, and oh my, Okeanos is actually able to catch BCJ on the edge of it.
Let the utility do the talking for you. Excellent example of that coming out from M80. Make sure that you get them into the trap. The Armageddon gets so much value. And now this push is going to be extremely labored from Shopify Rebellion.
Trying to keep the defense interested at A. And again, initially, when I saw that Armageddon come out, I was like, again, Shopify do exactly what they want. They pull out a key ultimate, but it does find value. So now we take the attention to 4v5 over towards the B zone. Rose able to actually get a couple of connections, and that's enough to convince Bao to try to play for the face-up gunfight. Met with way more than he had bargained for, though, and that's going to lead to a post-plant 4v4.
Look at the positioning of Shopify Rebellion. They're playing so far forwards here, ready for this cross.
Oh, good trigger discipline as well from Monzi on this close corner. You still have to walk your way through this, and now finally he can pop out, find himself his kill. Okeanos trying to get the salvo out. We'll toss it relatively close. Monzi into the cyber cage, dancing with Okeanos, but he's the last one standing. It will have to be like a 1v4, and there's just not going to be enough time for him to navigate this. Going to give it a try because he's already committed into it, but Baz is right there to meet him. And I have to, again, the Shopify Rebellion, they've got a very clear headspace, but what they want to do to M80, and for the large part of it, they're getting away with what they want.
And honestly, it's so nice seeing these pieces from Shopify Rebellion really start clicking with one another. Obviously, I talked about how amazing the combo of utility was from M80, and that's what we expect to see on their composition. But Shopify Rebellion Black immediately just kind of back out there. And the mind games, something that you talked about earlier on in this map, are very clearly at play, because once again, they find themselves on a site where there's nobody hanging out on. And that's when they are able to just really just take over the site, get the spike down, and immediately rotate into that very dangerous crossfire position, not anticipating that M80 are all going to be flooding out there, but surely a couple do, and they're going to be able to take them down. Just such excellent mid-rounding being called by Shopify Rebellion. I find myself continually being impressed with, you know, just how they're moving as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, and I think the thing too about it, I mean, you talk about this fracture as a map, like it's meant for the offense to play mind games with you. Like that's the entire point of this zip line and the staggered split setup where the defense spawns mid. Like they have to make decisions. And again, Shopify's doing a nice job of forcing decisions to be made. Now, to be fair, again, you kind of look at the timeline. Yeah, they win the anti-bonus in round 3, but round 6, round 7, again, those adaptations that you want to see from M80 are coming through. I think the thing about it is M80 have said, all right, Shopify's going to take the tempo and we're going to have to receive their hits. It just comes down to, can they catch Shopify trying to play these mind games in the first 45 seconds or not? Because in those 2 rounds, again, the trap of the Rolling Thunder, the trap of the Armageddon were key.
And it looks like this is a commitment. Keep in mind, the spike is all the way over here as well. No information spotted out. The smokes go down and already paint's running in.
Oh, up the zip line. And wow, Bao stunned up. Just one taps the head of paint. So power will stay in the hands of M80. You still have help as well from Sato with the scope on the other angle. But Pancakes, does he get an angle at this? No, he doesn't. Instead, it's Sato for a collateral. Then you throw in the drone. BCJ's trying to hunt this out. What do you got if you're Sato? Paint shells are through. Almost for the no-scope, but BCJ comes away with a double.
Stunned up, though. This is still kind of winnable if BCJ can find it. Nope, doesn't find that. Q shuts it down, but an excellent just response coming in from M80 that time. Made sure that as soon as they got a little bit of information, they're able to go in there. Of course, Bao starting things off, being able to shut paint down, make Shopify Rebellion doubt themselves for just a second is all the time that M80 needed to move themselves over, set up their defense, and then after that, Shopify Rebellion, like you could tell, they were a lot more labored with every single step. Every single thing became a lot more scary to move in there. And of course, Sato, what a shot to just really make that entrance.
It's immediate cause and effect. Like, Bao has no business winning that gunfight, and if he loses it, Sato can't hang there. I mean, the fact that he wins that while stunned up is unbelievable in the first place. The collateral force steals the highlight moment of the round without question, as Sato can start to get his feet planted here in North American Challengers.
Locating targets.
Different look here for Shopify. Intentions early with the drone over towards A. It will be voluntarily given, though, by M80, playing aggressively over towards the backside at Halls. Pancakes by himself. They know he's often the one to work, but Pancakes comes away with 2. Unbelievable. The Armageddon to follow up. This is going to be a plant.
Yeah, the Armageddon trying to find something, but it's too late. Shopify Rebellion will be able to get it down. Only 3 defenders able to move in here. Not a ton of utility to work off line.
Alt line after that combination does chunk Monzi quite a bit, but he's been able to earn the Rolling Thunder. Oh, stay on your feet. Sato takes him out of commission. Bao follows up. Is this still winnable? Orbital strike called. Sato has to give a little bit of space. Tries to predict the timing on the spaz. Not going to happen, but the delay is now over. You have to receive this hit. Oh, the sniper shot misses. Bao trying to snap up to where he predicted spaz to be, but he predicts incorrectly, and Shopify take their 6.
That was a crazy chain of events there. Keep in mind, too, Monty losing the Rolling Thunder. Casted it, didn't even get to take off, and immediately just shot down by Sato. Unbelievable round. I guess still Shopify Rebellion Black come out on top. You see Bao wasn't 100% sure where their last member was, and so Shopify Rebellion, in a little bit of a scramble, make what they can with the situation and win out that round. They're looking good as we do see M80 on a little bit of an awkward bye here. 2 more rounds left in this half. Paint's been doing an excellent job playing this distraction, playing this confusion factor on Fracture, which has genuinely been the biggest game changer to allow Shopify Rebellion Black to run away with a lot of these rounds.
This is an intriguing setup here for M80. They know their vulnerability has been towards speed. They're not just going to stack it, but also got the ability for showstop earned if Sato caps for 1. The other side of things, though, Bao by himself is going to be taking a Stinger Steel Garden combination as the sole defense at A. Menacing to say the least, especially considering that there's already been a takeover of ropes and it's just a spam down. You haven't seen anyone, so you just start hitting the usual suspect spots and Bao's out of the picture.
And look at this lurk from Pancakes as well. Thankfully, with how M80 have been playing this defense, they usually don't lurk through mid as often. As we see the 3-man stack yet again coming through here. Let's see if they can come out a little bit differently this time around.
And this is tough. I mean, decisions need to be made here for M80. I mean, they don't really have an economy. You're looking at a round where you lose one more. You're trying to save this. Pancake, Hypercage trying to keep defense through mid. Okeanos is the one in place, held back from the showstopper out for the retake. That'll be good for the first. Is there more to follow? Yes, there is. B-Dog provides it. Okeanos now the 1v1 off the lurker. How about this from 880? It's been patient. Has it been too patient, though? Vault line slows everything down. Paint wins a key 1v1. Now Monzi back to the front door. Diffie's needed. Is there time for the defuse? No, there's not. It just takes a little bit too long. And Shopify catch their 7th round.
What a stall. And honestly, it just came down to that annoyance. Okeanos gets preoccupied with Pancakes. Pancake's not even moving, just like, hey, I just want you to know I'm here. Here's a cyber cage. Here's another cyber cage. I'm still hanging out. And Okeanos is forced to watch that angle, not able to apply any of the additional pressure, which makes the M80 push so much more difficult. And then it just becomes a simple matter of time there. As well, yeah, starting things out, Bao didn't even get an opportunity to do anything. And M80, this is slowly slipping away from them. They're definitely not out of it yet. It's still that 4-7 score line, but this is now the last round in the half. If they want to make this a more winnable situation, M80 have to find this round.
Yeah, and Bao again, left with limited resources. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, it gets out just before the salvo can connect, but no. Tower's been taken and Bao still gets completely suffocated. So it's a quick execute once again back over towards B. Orbital strike is at the ready if they want to try to use this to delay the plant and let this defense rotate a touch more, but no, B-Dog decides better of it.
And I wonder whether or not they were just trying to bait out the orbital strike, see if they were going to use that to delay any further. And once they realized, nope, not going to be the case, then yeah, they get that spike down and already aggressively Shopify.
Oh, good connection off the drone. Flash to follow, but whoa, Sato still catches 2 while blind. But Spaz, BCJ, able to out-trade it, leaving B-Dog by himself. The orbital strike already been popped. Molly at the front doors. Pancake getting damaged up in a little bit of a quick trigger.
In hand.
Oh boy, halfway, but no, Spaz just spamming through the smoke. Will find the final elimination. It'll be an 8-4 half for Shopify. Good.
Wow. I mean, it's crazy because it really feels like Shopify are in the driver's seat on this particular match. It feels like they're making M80 play to their tune, and still M80 do have 4 rounds, and that's nothing really to sniff at because it felt like it was more or less one-sided. M80 being able to win out a lot of these rounds just came down to this like moment-to-moment action where they're able to pounce out on top of what Shopify are doing. So now that we're seeing them swap sides, curious to see how this goes. Shopify, traditionally better on the attack, not as good on this defense. And so let's see whether or not they're able to scrape this like together quite a bit more. I mean, they've already gotten that 8-point lead, and so things should be fairly easy for them. But I think that we're going to be treated to some nastiness coming out from M80.
Yeah, I mean, everything kind of changes here a little bit now that you have the Neon on defense too. Like, there is a level of, are they going to try to play with more of that tempered aggression if you're Shopify? And it looks like they want to. Fault line being held by Monzi. Okeanos looking to try to reveal, maybe with the drone. And yeah, it's going to call it forward. Fault line to follow. Paint stuck in the corner. Good help. Aftershock. Lots of damage, but Paint's still alive, if only temporarily. More flashes to come through. It's messy. It's sloppy, but Shopify somehow have a 5v4. Make it 5v3 as BCJ connects through the smoke.
That's unbelievable what happened there. The fact that Paint is still alive in the middle of all of that. So much gets tossed out, and somehow Paint just dancing around. He's able to survive the onslaught, and so now we see M80. They turn their sights over to this B site instead. Should be able to get a free plant here, but things are looking good for Shopify Rebellion.
Spike planted.
Well, see if they can make this post plant a little bit more messy on the retake.
Camera taken out.
Pancakes, a little bit of information there. Nothing too revealing, though. Here comes Paint. He's going to be kind of the cannon fodder on this attempt. Fault line also up towards tower. Q good for one, but Paint's still allowed to catch another. And now you know where Okeanos is. That's the biggest one you need to deal with. But Bao from the low ground. He has made this a bit more messy. Caught on the rotation back. This is taking time. Okeanos in the corner. Good damage coming through. Time for the reload. Does he get a right click? No. The Spaz have time to catch the defuse. Ooh, it's going to be close, but I think he's got it. It's going to be real tight. So. Oh, not quite. 1.3 in the clock, and M80 take the pistol.
Excellent job coming in. And of course, too, coming down to Okeanos, the one who used to be the duelist for M80. Oki can frag. And honestly, even without all of the utility there, it's looking pretty good coming in from him. And once again, I still can't believe that Paint was able to survive all of this onslaught. A lot of this utility for M80's executing plan is simply just to use that utility, flush people out, make them uncomfortable, and yet somehow Shopify Rebellion are the ones to come out on top. So fantastic job from Moki to hold down and burn down the clock. Already a bit of aggression coming in from Shopify Rebellion as we see them go for that little bit of a trap play, not able to find anything. Everyone's going to hear those ropes flying across to the other side of the map, and now the flood in onto B is going to happen.
First blood, good for Pancake. And that's all they want. Back off, let M80 make the next move. And they are just going to sneak their way onto site. They're probably thinking, no, thank you very much. We'll take that. Weapon advantage, of course, very potent here in this follow-up round. And yeah, this is going to be a tall ask, even in a 5v4, for Shopify to find a way to retake.
Look at this. They all just completely flood off site. I'm going to be playing so far back. This is an interesting look from M80. It's like they're anticipating this Shopify wraparound.
Well, here we go. It's going to be a bit of a firing spot. Paint trying to deter this setup as best as humanly possible. Salvo a part of this as well. BCJ able to convert on the damage that has been tallied. Back and forth we go. Numbers starting to be reduced here. Spun around for a moment. Q! Oh my! How about the instant trigger discipline to come through? He's got 3 more in front of him, and it's all headshots with the Bulldog.
That is crazy coming out from Q at the end there. Just looking around, tap, 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 and it's going to be perfect. M80, they find themselves now at 6. 2 rounds, striking distance from Shopify Rebellion. The big question I have is whether or not they're going to be investing, and it looks like this gamble will be coming through. A lot of Vandals on the side, whereas Shopify Rebellion, this is going to be their rifling round here. It was just so chaotic. Excellent use of utility, I gotta say, from Shopify Rebellion. The salvos really make sure that the pistols can do a lot more damage. Unfortunately, just not able to really clear things through. As M80 get ready to hit the speed site yet again.
Yeah, suffocating hit, kind of coming from both sides at the same time here towards B. Towers given up for free, though. This is all voluntarily forfeited by Shopify that elect to play for retake. Do they have many tools to actually crack the code on this? They've already spent the molly and the smoke or two. Okeanos able to find one will make this a little bit more difficult for Shopify. Paint, lot of noise being made. Bao in the corner, up and over. Nice shot though from Paint, gets us to a 4v4.
Oh no.
Shopify finding the kills, but this is taking too long. You still have to clear out tower. Spaz thinking about hopping on this. Rolling Thunder going to come through to make this a bit more messy. Here's Caillou again on the corner. Can he clutch up another one? This would be a 1v2 for him. Time becoming an issue. Caillou's good for one more. And how about it? 2 straight shredding rounds. Caillou for 3. That's now 7 in the last 2, and he also survives the impact of the spike.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming in from Caillou at the very end there. And importantly, Shopify, Rebellion, and Black are going to be taking their time out here. M80 are just gaining way too much momentum on this attack. And quite frankly, I have to highlight Okeanos. The thing about Teho 2 is you can launch those salvos and still back off and have a pretty good time after that stealth bot has been good. And so immediately going to watch that flank, which this is the thing with Fracture. You're going to be expecting a lot of flanks. There's so many different avenues that your opponent can be coming from. And taking out BCJ so early on made it that much more difficult for Shopify Rebellion really to execute anything at all. So just honestly, excellent awareness. It's been an interesting map thus far, but genuinely M80, I wouldn't count them out of this one just quite yet.
No, not at all. I think both teams have shown, the play styles that they're trying to build their compositions around are finding great efficacy. I mean, from the offensive side, Shopify, again, bully with tempo. M80 have to respect it, get a couple of rounds, but can't quite keep up. On the other side, M80 have a significant advantage when it comes to how they're playing off their utility, and they're doing a nice job of getting clean takes, forcing Shopify to have to play 5v5 retake into the face of Breach, Rise, Raze, Brim. Like, it's just, there's so much deterrent built into the kit that M80's got, and it's worked out nicely so far.
And once again, it's a very heavy util build that allows you to just run in or stall or, it's when those moments happen, when you see a lot of that utility fly, and they're doing it so damn well for M80. And now, though, it looks like a little bit of a trap being set out from Shopify Rebellion outside that A side, while M80 are slowly making their way up. They've already taken so much space. The fact that Sato's all the way up here completely unchecked, tower completely unchecked as well, should be nice and easy for M80 to at least make a little bit of noise. The Shopify Rebellion, they slow things down and aren't really doing anything just quite yet.
Yeah, but this is fine. I mean, M80 are fine with this. They're not looking to take away a ton of ground at the moment. They're just trying to get a feel out. And Bao is the one who's trusted to try to get some info. And yeah, that's tons of info. Now you know exactly where you have the fault line, the breach, and yeah, he falls, but it comes to the cost of an Armageddon, and this Shopify defense is in trouble. Pancake's lots of damage. Spaz follows up nicely, though. It's not enough to stop the spike, and that's fine if you're M80.
Okay, it's Spike finally going down here. It's going to be a 4v3 retake. Paint does have a rifle. Is taking the long way around. Might find a good timing, though.
B-Dog, couple of straight shots, not going to land. Again, numbers in favor of Shopify, but the weapons definitely in favor of M80. Coming across. Not going to work out for M80. B-Dog with a good follow-up. He's the last one up, though, for a 1v3. Monzi's low HP. That's the one you need. And now it's just down to, can you hit the last bullet? Sure, why not? Woo! A couple of high sprees coming through. Rounds of 3, rounds of 4, and this time it's B-Dog for 4 in the round.
Yeah, B-Dog coming in when you needed him most. Now has the orbital strike online as well, and we see that fun trap play being used by Shopify Rebellion. We saw it being utilized by M80 actually, where you get the fault line off the Armageddon, you find somebody, and as soon as it happens and they catch Bao, you can see M80 are like, all right, we got to hit the go button now, and they just slam the gas, run their way in onto that B site, and are able to take it with Swift. And the fact of the matter is that gives up so much information when you spring that trap about where these agents are located on the map.
Yeah.
And so it's just an easy read for M80 to know with full confidence, if they go into B, they're going to have a much easier time, and they absolutely pounce on that opportunity.
Well, tie game here in round 17. Full weapons at the ready. Ultimate advantage for M80, if you want to call it that. The orbital strike and the Armageddon are formidable, to say it plainly, especially with the way they have this post plant set up. I mean, you're not going to touch halls. You're not even going to touch dish if you can find this, and Caillou will find the first. Shutdown from the second. Neural theft now to be earned, and this is good information, but it doesn't get capitalized on as the follow-up elim is there. Now it has to come through middle, and it's just down to, can they find a way to brute force their way in? Molly up top, right onto the spike. Orbital Strike still up the ready. Armageddon still at the ready. And SR sitting on site like, what do? We just don't have any time to do anything with this. And they're not going to have a chance to defuse this. Not even going to come close to it.
Okay. Bao should have been able to find some of those kills there, but yeah, like you said, not even a chance. Okeanos just making sure that if anybody goes through, should have a little bit of trouble. Monsi able to find it, but it's all of the agents from M80 who have that stall utility that make sure that that spike is going to be able to go off. So an excellent round just played by M80 that time. Shopify Rebellion are starting to really struggle here. Caillou going so far in deep, and then B-Dog immediately ready to jump on the Cypher as well. I think M80, we're starting to see those signs of coordination, those layers to this defense, and it's working out well against this offense from, sorry, the other way around. They're peeling back the Shopify defense.
Indeed they are. This is a critical round here, though. A bit of a force buy, if you want to call it that, for Shopify. Weapons, light armor, essentially zeroing out a couple of players. There are ultimates that could be round changing on both sides. Showstopper, Armageddon for the offense, but on the flip side, Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder, and the Overdrive for Pain. I'm actually surprised that he's not going to swap weapons with Pancakes for now.
I wonder if it's this is not the round that you want to use those ultimates. We're seeing the Steel Garden get utilized, and everybody from Shopify Rebellion immediately goes back for the hills. There's nobody home, and so this is going to be a free site for M80. I'm more curious to see whether or not they're going to be pushing out again, expecting people to run through, as an Orbital Strike actually gets utilized.
It's a little late, but it does find an elimination in combination with the salvo. But still, that's, again, fine if you're M80. You do lose the Rolling Thunder, though. That could be pivotal. Ooh, timing on this peak could be everything. B-Dog only gets one. Follow-up. Rolling Thunder cutting across the site. Not going to work out to help out Pain. Armageddon now coming through. It's an absolute disaster on top of the platform. And Sato will convert on that. Just down to 2. Showstopper still at the ready. BCJ is going to get this to half. Is that enough, though? Showstopper now out. Trying to deny it is Bonzi. BJJ finds an elimination. It's just down to Okeanos. Again, the spike to halfway. Get down, Mr. President. Okeanos not able to connect in time. He finds both kills, but it's too late.
Wow. That one is a tough round for M80 to lose on. They invested very heavily out of their ultimates to make sure that it was going to be so difficult for Shopify Rebellion, and still, they're not able to really capitalize on a lot of the stuff that was coming down from the sky. Right off the bat, we see so much getting tossed out there. An excellent little trap being used by Caillou, making sure that BCJ is able to find that elimination. But I'm looking at Sato popping that Showstopper, gets 0 value. It was mostly just a scare tactic. You're just supposed to make the defenders run in fear, but instead they run confidently right at you. Weapons in hand, crosshairs aimed at your head. And as a result of that, Shopify Rebellion walk away with a round. And we're just like that, tied up 9-9. As Caillou uses the Rolling Thunder very early on. This should be a fast storm in from M80.
Retake availability does not really allow for much, but are we kidding? Pancakes steals away a kill into B-Dog. That's a massive one. That's some of your post-plant delay with the, oh my God, the Molly coming through. And even worse, Caillou also going to drop. So now M80 are in tatters, trying to hold on, but Sato found timing, catches one. He needs to get more than this, though. Opportunity 40 connects. Overdrive, though, shreds through the rest of the M80 post plant, leaving the new gun in Sato. The last one left. Is he worth the hype? Is he worth the ace? Almost, but no. Finger guns too strong. Paint shuts down the ace, and Shopify will get to double digits.
Now that's value out of the Overdrive. We've seen Neons, especially with the changes that happened to Neon, not be able to find that much value with the finger lightning gun, but still just flying through. Paint's able to make that one work. There was a second there where Sato was finding excellent timing, just pushing in so far deep. And I think that that's where we're going to be seeing M80 have a little bit more success on their post-plant positioning. When they just decide to push into Shopify Rebellion spots, I think that's when they're going to be able to catch them off guard and find more kills. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be enough this time. Caillou going down so early more or less made it so much easier for that retake to happen from Shopify Rebellion as they retake the lead here, Shift.
But I don't care if you're a fan of Shopify or a fan of M80 or if you're a fan of Rankers or whoever. I think all of us are pleased to see the potential out of a player like Sato in that individual moment.
Absolutely.
Still,
I mean,
though.
you don't just hit heads like that, right? Like, that's kind of crazy.
And that's disgusting. Sheriffs with just a little bit of firepower support. On the other side, Outlaw and a Judge in the mix. And you're going to have, obviously, the weaponry advantage for SR, but you can still overwhelm here with these weapons if you are M80. All it takes is one good headshot.
A little bit of a spray down from BCJ. And look at this, all the utility, just trying to trap them, deny any of that space, and hopefully burn a little bit of utility as Val goes exploring in tower.
This is big. Oh, first shot lands, but the Judge, again, you just keep on clicking left, and you're eventually going to get eliminations. So here comes the flood back over towards B.
30
Pancake's in trouble, and they know that. So trying to find any vulnerabilities that are available to them. But the defense has fully rotated over. Stim Beacon also in place. BCJ trying to utilize that. Doesn't fully come through. Showstopper now out for Sato. Clears out Canteen. Will allow B-Dog some opportunity to plant, but the angle still being watched. And now it's just down to 10 seconds. And B-Dog is absolutely trapped at tower.
Oops, spots out one here. Doesn't really have the best weaponry available, so Shopify Rebellion clean that one up nice and easy. And yeah, it was a bit of a weird buy coming in from both of those squads on that round. None of them necessarily having all of the cash in the world to be able to spend on things. But still, Shopify Rebellion, because they are starting to really gain momentum and really start to figure things out, M80 are going to be the ones who have to take this time out now. Keep in mind, this is an M80 map pick.
Good call.
Shopify Rebellion, you know, making sure that they can steal this map away could make sure that they solidify their spot in playoffs. Because as a reminder, whichever one of these teams wins out this one, they secure their spot in playoffs and no longer have to play in this Swiss stage.
Really, really good points there, my friend. And I mean, to be fair, like, in terms of, like, evaluating the strength of this map pick, like, again, both these two teams have only shown us one playthrough on it so far through Swiss. So, you know, you kind of take that for what it is. I think it's just, you know, if you're M80, you're looking at how this matchup would go, and especially with Sato in the mix. How do you keep him comfortable without having the same amount of reps as the rest of the squad? Get him on a comfort pick. He wants to play Raze. Okay. And you can see why. It just comes down to, I think, again, that first half was so damn punishing with Shopify just kind of getting away with the tempo that they wanted to. And now that you're starting to see us string together with these retakes finding success, M80 may need to try to figure out a different level of approach, especially with no ultimates on into a full gun round.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify Rebellion have just been really, these last couple of rounds, playing these retakes really excellently, which is where their strengths tend to lie. And a very early flashpoint here. As you can tell, Monty setting up the trap and Paint's engaging.
Yeah, counter fault line, though, keeps Paint at bay. Arcade still going to be bought for on both sides. Salvo out. Paint has to hold his ground. Get out of there. Whoa, good help from BCJ. I don't know how he gets into the mix. Monzi also deals with some of the play on the other side of the site. Paint somehow still alive, makes value on his life, finding an elimination. Down to 1 HP, though. Same can be said for BCJ on 22 points of health. So Caillou and Okeanos definitely have a chance to pull off this 2v3 still.
And it's kind of crazy. Paint just being alive is such a menace. Like, you see just the absolute respect that he's able to garner from the other side. Okeanos on finally will be able to take him down. The spike, though, in Caillou's hands. You see the salvos fly through.
Oh, good spam coming through the box. Goodness gracious. So now it's just down to Caillou. BCJ and Spaz on the other side, stacked up together right through mid, and they're going to try to hit the boxes together. It doesn't land. Can they stop him from the exit? Don't line up. Caillou, does he get a chance at this? No, it's just a really good wide swing from BCJ. Spaz follows up for the easy elimination, and it's going to be map point for Shopify Black.
I love a good something swing where you just fly across the side and then actually you're just baiting so that the other player can be able to find the kill there. As Shopify Rebellion find themselves at match point. And you can see the pieces of M80, they're working together, but they still don't feel as solid as Shopify Rebellion. When it's coming down to it, the level of discipline is what I think is carrying Shopify Rebellion across the line.
Oh, absolutely.
They're playing just more coherently off of one another. And even though we don't have those like pop-off crazy performances from any of the players individually, they're playing so well together that it's kind of compensating for the fact that they don't have that quote-unquote hero.
Yeah, I don't want to like sell this story upriver here, but you also got to keep in mind that M80 got through 3 rounds because individuals popped off for 3 or 4 eliminations. And a lot of that coming in 2v3s, 2v4s, that type of situation. So, I mean, I think if you're Shopify, again, like how the game has gone from a macro level, you're thinking you're still winning this chess game. And that trust, that belief, I think has really allowed them to stay resilient throughout these retakes in particular, and that might have to be the case once again. Sato up and over, but gets a little bit lost in the smoke. So BCJ will catch one for free, and the rest of the team haven't dropped in yet.
All the ultimates being popped online. Caillou still able to find one.
Battle pauses for a moment. Bao a bit stuck here at Halls. Yeah, just gonna get flat out pushed out. Spike trying to get planted, but there's just not the ability in this 2v4 to commit for it. Gotta find something. Neural Theft's gonna keep revealing onto Caillou. Trigger of the sound cue. Can that force a peak? It does, but Spaz finds the win. Now it's just on Okeanos. Not gonna happen. Shopify Rebellion. Take away M80's map pick with, again, some relative comfort. I know it reads 13-9, but outside of individual heroics, Shopify Rebellion were really in control of that map, it felt like, from start to finish.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I said this at the half where it felt like Shopify Rebellion were the one who were in the driver's seat, and M80 were just dancing along to their tune. And I think that showcases just how strong this M80 squad is, because like you said, when those hero pop-off moments happen, when you see those multi-kills come through, that's when we see those clutch-up moments come through from M80. When it comes down to the teamwork, collaboration, all those nice little fundamentals from Valorant, I mean, Shopify Rebellion were just playing on a different level. You said it yourself when it's just like the mental game, they were playing all sorts of different levels against M80, and M80 just hadn't really hit that point just quite yet. Great players, but missing that macro overall.
And I think that's going to be broken down by the desk and maybe somewhat attributed to the fact that you are dealing with a couple of role swap ups and a new player that you're just trying to get their feet grounded into this space. So tough to be asked to do that in a qualification matchup versus another squad that had a lot of buzz around it at the beginning of this season. We got so much more Valorant to go. That's Marks. I'm Shift. You're you. It's good to see you guys. We'll be back after the break for more. Don't go far.
We started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now, so they obviously have that level of prestige to them, and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in the shoes. It's great to work with Don. Don always, keeps us in check. Drew is mainly on the strategic side, and Don is mostly on the performance and mental side. Obviously we are younger players, so obviously sometimes we can get a bit volatile, not volatile, that might be a bad way to say it, but like, sometimes we do have too much fun in practice, and Don reels us back in, keeps us in line, makes us remember our practice goals, and it's great to have someone that not keeps you in check, but holds you to a professional level 24/7. I've set high expectations for myself this year. I want this year to potentially be a breakout year for me. But at the same time, I can't set too high, because if I set too high and if I don't reach those goals, I'll come down like this extremely fast. So it's just a week at a time. Put all my focus into whoever I play first. So this week I played TSM, and then so that's all. Just 1 week at a time. Head down, just work.
A little bit of a different look at both of these teams facing off on Fracture in the end. Shopify Rebellion Black to take the lead in the series, taking down M80's map pick of choice. Going into this, Ash, like, these are two big teams. We got to see a lot of highlighted plays, and I thought it was awesome to see kind of just like those little micro adjustments, and we got to see the duelist square off. Like, this is a fun match.
It was a really fun match. A lot of hero moments even coming out from, especially I think the side of M80 as well. I feel like Fracture, it was a really strong start for SRB with that 8-4. It's been nice to see a strong kickoff, I think, on the side of M80 as well, but just not quite having that synergy that we were looking for on the defensive side. I think SRB did really well as far as taking up a lot of space, which was mostly Paint, being that tip of the spear. And then I think BCJ was just so consistent in being by his side that he actually ended up earning quite a few of those first bloods for himself on those entries.
I'm also kind of a big fan, I mean, just to add on to that as well, but I'm also a big fan of the fact that Paint was utilizing the Neon to just completely destroy the Vice util as early as possible into the half, right? Like, into the round, excuse me. There's so many moments where they just had a very clear idea of how they wanted to deal with the Vice, how they wanted to deal with Val specifically, and it felt like they almost found that counter every round in that first half, it feels like. And I think that just goes to show that SRB came prepped. They had an idea of how the map was being approached by M80, and they executed it flawlessly.
Yeah, I think also, like, you look at the scoreline, right? With that 13-9 in favor of SRB, you think, okay, this is like a decently close matchup. And it was on paper, but I feel like when it comes down to a lot of those rounds that M80 were even able to pick up, there were a lot of hero plays coming out. I think Caillou especially had quite a couple, like, clutches. B-Dog had a clutch there as well to actually take them to that 13-9, but without those heroic plays, I think the general synergy and spacing of the team was missing at times for M80, where we would have expected to see a little bit of a clearer picture. But I think it really did warm up into the later end.
I think too, when I look back at M80, there's a couple rounds where, okay, there's not enough time to defuse the spike, etc. Like little kind of things that plagued them that ended up being like the difference maker, not being able to fully have weaponry in a one round because, someone dies with the weapon when maybe they should have. Those little things, those are fixable things. So definitely not discounting them going into the next series there, Ash.
No, definitely not. And then looking over at this timeline here as well, right? SRB starting out on that attacking side. Roy touched on it a little bit already with how much disruption Paint was able to cause for this team. But being able to manage to get into 10 post-plant situations, winning out 8 of them, again, had so much to do with the space that they were able to take, pushing really deep into spawn situations as well, cutting off a lot of the flanks that we saw M80 even going for too, and just being able to really pick apart any opportunity that M80 were looking for some of those floods back onto site, not even giving them a chance to get comfortable in a retake.
And looking at the player performances for this series, I mean, we talked about the historic, not the historics, the heroic, the other one. If they, well, they could, maybe one day be historic, one day. But right now, heroic plays coming out from the team across the board. And it seems that we really did get to see a step up kind of from a variety of people at different points. I mean, when you're looking at the side of SRB, there was multiple rounds where Pancakes is getting a couple of kills and then is able to get out here, Roy. And little moments like that really just made this difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ash nailed it on the head, right? She was mentioning the fact that there's just some things that were missing, like the way they were double peeking and triple peeking stuff, and the way they were clearing some corners and just some nooks and crannies. Everything seemed, it was the macro and overall game plan was layered on well, but when it came to the fine details and the deep inspection, there was a little bit of dysfunction coming out from the M80 side. But I think overall, SRB just had the superior game plan. They had an exact idea of who they wanted to pick on. They completely countered Bao. They completely dismantled the Vice. And I think that everything else was just a result of the fact that they came in with a clear vision and executed it.
I'm going to chalk that one up to Monty coming on in. So kudos there. I wasn't there. I don't know. But when we're talking about the game plans and everything else, this definitely seemed to be an SRB that was coordinated. And I'm loving to see this look coming on out. Something that we wanted to touch on with how this map went down too was look at these duelists. Because, of course, going into this series, there is some big looks here. Of course, Sato is Sato coming on into the squad. And we got to see some great kills. But Ash, Paint has just been on a cooker lately. And some of the kills and shots he was getting in this match was just crazy on this Neon.
No, it was really insane. Again, it comes down to a lot of that space taking the support there too. Because when you have Monsi now onto the breach role, right? It opened up that opportunity for BCJ to play next to Paint, really help him in situations where Paint would go for a very early engagement. He only actually ended up having 2 first bloods at the end of the day, but always had support so he could fall back well and then go for another fight on either the other side of the same site or go for a full rotation. And for Sato, I feel like we saw him have like a little bit of a slower start going into this series. Still did perform his role and whatnot, but you definitely could tell that he was warming up into things. And I'm looking forward for him to having like a hotter start in map 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I'm hoping going on to the series, this is going to be one of those that we do get to see the 3 maps on. But of course, looking at the side of the M80, it's only going to get a little bit more difficult from here on out, heading back over to our map picks and bans, because they ended up losing their first map pick. Now we're going to be heading on to Pearl for the second map of the series. I think this one is doubly interesting here, Roy, because this is coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black, but their last appearance on this ended up being a loss. It was to a team that's pretty proficient on this Pearl, but still, they're feeling confident in this run back, and I'm excited to see them redeem themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just being kind. They got absolutely destroyed by Nightblood Gaming on that map. It was 13-7. It really did feel like Nightblood Gaming was in the driver's seat the entire time, and they really did not have solutions to specifically the Neon. But I think now coming into the M80 comp, we do have some questions, right? One, this doesn't really feel like a weak map for M80 side. They played it once against YFP, a very formidable team. It was about a month ago, yes, but they came out on top. They were running the Tejo, the Fade, the sort of Sentinel meta, if you will, and they were running it pretty well. Now again, there will be some swaps. We're not really sure whether there will be composition swaps or just players moving roles. But I think overall, Pearl should be a slightly more straightforward map to play, especially not having to balance the 4 quadrants.
The composition is the thing that I'm going to be keeping my eye out on now that we do have Sato coming in for M80, because M80, the last time we got to see them, it was the Yoru coming on out, and then Sato coming into this team. Are we going to see him pick up the Yoru? Like, that's going to be my biggest question, Ash, is looking at the agent pool here for Sato and how the team kind of builds around that. I'm sure he's capable of picking up anything, but are they kind of going to go for more comfort? Like, how comfortable is this Yoru?
I think the Yoru is actually pretty comfortable for him. He played it over on Glorious, and he was putting out numbers on that pick as well. Obviously, maybe not as innately comfortable considering he hasn't had as many reps and officials on it, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have the depth to pull out. We've seen him be proficient on this on his previous team. I'm not really expecting them to go for a change in composition unless it's, for like the overall vision. I don't see them swapping what he would be playing on this map just for his own pure comfort, because he does have that experience.
All right, well, Agent Select is ready, so let's head on over to that to see what we are going to get to witness here as we head on over to Pearl, map 2 of the series. And of course, M80 down, but not out by any means here. Heading on into this across the board, it's going to be Sato instead on the Neon here. All right, how are we feeling about this look?
Whoa, this is a massive pivot. They've completely swapped, the overall philosophy. They're running the completely different set of initiators, the Breach, the Fade versus the Tejo Fade. They're running the Neon as well instead of the Yoru. So they're leaning more into that high pace, high octane, run down the map control, run down the sites, and just brawl it out with great utility, and as well as the retake power with Vice, as well as with Astra.
Okay. I mean, Sato, definitely someone capable of playing anything, but I'm loving this change that M80 is bringing out here, Ash. How are you feeling about how these two rosters stack up against each other now?
I do quite like it. I think that knowing that, you know, SRB were unlikely to change their comp much, having that KJ as well, not knowing you're not going to need like the Yoru to actually deal with a lot of that vice util, I think that the Neon is a great pick coming out, just being able to really speed things up, change the pace here on Pearl. I'm really excited for this new look coming out from M80. And it's a really big risk also to be taking at this stage, but at the same time, it's not like they're eliminated, right? This is a qualification matchup. If it doesn't work out, they can go back to something that they used before. I'm excited to see what they're bringing to the table.
Time to see if that changes exactly what they need to bring us into a map 3, or if it's going to be Shopify Rebellion Black to be able to close out this series in 2 and qualify for playoffs. It's time to go back over to your casters. It's Marks and Shift.
Yeah, I mean, I think the final moments there, kind of with the desk breaking down this composition, which is new for M80, I think it does make a lot of sense, where it's just, you know, again, it's going to be very telegraphed in terms of what the execute call is going to be when they're on offense. I think the biggest question is going to be how much success on retake are they going to get? Because the decision-making there, I think, is going to be extra stressed, especially if Shopify can scale deep into the site with Paint in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, once again, like looking at how all of these, how this should potentially break down. I mean, M80 are really going to be relying on a zoom, and then boom, with the breach being the big thing that's going to allow this Neon to thrive. And yet, it could be completely cut off just thanks to that Killjoy. And we've seen how effective Killjoys can be, really, at being able to slow down a lot of the tempo, play off of a lot of that noise. And already, look at this. So deep. Sato's taken so much space onto middle, while Shopify Rebellion Black, they're just going to be taking it nice and slow, taking it nice and easy, trying to reflexively receive the aggression from the M80 defense.
You have to confirm that there is no push up through mid. You just have to. It'd be way too fast of a retake around the pinch if you don't re-clear mid here. So it's going to force a little bit of consideration for Shopify Rebellion, but they do clear things out. How frisky do they feel, though, continuing to play through mid? With the fade, they will have the option to commit a Prowler to try to get a little bit of pressure into one of these two connectors, and that's exactly what will occur. Smoke down, Prowler out, but the action over towards A main gets evenly exchanged. 3v3 right off the rip.
And speaking of that telegraphedness, now they have an idea on where this breach is situated, especially with the rotation going over. So Shopify Rebellion, they make the right call, decide to back off here and go onto that B site. We'll have to be very meticulous about it. Still has the haunt available in Monty's pocket, so that's going to provide a little bit of information, or should provide the information that nobody is around, and they should have a free plan, and everything should be on M80 to retake.
And again, they're going to have to do this with really just when the fault line recharges and a couple of flashes from B-Dog. And Monzi may not allow them to get too far forward. Oh, what a reaction from Sato, but Pancake's right there to get the instant trade. One flash spent, fault line recharged, alarm bot dealt with. Now the reset to the 2v2. Turret deleted just to make sure it gets out of the way. No body blocks here. Opening angle good, and Shopify Rebellion have the perfect crossfire to deal with both M80 players for the pistol.
And this still hammers home the point. I think Shopify Rebellion are doing an excellent job at mid-rounding. Having a good idea on where everybody from M80 is, what would be the most efficient way to be able to get that spike down. They're doing a fantastic job every single time at just somehow picking the right site. And I wonder if that's because of this telegraphed nature that M80 has to kind of play themselves around. Obviously, just making sure that they get the spike down and then setting up for post-plant is easy. But if M80 continues to broadcast exactly where they are and how they want to be playing, then I think Shopify Rebellion Black are in a really good position to just continue to disengage and then play intelligently off their information.
Nice getting a little bit of information on the defensive setup, at least who's there at A. And again, this turret at mid is just going to be a bit of a nuisance if M80 want to try to find a more dynamic retake. No, they're going to peek out, delete it, throw a little bit of consideration for the pinch and flank on this take and execute in towards B. But again, this is what I was kind of talking about from the opening setup immediately after the agent selection. If Paint gets into back halls, how do you re-clear this? Because if you're going to spend a fault line, you're not going to have to deal with all the players deeper through pillar. And again, it's just going to be so difficult for M80 to complete a retake with this much kind of a setup around the back and front side of this site.
Oh, so much info given away. Sato already going down as well. They know Paint's back here, but what can they do?
Yeah, and again, it's just it's so difficult to flush him out from that position. You have to spend all the utility you desperately need to clear out this position. So difficult setup here. Again, not a round that you would have expected that maybe you were going to hold much of a candle in due to the weapon disadvantage, but still, this is just the start of what is going to be a persistent problem if M80 cannot stop Shopify from getting on site.
Yeah, and it comes down to the style that M80's composition kind of requires to play. The anchoring ability should be decent thanks to Caillou being able to play that Vise, toss down a couple of those Thorns, make sure that the Shear is ready to go, all of that type of stuff. But the crux of how this works is you want your Neon to be flying out and finding a kill nice and easy and able to escape thanks to B-Dog's utility and Okeanos getting the utility out there to kind of scout them out as well. And that simply will not work out if you don't really find anything. And then as a result, Shopify Rebellion very easily can overwhelm whichever site they want to go on. And Sato taking a forward spike here, but immediately is deterred with all the utility being exchanged.
But this is fine. This is what M80 need to do. They need to try to take some forward space away and force Shopify Rebellion to have to spend their utility to try to re-clear because it's not easy to do on their side either. Good haunt placement and a very solid attempt. And that is exactly what they're going to have to continue to do, is be fine electing to take these extremely expensive opening battles, committing resources, committing utility, because otherwise, if you don't have the map in your control, it's going to be very difficult to get Caillou into a spot to feel comfortable on site.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's a great strategy, right? Because sure, we talk about like the numbers game. Oh, you're able to take a life over here, take a life over there. That's cool, but it's also a space game. And like you said, being able to push out there, take that space, force out the rest of the utility so that they have to use it just to be able to re-clear something that should be more or less free. It's so much more difficult. And a lot of the utility that Shopify Rebellion have for their attacking is not something that regenerates super quickly or has multiple charges. It's very like, oh, the smokes are out, we dash in. Oh, the haunt scouted something out there, that's cool. Oh, the knife flew through, now we gotta wait a little bit. So these kind of stalls are really what's going to stop Shopify Rebellion in their tracks.
Yes, 100%. And again, look at how the setup is starting to develop. The sheer across B is the line of defense that M80 are going to trust. You've got good support in through both connections at mid. You've got some good forward progress at A main that's forcing a knife to come through. That pulls things back into a 1v1. But again, B-Dog's in a great spot to at least go 1-for-1. But Monzi, deep through B connector connects. The follow-up battle at middle's not going the way M80 want. And Shopify in the first gun round absolutely obliterate the defensive setup through mid.
Wow, and honestly, like the Shopify Rebellion players looked surprised too as M80 just kind of flooded in there. Like they simply weren't expecting that level of aggression, but that is telling with how M80 want to be playing these rounds out. It's so strange just watching these such early fights happen here, and you can tell that M80 are trying to isolate these fights, but it's just Shopify Rebellion just kind of chilling back and then letting them flood into them, and then just take those shots as they come through. An excellent job coming through from Shopify. They're just very clearly running away with things early on in this map. And the Blade Storm is going to be active. Keep in mind, Okeanos does have that Nightfall online, which could be an excellent retake tool. But that aggression that we were talking about from M80 has been completely slowed down this round.
Pancakes knew what was coming there after that Prowler hit through mid. Tried to use the turret as a bit of a bodyguard. Doesn't work out, so first blood collected by M80. Now rotating back over towards A. Paint. Does he get an opportunity with the support of BCJ to find some sort of a flash peek? Does Sato even allow it? Oh, it's just a wide peek that he checks. Is there an exit though? No, there is not. Not from Paint. Still keeping the hot hand. Dashing through the fault line. Follow-up support's on the way, but he doesn't need it. Paint catches 3. Okeanos playing through connector, the last defensive bastion, and he's at least able to stall things a little bit longer for Caillou to come over.
Oh, what? Sprayed down through a wall, through a smoke as well. Caillou in a 1v3. The Nightfall gets tossed out, expecting to see that position in mid. Has one Arcos available. This is tough.
Yeah. Bonzi up and over with some of the utility. Puts another pause in. Spaz dropping the star, pulling the Nebula. Should be a freebie here, but how do you follow up afterwards? And the answer is you just simply don't. Pop-off moment from Paint. Doesn't really even need the support of PCJ at all. Just finds through with the knives while airborne.
And it's such an interesting round to kind of take a back seat here and take a look at the overall map because, yeah, sure, Paint did pop the Blade Storm, but meanwhile, Monty was so far pushed up B, potentially just like, okay, if Paint doesn't find those kills, we can easily rotate over because I've taken all of this space already. And I think that level of macro game that's coming in from Shopify Rebellion in regards to just map control has been really what's been allowing them to be very successful because M80, like, it almost feels like they're trapped into their defensive setups.
Yeah, and that's the issue, I think, with, again, new roster, new comp. From what we can tell, again, we don't know how scrims have gone since Sato's joined the squad now, but that is the kind of the issue of, like, the only way that they, M80, not the only way, but one of the best ways that they can counter what's going on right now is that they need to control the map, and they have not been able to do so yet. And that's, again, kind of growing pains that come with playing with the new player, trying to figure out what we want to spend, what are our protocols around if we get matched with the same type of utility. And so far, M80 have been shrugged off of playing like through A main. Their hits that are playing through middle have been met simply by largely just a turret. So it's just one of those things that they don't quite have everything operating on all cylinders. You can see what they're trying to do, and they're going to do this again here with some aggression towards B long, probably by way of just a flash and sprint forward. But if they commit a fault line for this as well, that would be pretty punishing. Prowler through mid to get things going, and expect that at some point, Sato's going to be trying to get open space through B long.
Keep in mind too, Sato does have the overdrive available. And so if that information is given, if we see that fall through, I imagine we're going to be seeing some lightning flying across the field. It's still a little bit of a risky gamble. And look at this, Shopify Rebellion just so aware of what M80 want them to do. And so they simply are not doing it.
Here comes the creep up, and Paint will get contact here, but it is a pistol versus a rifle. Relay bolt out. Overdrive. Forcing forward, Prowler pushes it back. And that completely counteracts all of Sato again, who has to retract back to a spot to where he can actually do some damage.
Wow. Such a smart disengagement coming through from Shopify Rebellion. They completely just zoom out of there, toss down all the smokes, cut off all that noise, and suddenly that overdrive gets 0% value. BCJ just exploring, spots that out, is going to be making noise, which actually makes M80 rotate around. So Sato left alone on an island against 4 members of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's just so tough for M80 right now with the weapons that they have in round 6. It's just someone's going to have to do something special. Sato would be the first one up, pending. And Flash comes through. Nice opening shots. Takes down one. That weapon is not in the collectible spot. Stun has landed onto Paint, but B-Dog cannot convert off of it. A couple of tags from the bottom side of the tunnel also deals some damage, but Pancakes has stayed alive. A toggle on the spike, though, forces the issue for this post plant to have to react. Gravity Vortex, Aftershock, all being spent over towards screens. They're going to clear off the spike. Now comes the recontester on the deep side, but Okeanos has found one. Do they have enough time, though? Do M80 have enough time to pull this off? They're going to stick on for it. Bao has stayed safe. He's going to get the defuse. And a Thrifty will come through for M80.
And I just want to say, like, a micro play coming in there, allowing M80 to stick that defuse is all thanks to Okeanos. Finds that first kill with the Stinger. It was a little bit scuffed, but it still counts to get the Nightfall online, and then the Nightfall tags up the rest of the members of Shopify Rebellion. Let's not forget that one of the things that happens is you lose sound. And so the entire time, the rest of the players had no idea that the spike was being defused or stuck at all. And sure, they could have sprayed it down, but at that point it was already half. Things were looking pretty darn good for M80. So it's just one of those little micro plays that makes such a huge difference on how these rounds fall out.
Well, again, similar setup here for M80, but the Cosmic Divide will be split up over towards the A side. Prowler trying to hold this off for the defense, counteracted by one of the attacks. Now the peek from Bao. Oh, challenge, and they're going to teamwork this one out, and what teamwork it is! Wow, what a challenge! They lose one in the process, but that is sheer perfection from M80, stopping the spike before it can get onto A.
I was going to say, wow, that's so bold. And turns out they just needed to do a very bold play. Teamwork making the dream work happen, as it wasn't only just one of the members of M80, but 3 of them so boldly going through the Cosmic Divide, catching Shopify Rebellion off guard. And you could tell the original strategy was, hey, Paint, go make some noise over on that B site. Make them think we're going to be going over there. Of course, Paint going to be leading the charge. And instead, the rest of the Shopify Rebellion members just walked right into M80's trap. And, you know, we talk about a lot of these players just having their clutch up moments, having those times where they're able to find those multi-kills. But that is one of those instances where we're seeing the teamwork and just the calling from M80 be at that level that is very competitive against Shopify.
And I got to point out now that for the first time in this game, you're going to get M80 who have now started to flip the eco around, and the dynamic around what they're going to try to do defensively is going to change because they're going to trust that Sato can hit a shot with an op. So figure that he's largely going to be playing for an opening pick, probably more often than not over towards B, which allows M80 to try to play this little bit more of a forward stack at the doors of A. So that will be interesting, I think, to see if they continue to do that, because for now, Sato with this operator is still concealed. He didn't take any shots in that last round. So figure what they tried to set up from last round will continue to be persistent here in round 8.
Yeah, it's almost like that haha surprise card. As soon as that operator rings out there, you know there's going to be something to be said. And yeah, we get a little bit of that replay of just the boldness coming through there. On top of that too, dropping down the smoke, cutting out so much of that sight line. Once again, just an excellent execute from M80. And yeah, you called it. That operator hanging out on B. They're putting a lot more of their resources on B as well. Whereas Shopify Rebellion on a bit of an awkward buy are going to be trying to take a lot more of that middle pressure right now as they go exploring.
And a lot of this is just, you know, for M80, just, again, the Prowler stops any early aggression through A. You have a little bit of assistance to Sato to make sure he owns the angle. How deep can we get him? The answer is very. And now, again, you've got the ability to use the Rose at mid towards B connector. And beyond that, the opportunity for a fault line to come through to react to any play through mid. I think the question will be, at what point does Caillou decide to come back, if at all? Because, I mean, you're essentially using two players to do the same thing right now.
And this is so interesting. Like, you can see Shopify Rebellion, they've completely taken over that middle side. They're waiting for that M80 aggression, but this time the M80 aggression is simply just back in their spawn. It's going to be very interesting. A little bit of fake utility being tossed out here. Try and make it seem like things are going one way and Spike may be going another. And now the call has been made from Shopify as they slowly make their way towards A.
Running good, and the shot better. And now all of a sudden, Shopify know they need to commit to one side or the other. And the thing about this is B-Dog can just utilize the Rolling Thunder to delay or find a glitter. Oh, but Paint's going to find him through the vent. What a mass elimination that is. Back onto the site we go, but M80 still holding with numbers. Spike will be planted for a little bit of an eco boost, but trying to hold this is another story. And as Paint will drop, it'll just be the single elimination plus the bonus from planting for Shopify. We're tied at 4.
The discipline coming in from M80 there. Obviously, we want measured aggression, which we get to see out from that B site. A lot of information is just kind of taken simply because of that map control, something that we've been hammering home here. And the rest of it, they just kind of sit back and chill and wait for Shopify Rebellion to decide to move out onto that A site where they're ready to receive it and completely shoot them down with a lot of excellent crossfires being set up. Now Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be the ones who take this break, take a second to take a breath and figure out what they can do here. They've got 2 of their ultimates online, the Lockdown as well as the Null Command. Though, especially the Null Command, an excellent engagement tool. Lockdown can secure you more space here. And let's see what they can pull out of this one, because if they lose this gun round, then M80 are in an excellent position right now to potentially just start making this snowball back in their favor.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds, friends, that you inch a couple inches forward on your seat, because it's going to be really the decision-making of the 2 ults that you mentioned, but you've got Steel Garden, a Cosmic Divide, and a Rolling Thunder for the defense. So a lot of conversations going to have to happen here as we try to get through this very pivotal round in the first half, because the timing of how you want to use these ults, I think especially if you're Shopify, is critical. If you use them for execute, you don't have the ability of shutting down things like a Steel Garden or a Rolling Thunder late. You also have to keep in mind that Nightfall's also a single orb away from being earned. So it definitely feels like a small advantage tilting towards M80. It just comes down to, will they choose to play super passive and just overwhelm by playing for retake with those critical ults, or will they try to step forward again with Sato still holding this operator?
Look at that, like they toss out both the Haunt as well as the 0 point to try and make it seem like there's going to be a fast flood through onto A, and M80 are just wiser. They just back up a little bit. Their utility is set up. They know that they can play this trap here, so why bother investing a lot into it? Meanwhile, Sato still with this operator, completely unnoticed, by the way. This is still a surprise, as Caillou has taken a lot of space moving up.
And he's just going to stack it. So it's going to have to be based on contact here. Spaz, I think, knows something's up. I mean, you haven't seen anything over towards B-Long, so you have to assume. Prowler will clear out middle. The first one was already utilized to clear the right side of mid through Art. Defensive Prowler doesn't even get in towards where the Y bank is at mid at all. So again, this is going to have to be M80 playing for retake. The question here will be, what do you spend to try to get into the site? They are going to spend the null command. You got to find eliminations. You need to find critical ones now if you're Shopify, because there's so many tools for retake.
Oh man, okay, yeah, there we go. BCJ able to find one, but Okeanos ready for that receive. BCJ goes down, but might be rezzed.
Yep, should be. Monzi, oh, the timing here. He's able to get through the arms. Oh, doesn't get affected at all by the Rolling Thunder. Nightfall though earned. A little dance for Sato. Shut down though by Spaz. Back and forth we go. Shot misses for Caillou. And now it's just down to Okeanos. And he's stuck inside a pit. 1v3, time ticking. First shots are good. Second, no, not there. Spaz finds 3. And the choice for Shopify to push up in towards Secret and get someone into Flowers, critical to save that round.
Absolutely. You talk about what M80 had locked and loaded and ready to go. And yet still Shopify Rebellion there. Get ahead of the issue. Stop it at the head. Make sure that nothing can fly through. Sure, the Rolling Thunder comes, and yet no one can engage off of it. The ultimate more or less gets wasted there. And sure, Okeanos does his best to try and win this one back, but just an excellent read play coming through from Shopify Rebellion to make sure that the plan can simply not occur. Shopify Rebellion once again taking the lead and stabilize their economy as Paint now has this operator in hands.
Yeah, scope battle possibly to come through here. Sato has changed his angle, playing in towards mid. Sees the top of the turret. Lets his team know about it. Pancakes has often played off the contact from this. He'll try it again, but no, not this time. Sato doesn't pull the trigger. Prowler to clear. One more opportunity. No, missed. And that's going to now have to be a tactical retreat for M80.
And just good respect being played to that off. You don't want Sato to find a collat just like that again. And suddenly all your plans fall apart. So excellent just respect being played from Shopify Rebellion as they move through Okeanos with the spray down.
Stand tall and deliver if you're Okeanos. Paint trying to clear out the backside at B, but candidly speaking, outside of Sato playing aggressively, there really hasn't been much consideration for M80 to take this challenge. Instead, they're going to play the cross.
You are divided.
Star in place, Cosmic Divide to make things messy. Dash up and over! What a shot from Sato! And that shuts the entire play down. You can't still push through this, not with smokes and razor wires in the way.
And just for good measure, put those primary weapons. The shear is still activated as well, as it actually was Paint who dashed up and above it. Make sure that it doesn't get activated. And yeah, just like that, the round ticks away. Sato making a statement with that operator shot, clipping the wings off of Paint, making sure that nothing can be done. And yeah, you know, Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be paying attention to where this operator is on that next round, because that was devastating.
Wow. I mean, again, I know it's glimpses here and there, friends, but there's just something a little different about some of the POV moments we've had from Sato. I want to say that one takes the cake, but the near 1v5 ace, essentially from earlier, still lives rent-free in my head. And we're tied at 5. Economy's fine for the most part for both teams. Shopify limping in a little bit. Bao does have the advantage of a Cosmic Divide, if you want to call it that. And outside of that, you've also got on the other side for Shopify Rebellion and Nightfall nearly ready to go. So again, critical round 11 coming from both these two squads.
Interesting, Pancake's going to be the one with the operator this time, holding out any of these angles outside of that B site. Make sure that no one is going to be over-rotating around. And yeah, the fault line gets broadcasted. Flash around the corner, doesn't matter. Sato's still good for 1, as that's going to be BCJ dropped yet again. And a lot of that initiator utility, a lot of those flashes just non-existent.
Contact here likely through the nebula. Fowler goes first, taunt up and over. Paint denied. Spaz kind of has to take this and will. Yeah, good follow-up on the Feint utility. Bao still holding a corner, though. Does he get the contact on this? Sure does. Any more? Sure, but Spaz shuts it up. That's now 3. He's working on a potential ace in the 2v2.
And Sato too as well with the sniper rifle in hand. Caillou very far into the back. A lot of utility still available for Sato. If this operator doesn't find purchase, imagine if he just left-clicked right there. Your awareness would have been unbelievable.
We're all sitting there imagining it, and I snapped and got you. Pancakes, last one left, 1v2. Gets the first one cleanly. Turret back up and open, and that's right over the top of the spike. Nanoswarm also, that one's deleted. Oh my goodness! Sato goes for the toggle, pulls back out the primary. A little bit extra just to let him know, not today.
Oh man. And once again, the biggest question coming into this matchup between M80 and Shopify Rebellion was how they were going to adapt given the fact that Weeded's going to be out here. Okeano's taking over the role and Sato's fitting into the squad. And quite frankly, you know, just allowing Sato to just take this space, hold things down on his own, that is working out really well for M80. I think that some of the more teamwork elements tend to be stuff that needs to be worked on a little bit, and you kind of expect that, especially for a new roster. But you know Sato's going to be good put on his own. So excellent showcase from the new duelist to M80 as they're already going exploring again.
Oh, Relay Bolt's going to connect. Follow up with the Gravity Vortex. Flash over the top. Forcing the issue here is Shopify Rebellion. And everything melts. Sato looking for more. You think he's starting to feel his stride? 3 opening up round 12. And that may put this half out of question.
Yeah, this is the last one, and man, I just feel so bad for BCJ. I feel like BCJ has been first blood so many rounds. This time wasn't the first blood. Well, I think Watsi went down first, but then immediately just got zapped down afterwards through the smoke. And you know what? That's just a little bit of a motivational killer for Benjamin. So, little bit hard here as a Shopify Rebellion that's 2v5, trying to make something out of an impossible situation. And let's see what they can do, but otherwise, M80 looks like they might be back.
I don't even know how you begin to do this if you're Shopify in this 2v5. Whatever it is, it has to be clean.
30 seconds left.
Timing there. Uh-oh, dog seen one. Yep, that'll be enough. Wow. Sato awakening in the last handful of rounds, creating a spark of life for M80. Will get him into a 7-5 count. Not sure why the update hasn't come through yet. That is the end of it, but well, you know, Barracks does Barracks things every now and again.
Yeah, it's too busy sending out marching orders apparently. But yeah, so swapping things around now. We're gonna be seeing M80 be the ones on the attack. Oh, it was BCJ who got first blood. Oh man, that feels so bad for BCJ. But yeah, honestly, great just pulling things together from M80. We talked a lot about that macro play coming in from M80, feeling a little bit weaker, and it started to turn its head around on that defensive half. So 7-5 coming into this next one.
Yep.
Sato still looking towards this middle area here, while Shopify Rebellion are the ones who are trying to push out and get exploratory aggressive outside of A.
And again, this is the half that you assume that things will be pretty telegraphed, to put it plainly, if you're M80. You know, you often assume this fault line, fast lane combo to get into the deep side of B. So lots of stress likely on the mind of Pancakes, as he will be trusted to hold on to this pistol round at B by himself. You also have an aggressive angle being held by Paint over towards A main, so that's going to lean the defense just a touch, but no intention yet for M80, taking their time.
Letting the clock tick down, and Shopify Rebellion, they're still playing pretty passively here. They've given up all of that middle space, just making sure to have Spaz watching just in case anyone tries any shenanigans. M80 are going to be setting themselves up for this B site. They're going to be walking into Pancakes' utility, which is especially annoying on pistol rounds, and especially too with BCJ with Flash.
Good relay bolt on the backside. Nanoswarm holds everything off for now. Fragment into the smoke. Again, delays this a little bit longer for M80, but here comes the flood forward. Pancakes in the corner. Oh, that's a little bit of a shallower corner than you normally expect. And Monzi up top, able to take down 3. Clean for the defense around B, only dropping 1 in the process.
Yeah, wow. Even through all of that, like as soon as they just walked through the smoke, they got smoked, for lack of better terms. Like all the pistols were flying from all these different directions, and M80 just simply did not know where to look. So Shopify, they scoop up the pistol round yet again on this map. And yeah, now I'm Okay, this is something I'm actually really excited to see. Paint being able to play with these sniper rifles has an outlaw in hand this time around, but we've seen the kind of like the faster Paint style of play. I'm excited to see the sniping because Paint is so good at so many different skills, and the sniping is something that, like, you know, it might honestly rival Sato. We've been hyping up Sato a lot, but Paint's still extremely good with the sniper rifle in hand.
Yeah, Paint's he's got the hot hand right now without question for the side of Shopify. But no contact initially over towards A. I think M80 will be happy about that, considering there's stars, there's nano swarms, and there's 3 members ready to go. And instead, they'll try to flex back over to middle. Again, how much do you choose to clear with your utility is going to be the question, because again, it will telegraph exactly where the intention is going to be here with these classics largely just in hand. A little spam through the star being pulled back, but nothing connects, and we'll go down to 55 seconds, 5v5.
Now the engagement going to be happening here onto this A site. The Arc Rose gets deployed, and so will the Nano Swarm. So slow things down just for a minute. Fault line already has been expended, and this is what Shopify Rebellion have been doing well.
Yeah, another nano in place that will be spent. Chip damage starting to really tally up now. B-Dog going to stick for the plant, though, and we're going to stay 5v5. Opportunity starting to brew here for M80. Here comes a little bit of a bait and switch. But the lineup is just too good. The Bulldog ripping through it. Monzi may have missed timing onto one, but Kate just rips off B-Dog's head, and the retake will be clean. Again, just a single elimination to tally for M80's offense.
And good utility coming out of M80 on this one. You see that they just, you know, blow a bunch of things up. They force the spacing from Shopify Rebellion, and then they're able to get the plant down nice and easy. After that, there was a fun, nifty idea. They send Sato in. They were able to swing off of that and are able to find at least 1 kill. But then Shopify Rebellion, they just hold back a little bit, understand how to play their gun advantage, and the rest is just history. Pancakes making it look so easy. And of course, Bait, like, sure, I was hyping up the sniping. This isn't exactly what I had in mind, I'm going to be honest with you, but still, like, you know, look, still, you know what? It was a headshot. Even it could have been a body shot. It was still a headshot. So, you know, fun watching Paint do that.
Beggars can't be choosers, Marks.
Exactly.
You wanted a snipe connection, you got one.
Yep.
Full weapons here for M80. Pretty much a true bonus, though, for Shopify Rebellion, seeing how punishing they can make this round 3 of the second half. Knife will reveal just about everything. So there will be an early flex here. BCJ going to follow up on the information from his knife. Paint also knowing that with 4 players being tagged, he has the freedom to move a little bit further forward to take away this angle.
Oh, almost found a timing there on Dabao. Not going to be the case. And honestly, Shift, I'm so surprised. I would have expected this death ball from M80 to be working a lot quicker here.
Oh, no.
Now able to at least find Paint's head, which might call the rotation over from Shopify Rebellion, as it does look like M80 are ready to go. But yeah, the speed that M80 are playing with, I'm not going to lie, I thought it would be a bit quicker.
I mean, I think there's still a level of trying to get established, too, in this round. You want to be respectful of any possible shotgun shenanigans. But there is a level of, yeah, we haven't necessarily seen that very telegraphed fault line, fast lane combination that often plagued this map early. But here we go. Here's a little bit of tempo coming over from A main. Fault line sent purely over in towards pit, and whoa, if you're Monzi, you're in a world of trouble. Spaz still able to kind of spam things down though for 1. Nanostorm stopping, and he's scaling from the backside of the site. Spaz in trouble, but still alive. B-Dog has not been able to successfully plant. Still not successfully able to plant. Finally gets it down just in the nick of time, but it's allowed Shopify to get fully back into force. Flash for the full-on retake coming over the top. B-Dog affected by it. No problems for Spaz. Leaving it just down to Bow. Nearly gets a bit of a lineup, but just too many numbers to deal with. Shopify take the bonus.
Wow. That honestly was a very impressive round coming in from Shopify Rebellion. Just watching them. Okay, yeah, we talked about the M80 tempo. We talked about how we're expecting it to be fast. Oh man, here comes the breach after fault line, and then, ooh, there goes the neon. But on the other side, Shopify Rebellion, they're using their utility and disengages to really throw the M80 strategy into this such weird space and timing. If you wanted an example of this, like you see as soon as some of the utility goes through, when they would want to jump in and capitalize off of the members who got stunned up, oh, look at that, there's a molly in front of me, suddenly I can't push forward. When they're flooding in onto the site, as soon as they split it off with a single smoke, they flash things off and are able to isolate the member of M80 who's in front of the rest of the crew and just make it punishing. It's so weird.
That's annoying. Yeah, there's, I mean, it is a level of, I think, just the protocol building for Shopify Rebellion with just the rehearsal reps that they've been able to get is causing just too much headache right now for a fresh M80 team. Even right there, Sato just trying to push the envelope, get a little bit more tempo, but gets caught behind the Nano Swarm. But now you have to commit into this, especially with the weapons that you've got. And, well, again, just Shopify Rebellion are just bending at best, not even coming close to breaking on this A defense.
That spike's still not planted. Okeano's still looking for more. He's able to actually find paint. You know, Oki's going to be good for that one, but still lots of paint.
Yep. And that'll be it. Okay. I mean, it really is that. I think you break it down perfectly, Marks, for what it's worth. It is just this extra level of, again, like how the layering is going for M80 is just not quite there yet. Like, you can see what they're trying to do. The attempt is very clear. It's just they're not able to kind of crack the code. And some of that, I think, is just due to the littering of the point that you're getting from Shopify's build. I mean, Pancakes has had his utility in great spots every single round thus far. He has not just been on an island playing over towards B. He's been in support of this A hit every single time and is getting tons of value out of these Nano Swarms. I mean, legitimately, him and BCJ both are getting so much utility connection, and it's just causing so many headaches for M80.
Yeah, it's... I don't want to use the word disruptive necessarily, but it's introducing these awkward pauses in M80's execute. And honestly, like it's working out perfectly between the fragment and the nano swarms, just completely spinning it off. And even Spaz, every now and then we're seeing that concuss come down. It's making it so uncomfortable for M80 to properly attack in onto the site. And even when they do get this, well, actually, that one round where they couldn't get the spike down, I think that's an even better example of it. Because it's just Shopify Rebellion hoisting all of this utility at M80, which forces them into this weird positioning until suddenly they're under this weird time crunch. You see people going for these hero plays, trying to make something happen, and Shopify Rebellion Black are just chilling and waiting for them to overextend themselves so they find easy kills.
Well, we need signs of life here in this round from M80. Onto a full purchase, but zeroing out the bank accounts. Cosmic Divide and a Nightfall to help support the execute. And this is what I was about to say. Why not just go to the old tried and true? Break down this site by just throwing vertical utility in towards halls. Try to cross it up, but a knife will clear out pillar. No intention yet for M80, just a small show of force. Caillou will be seen over towards A main, but no worse for wear.
And yeah, given the fact that they left that spike down, you see that maybe there's a little bit more layers to this M80 attack. They're interested in exploring mid here. I think this is going to be the ultimate test because they should be able to pick up on information that A is going to be pretty reinforced. What they do with that information will really showcase what they're capable of.
This is the exact same thing once again. Nightfall, though, will cut across the site. Good first blood. Actually, the Razor will be what gets the first blood onto BCJ. That's a critical defensive member down and out. Pancake's also taking damage, but it's a double peek coming out. Spaz almost able to line up, but Okeano's off the plan. Is still able to secure a kill on the exit, avoiding this lockdown. Some space has been taken. Great nano swarm right onto the forehead of Okeanos. And everything else is just going to come down to this 3v3. Face up, front side of the site. 2-1 split for M80 on the post plant. Star in position to try to pull this back. Flashes out. Paint takes away the corner. Now Pancakes is on. Can he get it to half? Sure is. He can possibly hold it longer. Everyone's just on top of the site, but no. The lineup is too good. Bao's able to spam through it. And the call to commit to hold the defuse goes a bit awry as M80 get their 8th round.
I think what we were seeing there was a little bit of body blocking attention there. Make sure that it doesn't necessarily suck off because the rest of the M80 squad, well, they're probably not going to push off. They still have a little bit of utility to play off of, so we don't anticipate them swinging through. And like you said, it didn't quite work out the way that they wanted. Honestly, Okeanos being the sole reason this round continued to survive. The fact that Oki gets a kill there and still able to disengage properly was massive for M80 because Shopify Rebellion did not just execute with what they wanted. Whoa, Sato gets pinged up through the wall, but still alive.
Yeah, if only just barely. But again, any attention towards B long now off the table with an operator in play, and in particular, your initiator into Sato trying to get to halls that weak. I mean, he could be taken down by a multitude of utility that would be around the corner, in particular things like a fragment. Now you got to re-wrap back over towards A, which has been a headache for you, especially as the approach has largely been through main.
And yeah, look, they have to use the Prowlers just to retake the space. They're making so much noise. There's still a minute left here. We'll be seeing an ultimate orb get picked up, and now it's going to be the Cosmic Divide for this execute.
Nightfall cuts across, though. This will put a bit of a pause. And honestly, M80 may have to commit the Rolling Thunder just to get it to sight. Arms up, here it comes. Off your feet. No one's affected by it per se, but some space has been taken. Good follow-up fault line coming through as well. But again, Sato just cannot get through the razor wire. Spike will be planted, though. 5v4, post-plant largely lingering over towards main.
5v4. A lot available. Cosmic Divide coming in for Shopify Rebellion.
And they're trying to step forward into this. Fragment will push them back just a touch. So again, they re-clear out Pit. Now it's just down to fighting behind the purple wall. And Spaz!
Wow.
Oh my! Jumps up, surprises with the shorty, and now Paint holds the line to find the final 3. Shopify gonna get to double digits.
That is unbelievable. I mean, you know, you talk about how you shut down a Neon. Apparently, you just use a lot of utility that completely cuts that mobility down. You see, Sato was ready for the swing off of it. And yeah, sure, Shopify Rebellion, Spaz was like, uh-oh, I'm pinged up. I am an easy target. And yet 2 other members were watching from so far away. And then you just fly into the razor wire, and immediately it's just so much more difficult. So it's so weird coming in from M80, and it feels like Sato's not able to come online when this team is playing together right now. And for me, once again, that's just showing that there's still a little bit of growing curves before this team really starts to take off.
Yeah, there's a level of that. Like, again, like I don't put like fault onto any one particular player. I think it's just, again, like the timing is not quite perfect. Like, it's close. It's just, you know, Sato's getting caught in front of these nanoswarms, for instance. One round he gets punished for it, another he doesn't. The razor wire this last round kind of becoming a deterrent for him after he'd been already tagged. It's just like these little things that you can call it bad luck, bad timing, whatever it may be. It's just not quite there. And now you're on a very difficult Thrifty with just a couple of sheriffs to purchase, and that's going to mean group up and hold hands and see if you can kumbaya something into a site.
If we believe in our friendship, we can believe in this round.
Exactly.
Not in Valorant. And also, too, keep in mind, like, M80, they used 2 very important ults on that last round, so Shopify Rebellion Black more than happy with how it played out.
Oh, Paint. Oh, saved the day. Sato was right on the back. That's a very efficient Steel Garden, though. But no follow-up push through. Decent idea from Paint. BCJ gonna trust the weapons as now Paint can just get to work doing what Paint does best. 3 in the round for him, and a big shutdown of the heavy-handed hit from M80.
And once again, we're seeing that exact same thing again. Every time they're like ready to execute, oh, here comes the Steel Garden. Perfect. We can take this pistol fight. Everything should be fine. A single piece of utility comes out, and suddenly it's full of breaks for M80. That time around, it was just a little bit of a molly, but still, that level of disruption should not be really what breaks down your compositional strategy. And it's kind of crazy. Well, also, too, that was kind of a crazy shot coming in from Bait, but, you know, as soon as the wrench gets introduced into the mechanism, there's a little bit of hesitation, and then it just collapses for this M80 attack.
All right. This will feel like the ball game in certain ways here if you're M80. Feels like a must-win round without question. Overdrive, Nightfall at the ready to try to utilize. In the face of what is just an ult command. And, well, Paint with an operator. No help needed. Paint just heat checking around through A main. Looking to see if he can catch Bao as well. Oh, just a little wide on it. Another opportunity, though. That is just unguardable. Paint may have just called game.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and Sato 2 flew into the back line, immediately gotten taken out by Pancakes, and the entire Shopify Rebellion defense was just absolutely chilling. Pull up a chair, making some marshmallows, just hanging their time. And they turn around and are like, ah, yes, okay, now they're coming in on this site, and just cut him down completely. And they almost make it look easy with just how discombobulated M80's efforts have really been. And I'm not gonna lie, like, Obviously, this is just a little bit different from what we were really expecting from this M80 squad, especially too with a lot of their success that they've been coming in. But it really does feel like this is just coming down to a little bit of uncomfortability with their new compositions, new roles, and new player.
On the other side, you know, not to just kind of soften this up a little bit, Shopify Rebellion's playing really damn well right now too.
Yeah.
Can't discredit what we're seeing from them. Offensive nightfall right through the teeth of this A setup. Still though, Nano Swarms at the ready. Alarm bot also still intact for main. Okeano's able to catch BCJ in the null command. Is he recoverable? He may be a little bit too far forward here. So they get the spike plant, they back out, and BCJ will be chipped down to a point where, he's not gonna be able to get back up again.
Yeah, that's crazy too. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, you saw as soon as the Nightfall came in, they all backed off and immediately were ready to re-engage. And yet still Okeanos being able to find that hero kill. And now the overdrive going to be activated from Sato.
Spaz able to catch one for free onto Okeanos. Oh, the follow-up from Shopify Rebellion is so damn clean. And wow, it just gets picked apart. Now again, weapon advantage was definitely part of it, but still, the fact of the matter was that was a heavy stack over through a link, and it just gets absolutely dismantled. What a set of maps from Shopify Rebellion. Starting off by taking M80's pick on the opener, and then following up here with what was just good in-control gameplay. They will qualify for playoffs. M80 will have one more chance in their next go.
Yeah, it's so good coming in from Shopify. I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the mid-round calls, just the awareness of what was going on, the just intelligent use of utility coming in, it all seemed like a very cohesive machine coming in from this squad. And this is something that I feel like when we've seen them match up against other teams, hasn't really been solidified. And quite frankly, obviously taking into account M80's current circumstances, but Shopify Rebellion, like especially on that defense, I was very convinced that a lot of that kind of rehearsal, a lot of that practice, a lot of just the collective hive mind of planning things through and making right calls, it's all ticking off really well. So I'm super excited to see what Shopify have ahead of themselves when they do enter into playoffs.
Yeah, they're looking like a major contender without question. And I think some of the losses that they did face early in the Swiss bracket, again, a lot of the maps were really darn close. So I imagine we're all about to get memed by the Shopify Rebellion social media manager. You're welcome for the free content. You're welcome for the engagements. We all picked M80. We were all on the Sato hype train, and it did not work out. But hey, that gets us through the end of our match for today. Again, Shopify Rebellion Black do qualify for playoffs. M80 are not dead in the water yet. We'll head off to a break, and the desk will finish off the night.
I think bringing back Brock from last season made a lot of sense. He's one of those players that fits the initiator role pretty well. And so when we were looking to build past him, the coaches kind of looked at, who kind of fits the same mold of like, does their job, really good comms, really good shots, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of what we were looking for in the offseason. And so when we found all those players, they meshed really well with the coaches. I've meshed really well with both my coaches. I'd say some of the players have, either worked with some of the coaches or, talked with them before. So we're all pretty friendly people to each other, and we're all like, likable. So when we go into this thing, we knew like we were going to be committed from the get-go. Like, unless something seriously goes wrong and some player just stops caring, which I don't really see with this group, we should be fine and we should be just full steam ahead. So I think for us from the get-go, it's always been just improve as this 5, really focus on like this 5 and being like the best 5 you can and go all the way to Ascension. I think the biggest improvement has been on the fundamentals of the game. I think a lot of us came from different teams that kind of were taught different fundamentals. Some not taught at all. It's just how it is. You come straight from ranked, play on a few teams, that's just how it is. So for this team, it's really just about combining all that experience together to kind of get on the same page. And that leads into our struggle. I think that was our struggle in the beginning, is just trying to get on the same page at all times. I think the view that each of us have on the game had been slightly different because we came from so many different teams. So now, we've had a few months to, get on the same page, probably like a month, almost 2 months now. practice has been going really well. We were consistently beating like all the franchise teams, so I think we're getting back into that, you know, all of us on one aligned goal mentality. I think you can expect a lot of firepower and a lot of like highlight reel plays. I think we're one of those teams that likes to do crazy shit all the time. Like we're gonna have some crazy plays this year, especially with some of the coaches on board. They love cooking up these crazy plays. So we got a lot of like star power on this team, and I'm hoping to see a lot of clutches. Don't see us in the clutch, let me tell you. Holy, we got a lot of clutches in the team. Got a lot of like star players, a lot of 3Ks coming your way. So hoping that you'll get to see some of that this season.
And it's going to be a series closed out in 2 for Shopify Rebellion Black, finding themselves now a spot in playoffs. And if you saw our predictions at the beginning of all this, don't worry. It was just a caster curse. We knew the whole time it was a part of the script. Don't worry about it, friends. But man, this Shopify Rebellion Black, I mean, Roy, they've gone through their ups and downs, but today this looked clean.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an undeniable a statement on their progression, right? We had, despite their setbacks, despite the you know, the things that they've been going through, the roster swaps, the unexpected, you know, turns and twists, they've somehow managed to stabilize the ship. And I would even argue that they're even looking even better than they have before. They're looking well. I really like their system. I generally feel like they're playing at a very high level. And I would like to formally apologize to M80 for all of us choosing them to win this one.
Yeah, apologies out of the way though.
You're welcome for the curse. Oh no, M80 apologies. Never, I'm getting it backwards. Ash, go ahead. My bad.
She's playing both teams, right?
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Gotta
appease all the fans. Gotta try and appease all the fans. But I mean, I definitely agree with everything that Roy was saying when it comes down to SRB. I think that Monty has just like slotted in so nicely. His experience as an IGL throughout like competitive Valorant has been sublime, and it's nice to see that work paying off for him as well, and that experience being able to probably what is helping him like back him up, if you will, as far as slotting into this squad, and the rest of the team just being able to work really seamlessly with him is looking great.
I love being able to see. This is also crazy, by the way, because I did not really realize that M80 had this many first kills. So Shopify Rebellion Black, a lot of the time playing from this deficit, but it kind of didn't feel like it, in my opinion, at least, Roy, when I look back and I think of this match, like that's shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking because Sato was also kind of just running them down. He was doing a really good job. I think a lot of his kills were first bloods. Okeanos as well, holding it down towards the A main side on the defense side. I mean, a couple things that I would like to point out with the M80 squad is despite their performance and despite the fact that they've taken a loss here, we've still gotten answers to some of the questions that we've been wondering, right? Is like, how is Oki going to be playing? And we sort of got an answer to that. Oki's playing fine in that role. He's the MVP. He played well on both maps. Sato, of course, he's a bit of a steam engine right now. He just needs to heat up a little bit, but there are so many moments and positive takeaways. But now focusing back on SRB, the players that we've been highlighting are the ones who are consistently popping off for the squad, right? We see Spaz on top performing extremely well on the Asher role. Paint right there, consistently putting up numbers. And I think overall, the SRB's direction is definitely headed to that top echelon of teams within VCL North America. And I'm really excited to see how playoffs is going to shape up to be.
And I mean, you're talking about players that we kind of expected to be popping off performing. So I want to pull up this head-to-head and talk a little bit more about them, because when we look back at the series, in the entire series, I guess I say entire like it wasn't just 2 maps. Looking back across these 2 maps, I mean, Paint we knew would go into the series and really be able to step up. And like some of these shots, that double off kill near the end, crazy. But Spaz as well, Ash has been someone that's been top of discussion throughout the week. And yeah, for good reason.
Yeah, for really good reason. I think he's been very consistent on this role, someone that we've highlighted before as far as a player that you're going to expect to find full value out of on this controller role as well. The fact that he's able to survive for so long into some of these rounds, even pull out like clutch situations there as well, and get that util down that's necessary for the team is absolutely massive, while being able to bring so much impact when it comes to those frag moments too. It's undeniable just like how consistent I think both these players have been throughout VCL so far, and Paint really stepping up today when it was important for their early qualification to not really be in a situation where you're worried about elimination.
And this evolution of Shopify Rebellion Black, I think, is just so cool because it's a team that obviously a lot of expectations on, considering the names on this team going into the season. Then things were kind of a little shaky at times. We expected this to be kind of one of those big super teams here, Roy, and that wasn't necessarily what panned out. But with how they've been playing today, I mean, Shopify Rebellion Black, like this could be gearing up for a crazy playoffs run ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. And we did say this in the beginning of the split, right? Like we're giving these teams time to settle in. The first split is usually the where kind of teams are getting integrated, players are swapping roles, you know, the meta is adjusting. There's so many different layers to how teams are structured and what contributes to their performances. And I think we're starting to see that sort of settle in. And I think throughout playoffs, going into the next stage, that's when we're going to see these teams like really hitting their form, really hitting their stride, and we'll really get a gauge on like who these players are, what their ceilings are looking like, how these teams are performing, as well as on both like regionally and internationally as well.
It's exciting stuff, certainly, but it is time for even more exciting stuff as we have none other than Monty, new IGL of the team, on the line here for the interview. Congratulations, not only for the win, but you brought into the team 2 wins back to back. You're in playoffs. How does it feel?
Feels good. You know, like I like seeing everybody's like predictions and seeing that none of them were right. That's pretty cool. Thank you for that.
It was a.
Just kidding.
We weren't familiar. Caster curse. I swear,
Okay.
it's just caster curse. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It happens.
Hey, I mean, considering the ups and downs the Shopify Rebellion Black have had in the past, I mean, going into this, it's going up against a stacked M80, but what the team has managed to do in the last couple of weeks, I feel like this was such a strong showing. I want to know about how you felt coming into this roster, especially being that new piece, how things behind the scenes have been integrated. I know it's your second match with the team, but we didn't get to see you on the main broadcast at first, but how's things clicking now?
You know, like the first week it went really well, and then we had like just learning curves, you know. I think that's I think our strength right now is that I think I don't want to say I did this because the whole team had it, but like there's a new fire in our team now. Like people are pissed off with their previous performances, and that happens. You know, every team has to learn a certain way and stuff like that. And we grinded a lot for the 2 weeks that I've been here. You know, everybody's starting to feel comfortable. Obviously, we're not, I think, at our peak. Obviously, but that's how it's been feeling. It's been feeling really great. Like I said, right now we're looking good. Hopefully it's not our last time looking this good, but yeah.
I love that you talk about that fire for the team, because for a couple of teams, they didn't get the chance to kind of rebuild or have a change before elimination, but this turnaround, fantastic. So I want to know then for you, when you're coming into the team later into the season, if you felt any sort of extra pressure, because of course you're going from BCJ as the IGL to then you coming in, having to then lead that squad. How did you feel about that?
I didn't feel anything. I'm really comfortable on this team. Obviously, like everybody knows me as the Nepo baby, so you know it's pretty funny. I'm obviously kidding, but I'm obviously replacing BCJ. The guy definitely has more experience than everyone combined on the team, right? For me, I've been IGLing for years now, and unfortunately, sometimes like IGLing and having experience are completely two different things, right? And Brennan's not, his name's Brennan, obviously. He's not a bad caller. It's just, it seems like it didn't fit the team environment a little bit too much. I don't know if I'm probably not spilling like a lot of information, but it's been great because today I think for us, obviously you guys are not in our comms, but like we could tell that like me and Brennan fit really well together. He had a lot of reads. I had reads. Even other people obviously had their reads, but like we're fitting in well right now. You obviously have our disagreements on a couple stuff, which I think happens on every team. But I think the fact that both of us have our own ideas, and then we're really good at finding compromises for each other. So then we can work together because we're just trying to win. So obviously, I don't think there's a lot of pressure on me as an IGL because I've been doing this. There's obviously a lot of pressure on us as players because we're on a really big org such as Shopify. But I don't think it's catching up to us right now, especially with the, like I said, how there's a new fire that's lit and stuff like that. But yeah.
I mean, you're talking too about you having reads and the BCJ having reads. Is this a situation too where he's doing some like mid-round calling or speaking up, or is it still you kind of like firmly calling, but others could be vocal if something needs said,
Everyone's
right?
vocal on my team. Like I've never had a system where I'm the only one to talk, which has led to issues like with like too many cooks in the kitchen. I think on this team, like the first like 2-3 days, it was like that. Then literally we've been working on our comms ever since I joined because Paint is very, very, very vocal, and sometimes that's not good, and it might be hard to understand sometimes. But for us, we sometimes feel like the comms are clustered, right? Everybody, like I said, is very vocal. Mainly, I think the main 3 players that make the decisions are me, Brendan, BCJ, and Pancakes. Because I mean, all of us have experienced somewhat calling, like you said, BCJ. Really good mid-rounder. Pancakes has IGL'd before, and obviously I'm the main IGL. So that's pretty much that. And we've been finding a really good balance for everyone to speak on the team.
I'm glad. And I know you spoke of that fire that the team now has. You're now in playoffs. I want to know how you're feeling stacking up against these other teams that you've seen that have either just qualified or qualified in the last couple of weeks.
I mean, everybody's good. You can kind of tell. Everyone that's qualified there's a reason why they're there and such like that. We just started looking somewhat pretty solid, right? It doesn't mean much. Everyone can probably win in playoffs, right? So it just comes down to how well we can continue progressing throughout these couple of weeks that are coming up and stuff like that, and see how well our matchups are going to be and stuff like that. So.
Well, definitely excited with the progression that we've seen so far. So if it's only getting better from here, you're in for a heck of a run. Monty, congrats on the win. Congrats on playoffs. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Thank you. Love the insight, everything on the team. Yeah, there a lot of cooks in the kitchen, but hey, this team has just been looking so great, and it's progression, right? I love to hear that because yeah, they're qualified now. There's gonna be more in store.
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit of time as well. They bought themselves some extra practice days. They can iron out the small little things that they need to. But besides that, they're looking good. And I love hearing from Monty. He seems really like energetic, and he's just happy to be there. And he doesn't really feel the pressure because, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just playing Valorant. That's all they know. They're literally doing this every single day, like all day from start to finish. So I mean, it makes sense why he doesn't really feel the pressure, to be honest.
Yeah, integrating into a new squad, having a call and not feeling that pressure, you can just soar on to the greater things. So great stuff. But looking back at this bracket, even if they have claimed their playoff spot, there's 2 teams here, Ash, that are trying to vie for theirs. Of course, we did have to say goodbye to SAD Esports earlier today, and it's only going to get tougher for those couple of teams still dwindling on that 3 losses.
Yeah, it really is going to get that much more difficult, right? Of course, for tomorrow's matches, you guys are going to have the Blue Water versus Core game on stream. That's going to be a qualification one. And then the YFP versus Trust and Plug one is a little bit of a different situation because you've got YFP who's in that 3-2 area as far as the win-losses. And so it's going to be a qualification for match for them. But for Trust and Plug, who they're playing up against tomorrow, it's going to be a do-or-die situation of keeping themselves from being eliminated, while YFB has a little bit more of that wiggle room to work with. And I think it's going to be a tough game for TIP too, considering the fact that they did lose out on Monty, who you just spoke to. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a tough one. I'm curious to see who they're bringing out there.
Yeah, that's having to kind of adjust with that so late in the season will be a tough one, but I'm hoping that we get a banger of a series and be able to see how they adapt. So 2 more exciting days of Valorant ahead, but that is unfortunately it for us. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for some more Valorant Challengers. Have a good night, everyone.
He's going to take his balance round right here. First shot's good. Paranoia. Oh, it should land. How about the spam shot they're out? Teleports back across into the site. NG has no utility left. It's all about the contact. Start cover out. We're trusting the shorty.
Oh, we trusted the shorty, all right.
Are you kidding me? It's a 1v1 between shotguns. And Benji says, put that away, clown. I'll take the map. Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
First, though, that's the problem. It's got the U-Haul initially. Ferbsa holds the corner. Damaged up, though, by Hwin. NBG starting to stack for this retake. Benji, oh my goodness, just gets barrel stuffed by Fireball, who takes down 2. Unbelievable. Zerona stepping up, finds a double of their own, plus a little extra! 4 for Zerona, and Sad.
Home. Very little resistance to be found. Bao just on the other side of the satellite, but at that point, I don't even know if you try and play your life there. A 3-man flank coming behind, but Pancakes aware.
Able to line them all up. Oh, no. I mean, again, it is just pistol with the scope on the other angle. But Pancakes, does he get an angle at this? No, he doesn't. Instead, it's Sato for a collateral. Then you throw in the drone. BCJ's trying to hunt this out. What do you got? Trying to deter this setup as best as humanly possible. Salvo a part of this as well. BCJ able to convert on the damage that has been tallied. Back and forth we go. Numbers starting to be reduced here. Spun around for a moment. Q! Oh my! How about
a showcase from the new Duelist to M80 as already going exploring again.
Oh, relay bolt's gonna connect. Follow up with the gravity vortex. Flash over the top. Forcing the issue here is Shopify Rebellion, and everything melts. Sato looking for more. You think he's starting to feel his stride? 3. Oh, he's gonna.